did 7 simul for clock yesterday,
Yeah.
and so did Empor.
He's
Fantastic. All right, awesome. Okay, so it started. Fantastic.
Good morning.
All right, guys, welcome to day 2 of Oceanic Championships. We're pretty excited because all of the main events are going to kick off today. Yesterday was mainly all blindfold FMC kind of stuff, so now we're getting into the real deal, big events, and very excited to see what we've got in front of us, Tom.
Yeah, so I'm Tom. This is Michael.
My name's Michael.
We're your first host for today. We have a range of hosts, and
there'll be many hosts today. So we're going to be joined by, other than us, we've got Chris Mills from the UK.
Yep.
Going to have James McDiarmid from
Jayden
NZ.
McNeill.
Yeah, Jayden McNeill as well, and also Feliks
Zemdegs
Zemdegs might pop in for a spot of commentary too. So definitely look out for that. Will be very good to see. You know, hopefully you don't get bored just looking at us all the time. So
Yeah, and so this is the 5th biggest competition in history, right?
It's fifth biggest in history. So this is not a small competition by any means. So we have a lot of competitors here today. I think we have upwards of 800. Actually, 800 was the limit. So we probably have about something like 700 compete, which is just insane.
We're having maybe technical difficulties with the audio. I hope not.
Are we?
You guys, let us know. Is the audio?
What's happening with the audio? One person in each ear.
Oh. Sounds fine. Okay. Good to hear.
All right, fantastic. Anyway, where were we? There's I think I heard. Hayden says in chat 726 registered, which is
it's a massive comp and
absolutely massive.
The biggest since Worlds,
biggest since
the
pandemic actually. So it's good to see that cubing's rebounding in a big way and we're able to hold such massive events again.
Definitely.
So that's awesome.
Really
this is also the last continent champs of the year. We've had 6 in total and all of them sponsored by Rubik's, of course. But
so
finishing off with this one should be really good because look, we've got so many fast people in and just it's going to be
it's great atmosphere as well.
It's a great atmosphere. We've picked
breaking their own
great
records,
venue.
having fun.
I'll give a massive shout out to Speedcubing Australia and NZ
Rubik's,
for organising this.
World Cube Association,
Yeah, this is just fantastic.
Really nicely.
Can't wait to see what the next couple of days hold.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be good. Right now we are moving into group 9, 10 of Megaminx.
Groups 9 and 10 of Megaminx, and then I think the 6x6 group 2 as well for some stages. But at the moment up the front we've got some are doing Megaminx still.
Oh, so Megaminx is finishing off, yes.
Megaminx is starting to finish
about
up.
To head into 6x6,
Alright. So let's see who we've got up the front here. We've obviously got the big players in people like Feliks Zemdegs and Chris Mills up the front. Chris Mills been doing a lot of mega recently and breaking a lot of absurd PRs and really doing well for himself. So, and Feliks obviously still Australian national record holder. So I'm sure that there'll be some friendly rivalry between these two. Should be some good times as well. So let's see. So at the moment, got Feliks on your right-hand side.
Chris Mills on the left there, sporting the kookaburra with him.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, the crew for this competition is organised into separate teams. And Chris, along with us two and the rest of the commentary team, including the producers, are part of Team Kookaburra.
Yeah, the stream team. And each group of crew has been assigned an Australian animal. I
think it's a really, really lovely way to
show our
organise
love
our
for the
teams.
country.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Feliks with a 39.
Good start. Sub 40.
Yeah.
This is his first round of this competition. Didn't compete in.
Nothing yesterday.
Yeah, didn't compete in anything yesterday. So this is his first solve of this Oceanic Championships, the first Oceanic Championships, as a matter of fact. So.
Yeah.
All right, and Chris getting started now.
Yeah, he's wasting no time. He's going for it.
No, he's going for it. You like to see it. You like to see the gung-ho style straight from the start.
There's on the red stage we've got a few really, really competitive players up here. Yeah,
absolutely. We've also got Jasper Murray, who is on the station next to them, station number 5. He's quite I would say an underdog in the Minx, in Mega Minx specifically. Obviously, he's known for Pyramix World Record, but he has quite good results in a lot of events.
Yeah.
I think he even has 5x5 national record for New Zealand, or at least had it. No, maybe it was NR2.
There we go. Chris Mills with 39.
A 39 as well. Slightly slower than Feliks.
Just slower than Faz, yeah.
But I think that's
right. That's
still
two good
quite
times
a good time
for Team Kookaburra.
Team Kookaburra is off to a flyer, which is good. No pun intended, sorry.
Off to a flying start. Yeah, so as you guys can see, there's broken up into 4 stages here with red, green, yellow, and blue.
So these front 2 stages at the moment, the red and blue stage are doing Mega Minx. We're going to be, through the priority of this stream, through the duration of this stream, we're going to be prioritising red stage, because red stage is where all of our faster competitors are. So we'll be seeing a lot of red stage over the next few days if you're tuning in, including obviously Feliks. So now Feliks is on to his second.
Yep, here Jasper goes as well.
Jasper's just gotten started. He's about 10 seconds in.
Yeah, it's really a great setup, this venue.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. They picked a fantastic venue for it. Even the stadiums we were in yesterday, which were smaller than this, were still fantastic atmosphere-wise. So this is just taking it up another level.
We've already got behind us, you might have seen earlier in that wide shot, parents, spectators, friends, family that have come to watch already this early in the morning. So, let's see. We might even pack out the stadium. What do you think?
Might pack out the stadium, especially once the big finals,
for the finals,
and
that will be good.
All the fun events like Rubik's Relay.
Yep. Which is on tonight.
That's on later today.
So stick around for that. Yep. Jasper's just gotten a 44 and Feliks with a 35.
Okay, so Feliks getting faster on that one. He doesn't look. I'll be honest. He doesn't look.
He's cold. He's ice cold as usual. Got that competitive spirit, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Good to see that competitiveness still burns in him after so many years of competing.
But yeah, no, the Rubik's Relay is a exciting event that will
very
be on
exciting.
Tonight.
So we have representatives from states all across Australia and a couple of New Zealand
16 teams.
16 teams, yep.
So from each state and New Zealand as well. They'll be going head to head, in a sort of a 1, 2, 3 format.
Yep. So 3 solvers each time, the fastest time.
Same as the last 2 World Championships, right?
Yes, yeah, I believe so.
Very similar format anyway.
Quite similar, yeah. But yeah, very excited for what we've got going on later today, including Rubik's Relay, of course. That should be a highlight of the competition, no matter how it ends up.
Alex in the chat says, Chris Mills up the UK.
UKCA.
Yeah. We're at 95 viewers. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Sean Moran says, we want to see Chris. I want to see Chris as well. Well, I think Chris is about to start his next solve now, so let's see how he goes now. So he had a 39, a 39.7, I believe.
Yep.
And actually, we've got Chris and Feliks starting their next solves at the same time, so we'll be able to see some head-to-head action, yeah.
Within the stream team, almost exactly the same time. What an iconic shot there.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Looks like both of them...
are solving a Mega Minx.
Yeah, they're solving a Mega Minx.
They're both solving a Mega Minx at the moment.
For those of you tuning in who might not know, it's a 12-sided...
12-sided puzzle.
Yeah.
A dodecahedron, as the cool kids call it.
As the scientific name.
Yeah. And it looks like Chris is going to take it.
So basically...
no, hang on. No, I think... oh, wow.
43.
Okay.
Both
43 and 46.
Feliks a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, and Chris looks a little bit disappointed too.
These are good times, though.
These are very good times, and it's only first round, so it's only going to get better from here, really. But for now, we'll see if they can lay down some good starting times.
Yeah, definitely.
We've also got on our first station, Riley Dexter, who was up until very recently second in Australia for Mega Minx average, and Joshua Hounslow next to him. So we've got Vic versus WA. But Riley Dexter, I believe before this competition, he was number 1 in sum of ranks for Australia, possibly Oceania as well. So he's very well-rounded cuber.
Oh yeah,
I
he's
believe
fast.
him and I believe
For sure.
Riley and Jay as well. They both nemesize around 4,000
Yeah.
people, which is the most in Oceania. So if you need a metric other than sum of ranks and or kinch for most well-rounded, nemesizing the most people is certainly it.
And for those of you not following Michael's jargon, they are all-rounders, very strong competitors in
Very
a number
strong
of
competitors,
different events, different puzzles.
Yes, many events. They're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They are very much.
They have a lot of eggs,
across
though.
many
I feel
events.
like they're putting a lot of eggs in a lot of different
In
baskets.
a lot of different baskets.
Something that some of us struggle with.
Yeah, quite possibly. Myself included.
Oh, come on, Michael.
Oh, look. I do like my
Don't
blindfolded events.
Don't downplay your achievements like that. The Jasper finishes. Oh no, that looks like a warm-up solve. We have some.
Okay, we have Feliks now actually onto solve.
I believe this is his 4th.
I believe
or
so.
5th. Almost there, yeah. For anyone who's not aware, who's tuning in, this might be your first Rubik's Cube competition they've seen. The format is each competitor receives a fairly scrambled cube 5 times, and they'll get 5 attempts, all of which are the middle 3, right? The outliers, a mean is calculated from the middle 3 and places them ranking with the other competitors.
We are obviously
45.
focusing on red stage for the majority of this, but just behind, I think Dwayne Ramos has got a 135 6x6 single.
Wow.
So, and he uses Maya, so that's.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. So Maya. This is more for
yeah.
those who are well versed in cubing, but it's basically the big cube method that all Roo solvers predominantly use. And he's setting some really fast times with it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I think that's probably Maya world record. But he does seem very happy with that. Back onto red stage now. We have Chris is starting his 4th. Team Kookaburra has had a good showing so far at this Oceanic Championships.
Definitely, especially in the podiums yesterday as well.
Yesterday, yep. I think so far Kookaburra has been on all 4 podiums.
And 2 of those were you, or 1?
2 of those.
Yeah.
And then we had James, who podiumed in multi-blind, and Jay winning FMC.
Yeah, amazing.
So not only are we 4 from 4 for podiums, Team Kookaburra, the stream team over here, we're also 3 out of 4 wins. So
come on,
it only gets better from here, folks. This is the year of the
I guess you could say we're laughing at our competition, right?
Oh no.
I won't be. I'll just give you a heads up. I'm not podiuming in anything, Michael.
Oh no. It is an Oceanic Championship, though. You can probably be forgiven.
Yes,
there's a lot of strong competition. There's no free podiums here. Every event is quite well covered across the continent. Yeah,
this sort of competition isn't somewhere where you rock up and get lucky and place, right? It's everyone's practicing, everyone's really looking forward to this and showing that they've put in the work to get those times here.
Yeah. What I'm just discovering from reading chat is that 136 single from Dwayne is actually New Zealand national record for 6x6. So not only is it setting Maya world records, it's setting official records as well.
Yeah, national record for New Zealand.
So that's fantastic.
And with double parity, according to Cuba. Congratulations, Dwayne.
I feel like we'll be seeing a lot of records from Dwayne over this championship. He is also another one of our cubers in Oceania who is very well rounded.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
He's got 3x3 OH OCR. That is the Oceanic record and 3rd in the world for that. And he also has Scube average Oceanic record as well. And not only that, also obviously being quite good at 5 and 6 by 6.
Yeah.
So he's very, very talented at a lot of events.
Yeah, we can't see him exactly on the green stage back there, but he is turning fast. He's a machine at 6 by 6. Yeah,
absolutely.
Feliks has finished his average,
and it looks like Chris might have as well. I'm not sure what the outcome of that is. They were comparing, I believe.
Yeah, I think similar times for both of them.
They were quite similar throughout.
Yeah. Bit up and down.
I think Chris will still have one more solve. Oh no, the kookaburra's fallen over.
Not our mascot. Okay, yes, Chris going on to his final solve of the average.
Come on, Chris. Besides him, we also have Jasper Murray doing another mega solve. He's about 30 seconds into that now. And it's looking quite good. Okay, Jasper Murray. No, he's not too happy with that one. It was a 46 in the end. But we're looking at Chris Mills currently on station number 4.
On the left here, yes, with his
doing,
kookaburra.
I believe it's his last solve. Kookaburra in tow.
He's travelled from the UK to be.
Chris has actually done a bit of a trip around Oceania. He was
he
was in Melbourne. He was in Melbourne probably about a month ago for Melbourne Cube Days. That was his first competition. He flew straight from the UK over to Melbourne to compete in that. And then flew to New Zealand, competed at NZ Nationals.
Yeah, which was just in the lead up to this.
That was just last week, actually. So Chris looks quite happy. I might have to pick his brain, see if it was good. The kookaburra.
Here on the right, we have Riley Dexter about to finish one of his final solves.
Yep, just nearing the final stages now.
Looks like he's having a bit of trouble with last layer there. Not like him.
Slightly, no.
That's unfortunate.
So it's a 56 for him. So he's counting that 51 he got earlier, which I don't think he'll be too happy with. But regardless, I'm actually not so sure what average would make finals, but I would be quite surprised if Riley doesn't make finals, even with counting.
Yeah, I would imagine sub 1, right? Would.
Oh, I would think quite comfortably sub 1.
Definitely,
yes.
would be close to making finals anyway.
All right, so we're just finishing up this group of Megaminx.
Yeah, and we have another group of Megaminx and 6x6.
Another group of Megaminx, yes.
The final heat of Megaminx, and 6x6 will be continuing after that with 7x7.
There are going to be some big players in this next Megaminx group. Very excited to see Alexander Vucic, current OCR holder, and I think it's top 10 in the world, World rank 7.
You know, this next heat will be great as well. And a little bit after that, Michael is going to be joined by a special guest, and he'll be giving you guys a recap on what went down yesterday, day 1 of the competition.
Okay, Alexander's average is 10th in the world.
Yeah,
with a 33.07.
30. Wow, that's very impressive.
That's very impressive.
World record 10.
Yes, it's sub Feliks Zemdegs single.
Wow.
So he is definitely a red hot favourite for this.
Yeah, it's amazing how much Megaminx has progressed in the last few years. Hey,
and it's amazing how different styles can still get the same times. Yeah. Particularly in New Zealand, James McDiarmid for a long while was NR holder, and he's very smooth, focusing a lot on efficiency. And Alexander is very TPS, look ahead. He turns very, very quickly, and it's a spectacle to see, especially for someone who's not as well versed in Mega.
No, definitely.
I have no idea how it's even.
Yeah, it's something where you look at that even as a cuber, and you think, can someone really solve that in under 30 seconds? It's fascinating, and that must be Chris's final solve, 45.
Close to. I think he must have been on track for PR and lost it there because he's not He's not.
Had something go wrong in that solve.
Yeah, a little bit dejected. And the kookaburra's fallen. Oh no.
Oh no. How
That's
the
just a
mighty
bad
have
sign.
fallen.
How far we have fallen.
Symbolic. No, he should be happy with that average though. He had
Anything
some really
that
strong
makes it into
solves at the
finals,
start, and
yeah,
he'll for sure be into the finals.
yeah. It's nice to get good times in the first round, but ultimately the subsequent rounds, especially, there's only 2 rounds of Mega Mix.
Yeah,
here,
and
so
it's a common thing at big competitions like this, and even small ones. You know, it's a lot of these competitors. It's their first solves of the competition.
yeah,
Like this is their very first round, possibly, or if not, they may have competed in one event yesterday.
yeah.
Something like that.
So nerves are
yeah, it's
at their
nerve-wracking.
peak.
It's a big stage, you know. They've got the cameras on them. If you're on the
Yeah.
red stage, like
Yeah. Nerves are at their peak, especially if Mega Minx is an event you care about doing well in. It's the first up for today, and it's obviously really hard to do well first thing in the morning.
Kiwi Cuba's telling us that Dwayne's average was 145.
Wow, Dwayne's got double NR.
Yeah, wow.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Did Ben Kirby hold NR before then? I believe he did. Chris has just joined us back at the streaming desk now. It's kind of a so-so average in the end. Was it PR potential? No. Okay.
There was a few solves that were like, I felt they were better. Like I fist bumped for 44 because I thought it was better, and then I looked at the time and realized.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so looks like people in chat, they're obviously, if you're viewing from North America or Europe or, you know, a long way away, like the time zones are going to be funny, but we will be streaming for, I believe, until 7 until about 8 p.m.
About 8 o'clock
in Melbourne
local time
tonight. So that gives you about 10 hours from now, basically.
Rubik's Relay will hopefully be on at a good time for a lot of you.
That's
It's just such a
stick.
shame that Australia is such a different time zone to everywhere else.
But
a lot of major cubing countries.
Yeah. But we'll be on all day for the
All
next couple
day,
days.
yes.
So make sure you tune in, have a look at the schedule.
There'll
on the
always
World
be
Cube
something to
Association.
catch your eye, hopefully.
Oh, definitely.
And what we've got next up is this next group of Mega with 2 Kiwis on stations 1 and 2. The 2 we were talking about just before. So Alexander Vuzic, OCR holder, and just an incredible solver to watch.
What a great duo there.
Yeah, fantastic. And continuing, I think we haven't seen him solve yet today. Asher Kim.
Yep, Asher Kim and Yibo there.
Yes, on stations 3 and 4.
On stations 3 and 4. And then to the left of them, we have some Australian competitors. We've got Zach Graham, who's a solid Mega Mix solver as well.
And if any of you Victorian cubers know Brian Allen, you'll know he's just about the most Australian person who's ever attended a cubing competition.
He might win an award today for most Australian.
Yes.
It's a great little piece of culture to share.
It's fantastic.
Share with the world here on stream.
He's a fantastic guy above all.
Of course, yeah.
But he's got style. He's got a very distinct style, in fact.
So yeah, moving into this next heat, Mega is at the front once again, and we've got 6x6 behind that.
And we're just about to kick off. James McDermott on station number 2 is about to begin solve number 1.
Now, like you said, James has a very smooth and efficient method that, you know, he might not turn as fast as some of the other competitors you'll see, but he certainly doesn't stop much, and he's very fluid with his solves.
Yes. Another thing that is special about this round is that Alexander doesn't record his own solves. So
Yeah.
if Alexander gets something good today, you can rest assured that there will be
We'll
very
try
high
and
quality
capture-
footage of it
yeah,
all, and we'll
definitely.
capture it as best we can. Okay, James at the moment just on PLL.
And
Oh, it's a +2.
oh, he gets 45. Now James is the third seed, and Alex coming in at the first seed for Megaminx in this competition.
Psych sheets can be a little bit deceiving in this regard because James hasn't been practicing as much Mega in the lead up to this competition.
Yes.
He's actually been focusing on multi-blind, which is definitely on a different plane to Megaminx.
Yeah, very brain intensive. Alongside Megaminx. So he starts off with
A 47.
47, yeah.
A 45 +2. Okay, and Alexander now. So
We can't see much of his solve under the table, but oh,
it's a 34 and he's
34.
not happy with it. That just tells you the level that that he's at, where a 34 is a bad solve.
yeah, right.
And even still, it's probably the fastest solve we've seen thus far on this stream.
I think so, yeah.
I hope, I personally hope, and I hope a lot of other people too, hope we get to see something that he's happy with on this stream, because it'll be a
yeah.
spectacle to watch.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Okay, and we've got Zach Graham on station 5 about to start.
But to start his solve,
first.
I think he's been practicing a little bit in the lead up to this. He's hasn't been happy with his results at the last couple Brisbane competitions.
I have seen a lot of improvement recently in the Queensland Megaminx community.
Yeah, with Jamie Otsu as well.
Jamie Otsu
Getting sort of setting the state record and getting really high up there.
Yep.
I
Believe it would have been NR2 if James Holdsworth of WA didn't have a competition on the same day.
Yeah,
So
that's right. Hey, so it pushed him down to 3, but I believe it was 48.
I think it's 47.
7, yeah, it's a good average.
47.86 it was.
47.86.
That was for Jamie. I don't believe... Have we seen Jamie compete so far today? What group was he in?
James McDermott inspecting now for his second solve on the left here, station 2.
Alexander's about to start as well.
Yeah,
But
both of them.
for now, let's see what James is going to be capable of on his second.
Yeah, once again, if you're just tuning in or unsure of the format here, the Megaminx is a 12-sided puzzle. And these two are a pretty prime example of this competition of how to solve it.
Yeah, these
quickly.
are definitely two to watch.
Definitely.
Not just in this round, but also
In the finals, yeah, for sure.
in the finals. It's a very slim chance that these two don't qualify for finals.
And you can see just at the bottom of the table there how quickly Alexander is turning here.
Alexander gets a 30.18. How is the penalty?
It looks like it could be
It's good.
It's good.
Okay. It's good. No penalty there.
He's happy with that. 30 that's a very, very competitive time.
Absolutely. So close to sub 30, but there's really no cause for complaint there. It's still a fantastic solve. Celebrates accordingly.
He almost threw it off the table there.
Almost.
Got very excited. Understandably.
Yes, without a doubt.
Here we have we have Asher and Yibo. Yibo's about to finish his second or third solve, I believe. He gets a 40. I think you should be happy with that. That's a solid solve for him.
Quite so. Asher practicing 3x3 more so. But
Getting ready for the later events.
yeah, he's definitely one of the main players we have in 3x3. He also has third in the world single, the second ever 3-second solving competition done by Asher.
Representing the United States.
Yes. It's a very multicultural top 5. We had Yiheng Wang from China. I was quite excited personally to see him, but he's not around.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He couldn't make it, unfortunately.
It's a very competitive psych sheet for 3x3
It
as
is
well.
quite a competitive psych sheet.
Gonna be exciting.
Our top 2 competitors, Leo Borromeo and Feliks Zemdegs.
Yeah.
2 massive names.
And with Jody as well, that's 3 competitors in the top 10 in the world there for average. 4 sub-6.
Jody just rounding out the top 10. He is currently 10th in the world. We have James and Alexander now on stations 1 and 2. Just about to start their third solves in sync. Might see an interesting little head-to-head battle here. Starting very similar times.
Yeah, very similar again.
Be very happy to see some good times.
Different styles, hey.
Very different styles.
For a lot of competitors, solving under the table gives them a better view,
yes.
a more comfortable position, depending on their preference. You know, maybe their height, maybe their what you're used to at home, I suppose. Because for a lot of people, it's obviously a very different environment, right? Being on a plastic chair at a plastic table, compared to maybe wherever you're sitting at home, what they're used to. So making a comfortable environment's important.
Absolutely.
He's not happy with that at all.
Alexander's not happy, no. 39 is not what he would have been looking for. He's still got... I would say he's still very comfortably in first place at the moment. Okay, and Asher also just about to finish his I believe his third, station number 4. Oh, and he just DNF'd it. Okay. Sure, it wasn't one
disappointing with the counting.
Imagine being disappointed with a counting 34.
That's right. He's taking a moment to
regroup, I suppose, yes.
Take some deep breaths, which is important to shake off the nerves.
Yep.
For a first average of the day.
It is his first average outside of New Zealand as well. So
I'm
sure
really?
That would be
first international.
Yes, to my knowledge at least. And on a big stage, the Oceanic Championship obviously is going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. Be difficult for it to not be at least a little nerve-wracking.
Oh, you're coming in as the first seed and having the camera
and
pointed straight at you.
Pointed at you. He would know that as well.
2 larrikins commenting on your every move.
Yep.
Poor guy, really.
Every move, quite literally.
I don't know if I can follow every move of his. They're a little bit fast for me.
There's quite a few of those.
Yeah, definitely. What have we got?
Okay. Looks like we have a repeat of Solves 3 on stations 1 and 2. James and Alexander starting in close proximity to each other. Okay, James
Both
beginning his solve
going
now.
for their 4th solve here.
Yes.
So 2 more to go, where their best and worst solves out of those 5 are outliers, and the middle 3 averaged out to calculate their mean here, which is Alexander seems worried about with his 34, which is not like him to count, but it's only the first round.
However, that being said, his average in competition is 33, so it's not that far behind his average. There's still potential for him to set PR here, depending on what this solve is. So 33. So with that 30-second solve on solve number 2, there is still potential for him to set a new PR, new Oceanic record.
Yeah, and
which will be a excited to see this last solve now.
Definitely. And with, a 33 and a 34, it's going to come down to what this last solve is, whether it brings those counting solves down or brings them up.
So what I can tell you now is that now that we're four solves in, because of how the average is calculated in competitions, where you take out your best solve and your worst solve, we can tell you that Alexander's best possible average, if he somehow manages to get better than 30.18, will be 32.71.
Which would break his...
It would break his Oceanic record, which is currently at just over 33 seconds. So we beat it by about a quarter of a second.
He's waving.
He's waving at us.
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. I think that's the best way to carry yourself if you know you're up for something good, is just to take the pressure off.
Essentially, if he can do his best here, he's got a chance to break the Oceanic record at the Oceanics in this first round.
In a first round. And what a way to start your international debut, I suppose.
Hey. We've got all of our red stage just waiting at the moment for their cubes to be scrambled.
Yes.
It's a great setup here, really. We've got scrambling tables on each side, hidden away, of course, from the competitors to keep things fair and regulated, and the competitor area at the back.
Yes,
and beforehand, and now they're all set in their set stations.
The crew that's been assembled to help this competition run as fluently as possible. It's quite extraordinary just how many helping hands we have. Yeah,
to see all the judge stations filled out and a surplus of crew, keep making sure things run smoothly and on time. It's important for a big competition, I suppose. Hey,
absolutely. Alexander now on his last. Let's see what time he gets here. Obviously, best possible average is a 32.7. If you can beat a 30.18 single,
let's have a look at station
he'll
1.
know what time he needs.
Alexander.
It's looking typical Alexander style at the moment. Very fluent solving.
He's almost onto last layer. Yeah.
Almost. Let's see how he goes.
We have no visuals yet, but
so 30.81. 30.81.
He is
gives
over the
him
moon
an
with
average of 5 of sub 33, so it's a 32.92. That's an Oceanic record.
He breaks it by just over 0.1 of a second. Less.
A little bit more.
Oh,
he beats it by 0.15.
1.5, yeah.
But even still, he will be very excited with that.
How's that in the first round already?
In the first round, not even...
exciting. This is the sort of
still got one more round to go, but that's it. That's the Oceanic record. Congrats, Alexander. Woo. So big stories early in the day. 32.92.
Amazing, yeah. And James goes on his last solve here.
So that's definitely the highlight of the morning so far.
Oh, definitely. Should be very
Alexander breaking his own
his own
and Oceanic record, and breaking a second barrier, going for sub 33.
Yeah, and even with that, 39, he wasn't happy with. He managed to take those breaths, in the middle there and come back and
even
stay focused.
Even counting a 34-second solve, which 34 wasn't his worst solve, and he even wasn't happy with that. So
no, he's done really well to crack that.
Definitely more left in the tank, I would say.
James
watch this space in the finals.
Onto last layer. Oh, something's gone a bit astray there, but he finishes 47.
47.9. So he will end up with a 45.15 average, as that's his worst solve of this average of 5, which is it's quite some way off his personal record, which he actually, I believe he set that last week at New Zealand Nationals, which is quite formidable after not practicing.
That's right. Hey,
or not having it as your main focus, at least.
You're competing, I think, now, Michael.
Oh, yeah. I might have to sub out now, guys. It's been lovely chatting with you.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see you again soon.
Oh, I hope to be in very, very short.
Welcome, James. Thank you. Hello. I'm
Hello.
joining the stream. I've subbed
Yeah.
Michael out because he's going to compete now, I think.
Yep.
Or he's going to be competing soon, anyway.
A little bit of shuffling around, but welcome, James, to the stream.
Thank you.
Let's and how do you feel about that average? We were just watching you very closely.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah.
Pretty mediocre. Recently at home I've been averaging like sort of 38, 39, that
Yeah,
sort of
right.
territory. And yeah, I've been doing quite well in the last few days, but yeah, just I guess the pressure of going up on the big
happens.
screen for the
It
first time.
happens, hey. Yeah. Especially that was your first solves today, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was warming up a little bit, but wasn't super fast in warm up. But still like mid low 40s. So make finals, which is
and
all
you've
that I
got the
really
finals,
care about.
So
exactly.
that's to look forward to.
But it was also pretty epic just having Alexander next to me.
Yeah,
popping off like that. He's been insanely fast at home for so long, so it's
Crazy,
just
hey.
awesome to see him getting these sub 33 now. Hopefully like even faster soon.
And Michael was saying like this is his first competition outside of New Zealand as well, correct?
Yeah.
So already in his first round.
Yeah, it's
breaking
ridiculous.
that,
It's ridiculous.
That's like he handles those nerves really well.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a return to form for him because obviously he's a local competitor for me, so I see him at like all our competitions. And when he was like an up and coming mega mixer, like when I had the national records and he was coming up and he was the next best thing, he just had unbelievable nerve management. Like he'd come in and get like overall PBs every competition. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then he sort of like fell off for a bit and just for the last like year or something, he's really had difficulties with handling his nerves. And he'll just be super shaky, and he'll like average 31, 32 at home and go and get like 36 averages in comp.
Yep.
So it's just awesome to see him getting that.
Bring that down to basically
Yeah, exactly.
a really competitive time there.
Yeah, and I think definitely at home he's one of the best mega mixers in the world right now.
Yeah.
So it's just it's awesome to see him getting times that reflect that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Hey.
Yeah.
We're moving now into 6x6 and 7x7.
Cool. So have you seen anything big from 6x6 so far?
Dwayne, right?
Yeah,
Dwayne setting I think getting the NR.
Yeah,
for
I think it was
single and mean.
Yeah, 145 mean, 135 single. I think it was.
Something. Yeah, really good.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a stat nerd personally, and I like to track New Zealand's Kinch ranks, which is for the people in chat who don't know, it's basically a way of ranking how countries perform overall relative to one another. And so New Zealand with that record and Alexander's record, I think will have just moved ahead of the UK in Kinch ranks.
Oh wow!
Which put us 8th in the world.
Yeah, nice.
Which is really exciting to see because New Zealand, sort of when I started cubing, or when I started competing anyway, back in like 2015, New Zealand was like 30th, 40th best country in the world. And we've got this new wave of talent coming through, which is really exciting.
Definitely.
Dwayne, Alexander, like Adrian, who you'll see later, Jasper, who has the Pyraminx world record. This bunch of insanely talented young guys. They've been doing some big things.
Yeah, we see that all the time. New records popping up from New Zealand. It's like
exactly.
And a lot of young competitors as well, right? It's really the new age of up and coming talent. Hey.
Yeah, and it's cool as well because we're such a small community that they're all really good mates with one another.
Yeah,
and I think
that's a big thing.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it as well. It's like having this sort of elite group to sort of push each other to be better. I guess they've got that real like just like culture to excel. Yeah,
that's great.
So it's really cool to see. So do we know who we've got coming up in this group? Do we have groups open here?
Yeah. The next tab along there.
Cool. I'll just see if we have anyone. Oh, it's just going to be 7x7 up on stage, is it?
Yeah, round one of
so
7x7.
Andy Gong, Jasper Murray. I think Marquez might be fast. Yeah. So none of the huge names, no Felixes, but some pretty speedy guys there.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Charlie Eggins as well on the red stage, who I believe hasn't put a huge amount of time into his big cubes yet.
No, but it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time.
Charlie just, whatever he turns his hand to, he excels almost immediately.
Every event he's really pushing his own envelope with that. So
obviously best known for 3-blind, being one of the best cubers in the world there. But
which is insane when you consider he's only been cubing for about 2 or 3 years, about 3 years now.
Yeah, well, even at the start of this year, I think he averaged about 45 seconds on 3-blind. And I remember like talking to him on Discord and seeing his work ethic and seeing his improvement rate. And I was telling him, I'm like, mate, by the end of the year, you're going to be world class. You're going to average 16 on 3-blind.
And that's come true. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's just incredible. So yeah, it'll be very exciting to see what he does.
Also, we've got Lucas and a few other local competitors from where I am up in Queensland.
Yeah.
A few familiar faces, but
Yeah. Yeah, we've got Hayden in chat asking, Tom, do you think it's the same in Queensland what James said about New Zealand? I guess that's with it being like a small community and the new wave of talent.
Yeah, within Australia, the Queensland was long behind for for a lot of years, and it's interesting to see, especially lately, like us shift to where, like, you know, it was always New South Wales and Melbourne.
Yeah,
I feel like Melbourne's still the strongest by far.
Absolutely.
Which is because they, I think, have the biggest community as well.
Yeah,
and it's established as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Feliks lived there forever.
Of course, yeah. But no, it's definitely been that way with Conan yesterday.
Yep.
Breaking his own clock OCR once again.
Yeah. Just twice in the span of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And who else? Like, yeah, we've got some solid side event solvers, like, and it's getting a lot more competitive. I remember a couple of years ago, right? Like, I could podium with like a 9-second average or something.
No, I know exactly what that's like.
And now we've got Toby and Charlie who have just like propelled us to 7 second, you know, getting every round.
Yeah, and I mean, Toby even podiuming in Ausnats, right?
His first podium, coming third there. So it's like
crazy.
Yeah, a lot of young talent and really competitive now.
Yeah. And it's also cool to see the community growing overall as well, because I know you just got 4 new delegates, I think. Is that right?
4 new trainee delegates, all just a couple of weeks ago accepted at the same time. So
so it's going to be exciting to see what it does to the comp scene up there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been great. The last couple of years we've had a lot of competitions despite not having any Queensland delegates.
Yeah, you just had to fly people over from down south mostly. So
no doubt that will be a lot easier and you know, more competitions overall with that coming in.
Yeah, definitely.
And on that note, it'll be interesting tonight, the Rubik's Relay. Yeah. Right, we've got 16 teams from all the Australian states and New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, so that'll really show us, like, you know, where although it's in a sort of best of one, you know, sort of thing, it'll be an interesting viewing of how all the talent is dispersed around Oceania.
Yeah. And on the subject of New Zealand and Queensland, I think I'm actually in the Rubik's Relay, and my first matchup is against Queensland 1. So I'll be going up against Charlie and Toby and Jay.
Oh,
which is
that's
be
tough.
It's a tough match.
Wow.
Yeah, we were practicing a bit yesterday, averaging about 25 seconds, which I think is not too bad, but might not be up to standard.
Jay's looking excited about that.
Just off.
He's ready to demolish New Zealand.
Yeah. I'm also excited with the Rubik's Relay to see all the costumes people have planned.
Yeah.
I don't think my team's had anything because we had to, you know, fly in and put our team together relatively last minute, I think. But there's
a prize for best
dressed.
There's
a prize, yeah. And I heard you've been saying big things.
You
reckon Queensland's
I don't know
about home?
Yeah, I think we've got a few from Queensland, a few interesting characters.
Yeah.
I know some people will be looking very formal.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way. I don't want to spoil it, but you know,
a bit better than the sort of t-shirts and jeans we're seeing people competing in right now.
Yeah. No, I don't know if you saw, but like in June or something when we did like our 23-hour competition.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You were we had about 15 or 20 of us that all wore full suits.
Well, you got to for a comp like that.
Yeah, no, it was
big event. Wear your best clothes.
Yeah, it was pretty tiring and uncomfortable after 20 hours though.
Yeah. Yeah. How was the 23-hour comp in general? Because that's just a crazy idea.
You guys are doing one, right?
I don't think so.
No,
not as far as I'm aware.
Oh, I thought it was getting planned. No, it was great. Really tiring. I wasn't. I was only there for about 18 hours or something. I think. But even
only 18.
Only 18. Yeah. Full props to the people who stayed from 5 a.m. until.
Yeah.
It must have been till 4 the next morning. Like
that's insane.
It's intense. And mentally taxing, I imagine, especially because there was Big Blind, there was FMC, there was multi.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just quick events all day, like a lot of challenge there, so.
Yeah. the sort of events that you'd really think you need to be well rested for. But,
Yeah.
people turning up and doing big things anyway.
And even in a normal competition, right? Like people have trouble, maybe because FMC those sort of events tend to get pushed to the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Before the other competitors are showing up. So
yeah, like yesterday, just like first thing in the morning. I think it was 4 blind actually, but then, FMC after that. But yeah. Yeah, Luke and chat confirming that we are not doing a 23-hour competition.
Oh, shame, guys.
That's what I figured.
You should. It's amazing.
Someday, maybe. Someday. Once we've got some more crazy organisers on board.
Keaton Ellis says, I don't know who's in the team, but I'm cheering for New South Wales number 2.
Of course. Was that just a random pick out of a hat or what?
He rolled the dice.
Yeah, exactly.
And he pointed somewhere on the Australian map and he's picked that.
Yeah, just throw a dart at an Australian
yeah,
map.
throw a dart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair point by Hayden as well. Jay has moved to Queensland.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of popped off since Jay moved there, really. I don't know if that has anything to do with it or it's just coincidental timing, but yeah. And obviously Jay being one of the best FMCers in the world now, he obviously contributes to that.
Yeah.
And having just become Oceanic champion yesterday.
Yeah, Oceanic champion yesterday. Another dub for
Team Kookaburra. Yep. Been racking them up.
Which you guys will see Jay on the stream.
Yep.
Later today after lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, should be good.
The McNeill effect, someone's called it.
The McNeill effect, absolutely.
The McNeill effect.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, he's bringing solid gold.
Yeah, just inspires new talent.
And Keaton says, yes, the dart landed in the second New South Wales.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I was seeing Charlie solving right now. Hopefully he does something well.
Is this 6 or 7 on the front?
I'm pretty sure this is 7.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. The annoying thing about streaming 6 and 7, or one of the annoying things anyway, is there are so many people who solve under the table.
Yeah,
so we're looking at it, it's just there's so little you can see, really.
Yeah, we were saying that about Alexander's solves, like, especially these the longer it is, people tend to want to be more comfortable and put the cube down under the table.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I opt for the sitting on the leg approach. I don't know if you saw that during
propping yourself up. Yeah.
Same effect, really, but I don't know.
That view over the cube is
Yeah.
increased as well.
I think it's good.
But yeah, it's great to see so many competitors doing 6 and 7 as well. Qualifying for it here.
Yeah. So we've just got results for Megaminx that I believe have just come through. We've got Alexander in first, of course, with his OCR average, which is 32.93 average. It's been officialized. Now it's official.
Yep.
Feliks in second with 41.72. Chris in third and me in fourth. So Team Kookaburra taking out 3 of the top 4 spots, but unfortunately none of us able to take down Alexander with that ridiculous
with a
average.
9-second lead there.
Just
That's
a little
insane.
bit. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have a recap of Thursday now and an interview with Jay McNeill.
Yeah.
Be swapping out.
This on. Ayo. Test.
Hello. Welcome to stream, Jay.
Hey, thanks for having me. What's good?
It's been a good day so far. We've obviously seen Alexander with some ridiculous times.
Yeah. OCR average.
Yep.
Something in the low 30s, I think.
32.93. So
okay.
Yeah. That's his first sub 33 in Oceania. It's pretty exciting.
Damn, good stuff.
So obviously you won FMC yesterday.
I did.
What can you tell us about that?
I borderline didn't deserve. My first 2 attempts are really, really bad. Like compared to what I've been getting unofficially recently, I'm not particularly happy with the performance result-wise. But like obviously, you only get 1 shot every 2 years to get a continental title like this. Whereas like for results-based aspirations, I can do that anytime. Like I've got a couple meets coming up.
Yeah.
January. So try not to stress too much about it. So just happy to get the dub.
Yeah, so a big championship like this is where you really want to just kind of safety rather than worry about getting a good result if it's might be riskier.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I went a little too safe,
Yeah.
because after the first two, me and David Roach were actually tied going into the final solve, and I only managed to beat him by 2 moves on the last one because he kind of popped off. So
Yeah.
I do need to find a balance between like safety and getting good results, because I kind of just scrambled something together at the end, which was not kind of how I would like to safety.
Yeah,
long term.
and certainly I guess most of the attempts you've been doing at home, you're not really worrying about safety. You're just going for whatever's good. And
yeah, pretty much. Like I DNF a lot at home because I feel like, well, it's not great practice for this kind of environment. It is a better way to improve, like kind of forcing yourself to keep a high pace and push for good solutions. Like in my case, I'm trying to push for 23 or better every attempt, and obviously I only did that once this weekend, which is not great, but always next time.
Yeah, but you still got it. So that's it's good. Another dub for Team Kookaburra.
Yep.
Love to see it.
What are we, 3 for 4?
3 for 4, yeah. And we're 4 for 4 on podiums, but 3 for 4 overall. So what else can you tell us about what happened yesterday then in the other events?
So I mean, I didn't do any of the other events. I just dropped out of everything.
But overall.
Yeah, so overall, so like Thursday recap wise, so Michael Tripodi, he took it home for 4 and 5 blind. I don't think he's particularly happy with his results for either, especially 5 blind if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And then multi-blind was a big upset. Sorry to bring this up. I know
that's
it's
okay.
It's
a bit of a sore spot, but that's fine.
Yeah, so both you and Michael kind of fumbled the bag, so to speak. And,
you could say that.
I mean, you at least still got 3rd, which is respectable.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tom ended up taking it home with, I think, what was it, like 25?
24 out of 25,
24
I think it was.
Out of 25. Yeah, which is, I imagine, really good for him. So
yeah. Apparently he missed PR by a +2.
Oh, no.
Which is just incredible. Like, not even on the hour either. Just, like, happened to be almost exactly the same time, almost the exact same points result. But, just a +2 away.
Yeah, but, like, either way, I don't imagine, like, Tom is, like, maybe super well known to, like, I guess, like, the wider cubing community. Like, probably in, like, more niche circles, people know who he is. Like, he's obviously been really good at blind stuff for quite a while. So it's good to see, like, him get some sort of title like this.
Yeah, exactly. And especially in 3 blind, I think he's probably up there with... Michael and Jack when he's like on form as probably Australia's 2nd best blinder.
Yeah, he's definitely.
I don't know which of the 3 of them would be there, but I'd probably say those are the 3 I'd put in the conversation for 2nd best. But yeah, it's cool to see him doing multi because I don't think he was on anyone's radar as like a candidate to win really.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely a sleeper pick, but
a
very solid blinder nonetheless. Like I'm pretty sure he's good at all of them.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, it's definitely cool to see someone unexpected get the win, because as Michael says, it's always boring when one of the favourites gets it.
We love a good underdog story here.
We do love
Oceanics.
it. Yeah, and even 2nd place was Swami, whose last name I don't quite know how to pronounce. I think Srinivasan or something. But
he would be even less well known. Like because I know him obviously, like going to Melbourne comps for like 10 years, but I didn't realise he'd actually gotten good at blind to such a level. So that's really awesome to see.
Well, I think he's very much a multi-blind specialist. Like he. I think he uses M2OP, like a real OG.
Yep.
That
tried and true.
Yep, tried and true. Can't go wrong with it. And yeah, I think he's been sort of pushing 29, 30 cubes, somewhere around that level for a little while now. So it's really cool to see him doing something big on a major stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled for him. Yeah, good
and
stuff.
I think it actually ended up being a very tight podium. I think Swami got 19 points, I got 18, and Michael got 17. So there was a tough battle to round out those last 2 spots below Tom.
For sure. I would also say like the FMC podium was kind of similar. Like we have a pretty cool lineup. Like other than me, David Roach, who I'm hoping we can get on later for an interview.
Yeah.
He's over 50 years old. Like he's an over 50 cuber.
Yeah.
He got a 25.3 mean. So he's 4th in Australia. Like well and truly top 100 in the world. And that's just like a fantastic result. Also doesn't use DR. So like getting that kind of mean. Yeah.
Wow.
No DR. Just block building, maybe some EO starts, insertions. Like,
we do love to see that.
I mean, I don't.
You don't, of course, but I love to see it.
Yeah.
It's much more interesting.
But like, what I do love to see is just like someone of that age, like, because like this is the biggest comp of the year, right? And like biggest major since Worlds, I would say. And a 50-plus-year-old is on a podium.
Yeah, that might be the first time that's happened.
Yeah, like that.
Certainly that happened, back in the day, but in the last sort of 5
doing
years
it in the modern era where there's like there are a good number of people here that use DR.
Yeah.
And aside from me, he beat all of them. Like. Yeah. That's I would go as far as to say it's historic, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, So that was awesome. And then like third place we had because it's FMC. It's so typical to get a tie of some kind in the podiums. Like Worlds 2017, you had 19 was tie for first place.
Yeah.
But yeah, this time third place was tie between Josh Hounslow and Riley Dexter.
Yeah.
So yeah, really, really interesting lineup for the podium. Some, I guess, expected but also unexpected placements, and also some unexpected results. So
I think Josh and Riley would have both have been in the conversation.
Yeah, so actually wise it made a lot of sense. Like I think people were probably expecting, at least myself, I was thinking like me, Josh, and then one of like Riley, David, and Nyron maybe. In some order.
Yeah, yeah. So for the people in chat who might not know, can you give a bit of a recap of what DR is and what it's done to the FMC meta in the last few years?
Yeah, sure. So DR's ruined everything. No, I'm kidding. So what
I'd agree with that.
So what DR is, it's essentially how computer software solves cubes the most efficient way. So it reduces the search space to a kind of simpler move group. The move groups, the way us humans do it, we do EO, so we eliminate the need for F and B quarter turns, so they become double turns only. Then DR does the same for the R and L side, so it's only 2 sides that can be done with quarter turns. And then from there it's HTR, so it's just all half turns, and then after that you solve the cube. So it's just like gradually reducing the search space. We do it in a few more steps compared to computers, but we have basically found that with good time management and good understanding of like how to solve each step efficiently, it's quite simple to get like what I would consider like competent at FMC, like in that 26 and below range is very, very achievable for anyone who wants to take the time to learn DR to a competent degree.
Yeah. So just deciphering some of that lingo in case some people aren't FMC specialists.
Yeah, sure. So like HTR, for example, that's half turn reduction, reducing the cube to half turns. Domino reduction being reducing the cube to that like a puzzle that resembles a domino cube or like 2x3x3.
Yep.
Basically a 3x3 without the E-slice.
Yep.
EO, edge orientation.
Yep.
And I think that should
I
cover
think that
the
was
lingo.
it. Yeah, those are the ones I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's certainly been interesting to see how domino reduction and half-turn reduction have sort of taken the FMC world by storm, and I'd say the last 3 years. Do you reckon that's about right?
I would say so. Like 2019 or 2020, like DR was starting to become a thing, but we weren't really sure how to approach finishes. There was the idea of HTR, but there was also a lot of like intuitive block building plus insertions, primarily edge-based insertions.
Yeah.
And then I think it would have been around like early 2021, I think Jack Love started developing a lot of half-turn reduction-based approaches and kind of came to the conclusion that you want to kind of focus through that lens.
Yeah.
And to me, it makes intuitive sense because domino reduction is largely about reducing the search space and simplifying the puzzle to something that is easier to solve efficiently.
Yeah.
And I feel like HTR just kind of takes that to its logical conclusion, which is why I think if you're going to do DR, you may as well do HTR.
Right, yeah. It just seems like the logical next step, really.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool to hear. And what about clock? Do you have any thoughts about clock? Because that was yesterday as well.
Yeah, I forgot to recap that. So, so I think there were 2 main things, actually 3. There was, a guy from New Zealand, Richard, DNF'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, so he was, I would say, one of the big names here, although a lot of people might not have known him because he kind of secretly grinded clock and got good at it, and then it was only last weekend actually at New Zealand Nationals when he really revealed himself to everyone and kind of debuted. I think he might have had clock results before that, but for want of a better word, debuted with a NR average, which is 5.24, I think.
Right.
So definitely in the conversation for one of the best in Oceania.
Yeah, I imagine he would have had a very realistic shot of podium, maybe even win, but it sounds like he, just like a lack of experience. Like I was telling both Zaid and Conan, like leading up to the first round, like you can get good results any comp.
Yeah.
Like, here you just need to make it to the final. Like if you get 1 DNF, just safety, get a crappy 8 average and just be fine with that.
And that's especially a problem in clock, isn't it? Because the DNF rate is so high. It's so easy to DNF.
Clock and blind are very DNFable events.
Yeah.
I guess maybe 6 and 7 too, but that's more due to like the format of Mina 3 rather than the inherent event itself.
Yeah. And I think also Richard uses no flip, which I think Caleb has proven to be definitely viable, and some other people are now getting really fast with it, especially I think Tommy Cherry as well with his 7 simul method. But one of the drawbacks of no flip is even though it's fast, it can be less reliable. And I think Richard definitely saw that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, because you have now a memo aspect to it, and you can't kind of like self-correct as you're doing the solve because you can't see the back, obviously.
Yeah, so you mess up on the back, you've just messed up. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate. But what are the two names there?
Yeah, so the other two names, there was Zaid and there were Conan. There was Conan. So Zaid got OCR at the time. It was a 4.7 something average.
Yeah.
And then he basically got Keatoned, as they say. Conan originally got 4.4.
Yeah.
But then one of the scrambles was a miss scramble because, obviously we've just got to always give Conan miss scrambles when he gets really good averages. Like it just happened a week before in New Zealand.
Yeah.
But he was able to basically replicate what he did in New Zealand and not let it affect him. Still got a 4.5 average, which is really, really good.
Yeah.
So, like, despite what I said earlier about how, like, majors aren't really necessarily about getting your best averages, like, they both happen to do it anyway. Like, it's PR for both of them.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
No, it's pretty crazy. It's especially crazy to me just how Conan's been managing his nerves. I think for a while, I don't know if he's getting nervous or just, like, wasn't quite at the level of OCR, but we knew he was capable of OCR and he just wasn't getting it for a while. And then... in New Zealand Nationals, he got this OCR average, but there were 2 extras, and so he had to hold his nerves out for 2 solves, and on both of them he managed to get 4s and secure the OCR average again. And then at this comp, he did the same thing, but with 1 extra. But it's a very, very impressive thing to see. I think we saw it with Timon with his world record average, famously.
Yeah, that's the most famous example by
famously
far.
Called the best solve of all time by a lot of people, or the greatest solve of all time, or whatever.
It's in the conversation, no doubt.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. And seeing Conan do the same sort of thing 2 weeks just back to back is just unreal, really.
Yeah. I just hope he doesn't have to keep doing can
absolutely.
we please just I know we have scramble signatures, but can we actually check the scramble? I don't want to get on my soapbox.
Yeah, no. No,
Please.
I mean most of our stuff here are really good, I think. And for the most part, I think there have been very few issues. But yeah, definitely fewer miss scrambles in clock, please, would be not a hot take, I don't think.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I think we're moving into the next group of 6 and 7 now.
Yeah, I think I'm actually meant to go up. So
okay, what group are you?
I'm group 7.
Group 7?
Yeah, 6x6.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. I guess we'll bring someone else in. Tom, probably?
We'll bring Tom back.
Yeah.
And then we'll sort it out from there. But yeah, you guys will see me back on a bit later. I'll be doing commentary for... what does it say on the schedule? I believe it'll be one-handed and... No, not one-handed. Yeah, one-handed and 4x4.
Yeah.
So once that's started, you'll see me back here speaking into the microphone, hopefully giving you all a good time. But thanks for the interview, James.
Cheers.
And I'll go do 6x6.
Yeah, good luck.
Godspeed.
Careful. Harry the Almighty Wombat in chat asking were they pin miss scrambles or real miss scrambles. So at this comp, I believe it was scrambled essentially upside down, so scrambled to 6 rather than 12. And one of the miss scrambles at New Zealand Nationals was the same thing, essentially the correct scramble but upside down.
Right.
Which is still not ideal, but it's more understandable, I think, than just a completely wrong scramble.
I think it is a lot of an easier fix. It's just make sure the clock's at 12 when you scramble it.
Exactly.
I can't talk. I actually personally I failed a clock PR single yesterday.
Oh no.
My clock PR single is 8.3 something.
Yep.
And I DNF'd to 7.5 because on my first side edges I solved them to 6.
Yeah. So exactly the same thing, but actually solving. Yeah. Okay.
And I get properly penalised for that. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a fun time.
Yeah.
Very fun.
It's just the magic of clock, really, eh?
Yeah. Clock. Magic of clock.
Yeah.
Some people might say that's an oxymoron.
You could say that.
You could.
Yeah.
Okay, who have we got now?
Looks like we have Dwayne over here on the red stage.
Yes.
On station 1. And Miles next one.
And forgive me, I've not been keeping up. This is 7x7.
This is 7x7.
This is 7x7.
You can see up on the screen over there.
Yes.
Group 2 of 7x7.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day, and it's only what?
It's not even 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Yeah. Gotta be a very long day.
Me, yeah.
Yeah.
But at least we have something good to finish it off. We
Exactly.
have a Rubik's Relay today.
Yeah. So
Should be very exciting.
Any predictions for that?
Any predictions? I think it's hard to go against Victoria 1.
Okay.
I think it's very, very difficult to look at a team comprised of Feliks Zemdegs.
Yep.
Greatest, argued by many,
Yeah.
and I would agree with this, greatest speedcuber of all time.
I'd say that's a pretty lukewarm take.
Yeah, it's a pretty lukewarm take. It's not that hot.
Yeah.
And then David Epstein, who is the first Victorian to ever beat Feliks Zemdegs in a competition. That was at this year's Melbourne Summer in January. And then we also have Riley Dexter, who for a long period of time was second in Oceania behind Feliks.
Yeah.
So I think you look at those three in one team, definitely going to be hard to top.
Am I right in thinking they all have sub-7 averages?
They do all have sub-7 averages, yes.
Yes, that's
at least I believe David does.
I'm pretty sure he does, yeah.
I'm 95% certain. But yeah, stranger things have happened.
Yep.
But it's going to be hard to root against them for the Rubik's Relay.
Yeah.
In
And of
my
course,
humble
you couldn't
opinion.
possibly be biased, could you?
Oh, not at all.
No.
Don't ask me where I'm from or anything like that.
Nah.
But,
An impartial observer.
David Epstein. Where is David Epstein? I feel like I've missed him. Yeah, 6.92. So they all have sub-7 averages.
Yep. I'd say probably the biggest threats to that team would be Queensland 1 and New Zealand 1, dare I say?
I think, absolutely. I'm very excited to see how those teams play out. Because, obviously, you've got Queensland 1 with two absolute stars in the making in Toby Sweifert. Came third at Australian Nationals.
Yep. First ever Nationals.
First ever Nationals on the biggest stage of his cubing career.
Yeah.
And a 2021 ID, so
and just absolutely
very
smashed
close to my heart.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And then Charlie Eggins as well, just absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, just ridiculous cuber.
Ridiculous, and he's going to do big things.
Yeah.
Probably sooner than we all expect.
Yeah. Oh, world records within the year, I would think.
And Jay McNeill.
Yep. Who was here too.
Yeah, Jay's obviously. Well, I mean, he actually PR'd single in Australian Nationals. Got rid of that 497, I think it was. That curse.
Yeah. No, I mean, he needs no introduction, really.
He doesn't need an introduction.
He's one of the most legendary cubers of all time, I think.
He's very. He has a very strict process as far as like improvement goes. So if you're interested in if you're stuck in a rut, I might I suggest to you that Speedcubing Solution, the course by Jay McNeill, is probably the place to go if you're looking at even if you're a 10-second cuber, we'll say, and you're looking at improving further. Yeah. Shameless plug, by the way.
Shameless plug, not affiliated at all. No, but definitely I think they're capable of very big things. And then on my end, not my team, but from my country, we've got New Zealand 1, which I think are probably underdogs to some, but are capable of very big things. So we have Dwayne Ramos, who's the NR holder, uses Rue famously, and he's just a ridiculously talented cuber. He, like Charlie, I think, is just excels at anything he turns his hand to. He's one of the best one-handed solvers of all time. I think sub-9 average now. He has the Rue world record, took it off Farmy 1 week ago. Just in this, just a couple of groups ago, he set the 6x6 national record with a 145 main. So he's an incredible all-rounder and just an excellent 3x3 solver.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was talking to Tom just before on stream about how he has such a strange combination of main events.
Oh, yeah.
Where his 3x3 OH is third in the world. He also has Scube OCR.
Yep. Got that a few years ago. Just sort of.
Yeah, that still kind of boggles my mind. And also, obviously, 6x6 double NR.
Yep.
So
absolutely. Yeah.
Anything he turns his hand at is bound to be good.
Yeah. Well, he's just an incredible all-rounder. I think he's probably taken over from Jay as. I don't actually know if he tops summer ranks for Oceania, but I think most people would agree that he's, if not the best all-rounder in Oceania at this point, one of the best.
I think at the moment it's still Riley Dexter.
Is it? Okay. That's interesting.
Very excited to see how 7x7 progresses with them.
Yeah. And then, in addition to Dwayne on Team New Zealand 1, we have Adrian of Ramerton, who's one of the best square one solvers in the world, I think.
And he uses Lin, doesn't he?
Uses Lin on square one, absolutely.
So that's the parallel to Rue for square one.
Yeah, you could say. And he's also just ridiculously fast. His focus has been more on square one in the last few years. He was very much a 3x3 specialist for a while. But he's got incredibly good at square one now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets, sub 6.5 square one average, something like that this comp.
Am I correct in saying that Adrian had the first ever New Zealand sub 6?
For square one?
For 3x3?
For 3x3. I'm not sure if it was Adrian or Ben, one of the two of them.
Right.
I think it was Adrian. Yeah, I think it was like 5.7.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was at like a major comp finals as well.
Yeah, actually, I think it was New Zealand Nationals 2019. Yeah. Or 20.
I think it might have even been 2020.
Yeah, I think it was 2020 down in Nelson.
New Zealand, one of the few lucky countries who was able
actually
to
have nationals in 2020.
Hold major competitions in 2020.
Yeah, and then rounding out the team after Adrian and Dwayne, we have Jasper Murray, who needs very little introduction. Just the best pyramid solver of all time, I would argue. Maybe not the greatest in terms of like the list of achievements, but he's just unbelievably fast.
Yeah.
He's pushed the event into completely new places.
Yeah, world record holder obviously is just unparalleled, and you get the feeling that he's still got more left in him.
Absolutely. He's capable of destroying the world record if he just strings together 4 good solves. Yeah. That's all it takes.
And even that, if I have a quick look at his pyramid results, I believe that that was his first ever OCR as well. Yeah. Which OCR at the time was 212. Yeah. So to go from slower than 212 to a 166 world record, it's just amazing that he was able to break through. His PR before that, the New Zealand national record, was actually a 215 average. Yeah. So he's dropped it by a long, long way, and then since then has just had countless sub-2 averages.
Yeah, and that was also incredible because that was his first average after 5 months without comps, I think. Yeah. He just came back, absolutely smashed it.
I did remember being not too familiar with Jasper, but I was speaking to Emmett Hobbs. Yeah. I was giving him a lift home from a Melbourne comp, and he said that once Jasper gets something good,
it's just done.
It's over.
Yeah, exactly.
And I didn't quite know exactly how insane he was. Yeah. Until obviously I had a look at his videos, and then the world record not long after that.
Yeah, it's just incredible. And Jasper's also an excellent 3x3 solver in his own right. He doesn't yet have a sub 7 average, but he's very, very capable of it. And he's actually capable of it with both CFOP and RU, I'd say. He's pretty much method neutral and sort of just kind of decides on the day or on a whim what he's going to do. Yep. Which I don't think is necessarily the best approach, but it works.
It's formidable.
Yeah, and he's still excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think the one thing that we're going to be doing in a sec is bringing, is it Tam or Tom?
Tam.
We're going to be bringing Tam on stream, who is obviously the multi-blind winner from yesterday.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's great. He's going to do a bit of an interview. I'll probably be subbing out for him, I think. So yeah, we've just seen a 248 from Dwayne, and I'm going to bring Tam on stream for an interview now.
All right. Good morning, Tam.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
Oh, fantastic. It's lovely that we could have you on today.
Yep.
Obviously, this is day 2 of Australian Nationals, but day 1 was yesterday, and there's a lot of things that went down in the blindfolded and fewest moves events.
Yes, and clock as well.
And clock as well. We saw an OCR in clock from Conan Mo. However, I wanted to bring you on for a very specific reason, Tam. Do you want to lead on to why that might be?
So yesterday in multi-blind, I'm assuming. Yep.
Yes.
It was quite a stacked heat.
There was if we quickly look at the psych sheet for multi-blind. Let's see what we're dealing with here, because I think it's no stretch of imagination to say that you were an underdog in this final. We look at it, we've got myself and James on above 30 points.
We have Jack Kai at 28 points.
Did Jack Kai compete? I don't know if Jack Kai competed. But after that, we had Swami, who is also in the podium.
24.
And then with a 23-pointer is Tam Kwan.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, a 24 out of 25 is what got you 23 points then. You also got 23 points yesterday. Yeah. And I believe you missed out on PR by a +2 or something like that?
It would have been tied PR if I didn't get the +2.
Okay, so he +2'd on one of his cubes, and then would have tied his PR if not for that. But I think that just goes to show that the best of having only one attempt, although it's probably suboptimal for a lot of these people, it allows for strange things to happen. And strange things can just happen when you least expect.
Accuracy is quite a
obviously in a big competition, when there's not so much pressure on you, things can happen.
Things can happen.
Like people
can do better,
choke, and
people
then
can do worse.
If there's no pressure, then sometimes you can just pull something out that's really good.
The attempt in itself felt pretty good during it, but I didn't think it was going to be that good.
You didn't think it was going to be like that good performance-wise or placing-wise?
Both.
Yeah, so you didn't think it
I
was
was
24 correct?
expecting more just for third, and
Yeah.
the more people started to finish, I was realizing, oh, this is kind of good.
Slowly realizing that that no one's beating 23 points the more and more people finish,
Yeah.
and I would go as far as to say that that's the best reaction that we've had at this Oceanic Championship so far, was Tam realizing that he'd won.
It was a surreal experience.
Yeah, and just slowly the build up to realizing that
Mm.
you've done it is just incredible.
It was good.
Yeah, do you want to talk us through the feeling a little bit more? Or?
Yeah, so Swami finished around the same time I finished, and then James finished, and James had a fair amount of DNFs, and it was still a decent attempt. It was third. It was third, right?
James was. I think
James
James was third. Yeah, he got a 31 out of 44.
So that's 18 points, something.
Around about there. I'm
Something
not
like
good with
that.
mental maths.
Yeah.
Either
so
way, it was third place.
It was third place. It was a fair attempt.
Yep.
And then Michael wrapped up around there, and I thought, I think I did the math wrong in my head. I thought it was a lot better than it looked.
Alright.
And
So here's your on the screen now is your multi-blind.
yeah, so 31 out of 44.
31 out of 44 was James,
sorry.
and up top of the table is Mr. Tam Kwan. I think it was a very, very unexpected final. A lot of weird things happened, and the end result is that we have Tam Kwan as an Oceanic champion, first ever Oceanic champion in 3x3 multi-blind.
My main event, obviously.
Oh yeah, main event. We should be seeing some good times from Tam, hopefully in 3x3 blind. Later on tonight is the first round, and then on Sunday, yeah. So the last day of the competition, got 2 more rounds. So it will be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah.
But at least, no matter how it goes, you can still say that you came away from it with an Oceanic title.
At least I'm on the podium as well.
Yeah, it's such an awesome first Oceanics that just some things were able to turn out how they did.
Exactly.
Other than that, on day one, we also held the Big Blind and FMC.
Yep.
Big Blind, there was in 4 blind particularly a lot of potential for Charlie and myself.
For an OCR, yes.
For at least an OCR single, but I think there was going to be a lot of there was going to be a solid battle between
for first place.
For first. I was fortunate enough to come away with the win there.
Yeah.
But I think for Charlie in particular, come next year, we'll be seeing some really quick times from him.
He'll be up there.
The landscape for Big Blind, in particular 4 blind, in Australia particularly, is
happening.
There's a lot of potential for some really, really quick times.
Yep.
The OCR, in fact, is still from Melbourne Summer 2019 by Tomoya Furman.
Oh,
Tomoya Furman.
That was 3 years ago.
That was 3 years ago. It stood the test of time. Some might say it's overdue, but I think between
in the coming months, I think
between myself and Charlie, if we have enough rounds, we could potentially pull out something good there. And then also fewest moves. Top on the psych sheet was Jay, who has come away with the win as well.
Yep.
I think that doesn't surprise a whole lot of people, even though it was a little bit shaky, because Jay did actually get a 29 on the second scramble, I believe.
I think his other two solves were a lot better to save the mean.
So there was a point in time where Jay and I think it was David Roche were tied for first, and then it came down to the last attempt. It came down to the last attempt in the end. But Jay nerves of steel comes away with the win. He's been doing a lot of work with FMC, and so
he's been practicing a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's a real big shot for world record. He's got another mean coming up. Forgive me, I don't know the exact dates, but I think it's early next year in Townsville.
Turning in Townsville, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully
if anything something comes good from there. Yeah, that'll be
good. And then the final event of day one was Clock, and there was also some interesting things happened in Clock as well. So if you're familiar with the Clock landscape in Oceania, particularly Australia,
it is.
There's a lot of things happening very quickly. So in the first round of Clock, we had Conan Mo coming away with an OCR average. However,
with a slight asterisk on it.
There is a slight asterisk for multiple reasons. First was that Zaid Chowdhury throughout the round was also getting very, very solid times, and he was unfortunate enough to come off with a sub the old Oceanic record
But
average.
with that, Conan also.
Yeah. But obviously Conan was able to come up there as
Right.
well.
Following the
but,
first solve though, Conan's first solve was OCR single as well.
No, NR
single.
single.
sorry.
NR single is 372 was
Yep.
what Conan got. OCR still Liam Wadek 350. But in that round actually, because of Conan got a miss scramble, I think on a 4.1, which was counting.
It was his best counting solve.
His best counting solve, yep. It was a miss scramble on that, so the extra attempt that Conan got for that decided who would have OCR average.
Yes.
And then Conan just clutched it in the end. He, I think he got a 4 point. I don't quite remember the exact time, but it was mid to low 4, and then he sealed it again for the second time.
Yep.
And it's not the first time actually. It's not even the first time in a month where Conan's had to deal with miss scrambles and still clutched an OCR
I'm getting
average.
a feeling that miss scrambles and clock have something in common.
Yeah, I think Conan happens to be very good at
attracted
dealing
to
with
that,
extra
yeah.
attempts. But I think clock finals should be really interesting.
There's still
Still one more round left, and those
on Sunday,
two.
right?
I believe it's on Sunday.
Yeah.
And those two will
Will
definitely
battle
be
out,
ones
yeah.
to watch,
But
along
Liam-
with
Liam's here,
Liam Wadek of New Zealand,
of course.
current OCR single holder. Hopefully we can see something good from all three. Would be
The
fantastic.
podium will be.
A podium.
Quite the
I think the podium will definitely be just insane. But time will tell, and we'll see. So that's day one. So we had
Day
the
one,
FMC, the big blinds and multi blinds, and then that first round of clock. So it was definitely an action-packed day one.
Lots
but I think
happening. Couple
yeah,
one record.
one record, two if you count the NR
NR,
and the
yeah.
average, and even
We
more
already
if you
have
count
another
Zaids.
couple.
Yeah, what do you count as a record really?
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously today, not even in the first hour, we had Alexander Vucic, the OCR Megaminx.
And then there was the
Average.
NR single 6x6.
Yeah, Dwayne actually got double NR.
Oh, double
So
NR.
he got 1 point. I think it was a 1.35 single, and then obviously the mean as well was fantastic.
It's great to see.
Very, very excited for the way New Zealand's starting to shape up as a collective.
New Zealand's gotten a lot.
They have gotten
They're
very
on the
good
map
very
now.
quickly.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got people like Dwayne and Jasper who are setting continent records and world records and getting just really good times overall. And in fact, Dwayne now in 7x7 is on track for I believe 7x7
Currently?
mean, possibly.
I see.
I'm seeing a comment saying he needs a sub 250. So we'll see. NR mean is 251 currently.
Yeah, there's a real potential for that
Yeah,
happening right now.
absolutely. But day two should be absolutely jam-packed with some good content.
We have
Not only have we got 6 and 7 going on now, which are possible records being set in those.
we have OH.
We have
subsequently.
OH coming on just after lunch, in which we should hopefully see Dwayne get something really good
crazy
again. He got a 8.95 average, I believe, at NZ Nationals just
was
last week. And I think there's
insane.
still more left where that came from. So there's a possibility that we
Hopefully
could see another one
thing,
there.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for that. And after
have
OH
4x4?
is 4x4, so we should be, I think Feliks is still top seed for that, but we should be seeing some good times from himself, Leo,
Yes.
and just people like Riley Dexter as well, Asher from the US, who's come down.
Yeah.
That'd
be great
after
to
that,
watch.
yeah, I think it'll be good to watch. After that as well, 3x3 blindfolded. Your
Have
main
a couple-
your main group there would probably be group number 1, which has got 2 superstars in it. Charlie Eggins, current OCR holder, second in the world for single.
fourth mean. Fourth mean?
Fourth for mean, I believe. Third or fourth, either one.
One of a world class solver.
Yes, absolute world-class solver, and he's only started properly grinding 3x3 blind this year, and has
he's
just put in so
only-
much effort.
He's only like 13 years old.
Yeah, he's 13 years
He's-
old. There's still so much
his whole
more room
career
to
ahead of him.
improve. And
There's
also
Jack
in
Kai
that
as
group
well.
is Jack Kai, former world
former.
record holder. Not only former world record holder, former 3-time world record holder.
Indeed.
perhaps most notably the 16.22 single,
That
which
was-
stood as the Oceanic record until Charlie
Charlie
broke it in
Higgins.
July of this year.
That's correct.
And then there's also the later rounds. You should see some fast solves from people like Benjamin Paul, second at Nationals in 3x3 blindfolded with a 20-second single, I believe. He's been getting some really good times at home, some good averages of 12, so he's really picked up his accuracy. Should be fantastic to see. Scube as well.
Scube's the final event of the day, it looks like.
Yep, Scube the final event. There are a lot of groups of Scube. We have 23 groups of Scube.
It's going to be a couple hours of Scube. Great to watch. Great to watch.
It should be fantastic. But
we
we've got so many fast people. We've got Eli Panetta, who, if you're not familiar, at Australian Nationals got the NR average, which I think was a 248. Don't quote me on that. I think it was a 248 average, which was his first
It was
record.
240 something, I think.
Yep. And then later on, we've also got Dwayne Ramos. We've talked about Dwayne in terms of 6x6 and 7x7 and
He is
one-handed.
quite the all-rounder. with
He is
everything.
quite an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Scube average OCR holder. He'll also be competing in groups 13 to 16. Will be on at the same time, so he'll be on the red stage there. And then also some quite
notable
competitive
names,
solvers later
yeah.
on in that day. We've got Feliks Patterson, who I think
He's been practicing Scube. a fair
Phoenix
amount.
has been on the Scube grind.
He's been practicing a lot of events recently.
Phoenix Patterson, mostly known for
2x2.
goated pop-offs in comp, and also
The best reactions.
Oh, the best reactions,
Yeah.
without a doubt. And also the 2x2 OCR holder. Very well deserved for him.
Yep.
I believe he's now top 10 in the world for it, which is just absolutely insane. So it should be really good to watch that group in Scube. And then also, final to close off the day is the Rubik's Relay.
So, from Worlds 2019, we had something called Nations Cup,
Yep.
where multiple countries would have three solvers, and you'd have a relay race.
Yes.
And to sort of relive that at Oceanics, we are having a States Cup, where
Yes.
each state of Australia plus, there's actually it's Oceanics, so you have the States and you have New Zealand,
Yes.
and we're having sort of the same idea. So we have 3 competitors from each state, each team, and they're going to do a relay race, and it's a elimination head-to-head bracket.
Yes.
Yes, and that'll
Just-
be great to watch as
Just
well.
quickly, I might stop you there. We've got Dwayne just finishing up his last 7x7 solve. Obviously, he's got potential for NR mean. I think he needed a sub 50, so let's see. Looks like he's still got a few edges to be done. So maybe just missing it. We'll have to wait for the proper times for confirmation, but he's just about to finish now. Classic M-slice finish with Maya method. But let's see what it is in the end. No, so he's not quite happy with that. It's a 3 flat, 300.49. So I think with that he's probably just missed
it.
national record.
There's still another round there. There's always
Yes, there is still.
that shows great potential though for
finals. Yeah,
for
absolutely, and
NR.
also coming away with a double NR. Sorry,
Yeah.
in 6x6.
6x6.
There's
Yeah, I think he knows it's not.
still a story left
well,
to be
there's
written there.
always 7x7.
Absolutely. Anyways, so yes, the Rubik's Relay. So there'll be, I think, a team from every state and
Couple teams from
New
each state.
Zealand. Yeah.
Yep.
So New Zealand, I think, has 3 teams.
The notable teams there would be
Notable
Victoria
teams.
won.
I had a chat with James before. I think the 4 runners for the title. Victoria 1 is a very obvious pick, all with a sub 7 average.
It's Feliks,
Riley, and David.
Yep.
And then obviously Queensland 1 as well. You've got the 2 young guns in Toby Sweefert, 3rd at Nationals earlier this year, and Charlie Eggins, and then
Adam
also
as
Jay McNeill.
Yep.
Needs
that'll be
absolutely nothing needs to be said about him. He's just he's a good anchor for that team, I would say.
He's
and
competed for years. He'll
absolutely. And then in the end, for New Zealand, we have Dwayne Ramos, Adrian Ovray-Martin, and forgive me, who's the last one? Goodness me, I'm having a mental blank.
I believe it is.
I should know who it is. I can't quite remember.
New Zealand 1.
New Zealand 1, yes.
Has Dwayne, has Yes.
I'm forgetting someone super obvious. I think either way, it's about to be
Either
a
way,
very
New Zealand will
fantastic.
be a very.
I was going to say someone's got to put it in.
Jasper.
Jasper. Oh, it's Jasper.
Oh,
of
definitely.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jasper. Jasper.
Well, that'll
of
be a
course,
team
of
to
course,
watch
of
as well.
course. Yeah.
I think the
so
final couple matches in Rubik's Relay.
I
will
think
be great to watch.
coming down to the business end of Rubik's Relay is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch, and I hope that as many of us are able to stick around for that as possible.
Yeah.
Particularly on the stream, should be really good to watch.
Because of the seeding, the first.
Yeah,
couple.
the seeding. The
that
first
builds
couple
up
of
for a
rounds,
great
there's a lot of lopsided matchups, has to be said.
final.
But because they were selected randomly, they weren't seated close together.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That'll
should
build
be,
for a good final, I think.
There should be, yeah. I think going from Final Four onwards should be really, really fantastic. One thing that's not been touched on for Rubik's Relays yet is that there is going to be a prize for the best costume for each team.
So each team, some teams are dressing up.
Yep, I would hope that most of the teams are dressing up and provide some really good content for us here in the commentary booth.
I've heard some great things from
I've
Vic
heard
too.
some great things as well. Try not to spoil
I
too
won't
much.
say anything.
I've
there's
unfortunately
things
had
to
a
be
few
excited
spoiled for me, but there is going to be some really, really funny stuff
I
happening.
think it'll be good.
And
I think it'll be
can't
good
wait
fun.
for that. The costumes are probably almost going to be as good as the quality of solving.
If not better.
If not better. Exactly. Well, there's still so much to be excited about.
Yeah.
That's coming up later on today. So in local time, that's 10 minutes to 7 p.m. our time. So 6:50 to 7:50.
Roughly 7 hours for international. people.
Yeah.
In 7
Obviously,
hours.
if we have a lot of viewers from overseas, particularly US and UK, it might not be at a fantastic time.
It's some
for
4
you
a.m.
guys.
in the morning.
Yeah.
We'll
I mean,
see.
you know, get a snooze in and then wake up to watch the Nations Cup. Should be good. So, Tam, I think the
Yeah.
chat has some questions for you.
Let's see.
So I think Tom Austin, who was on commentary not long ago, asks, Tam, how do you handle your fame as a new
I handle
Oceanic
my
champion?
fame as a humble man.
Yes, he's a very humble boy.
You know, just relaxing. You know,
just relaxing, just soak it all in. You know,
Yeah.
don't get
I was first called, are you the Oceanic world multi-blind Oceanic champion? I'm like, oh, never been called that before.
Yeah, I think that's something that can go in your Instagram bio, if nothing else. You know, it's really
Got some street cred now.
Yeah, you got absolute street cred. You had street cred in my heart already, Tam. That's fine.
Thank you.
Did Dwayne get NR? No, Dwayne did not, unfortunately,
not.
get it. He finished with a
3 flat, and I think he
flat.
needed 250.
Needed 250.
So off by a few seconds.
So, a wiki how to handle fame. I'd say look out for that in the not too distant future. Are there any other messages you wanted to point out?
NZ over AUS. At this
Look,
point, New Zealand's looking pretty
honestly,
strong.
New Zealand's improving
Looking
so
pretty
fast
strong.
that that's a very real possibility. As Alex Ashbury is just walking past, he agrees with the sentiment. I'm very
it's seal
excited
approval.
that NZ is starting to come up with some really, really fast people.
Oceania's
And,
getting
Oceania is.
just all the more
I
strong.
feel like Oceania in general is starting to
Yeah.
be
just all over the board. In each event, there's some major names
Yeah.
in there.
absolutely. What are you going to do now that you're the best in Oceania confirmed?
Oh, I mean, I have to pass my title off. I can't hold on to it forever. There's
Oh, you can't, but
There's some
you at least
major
hold on
names
to it
and-
for 2 years,
just 2 years. I'll take 2 years.
and then we'll see what happens later. Do you think you could podium in Worlds, sir? Mr. Tam?
I mean, Worlds is a year away. That's
Yes. Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't think I'll be competing at Worlds in Korea.
You don't reckon?
2020. We'll see.
time will tell.
Time will
All right,
tell.
fair enough. Tripod Worlds podium. It would be a dream.
Are you going to Korea Worlds 2023?
I would love to.
It would be great.
I'm really thinking about it.
Some of my mates have been looking to go to Korea.
Yeah.
2023.
We the group that I ended up going with for nationals.
Yeah.
Looking at doing the same
That
kind of
looked
thing
like
to
a
go
lot
to
of
Korea.
fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We ended up just staying in like a traveller's hostel.
Yeah, I
and then,
saw that.
and then just had many sleepless nights just with the boys messing around in the
Sounds
bunk beds. Did you know that I love Tam Kwan and Michael Tripodi both equally?
Hayden.
All right, this is for Hayden. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Hayden.
Really means a lot. It's okay. I nearly saw Haydening in the airport when I was leaving for nationals. 'Cause he just happened to be in Melbourne Airport at the same time I was leaving. But unfortunately, didn't quite happen. Still haven't met him. Opinion on Sebastian Lee. Sebastian Lee is very good.
Do I know Sebastian?
Sebastian Lee, I don't know if he hasn't come down for a Victorian comp yet. He's a New South Wales Cuba.
Okay.
Does pyraminx really, really good. He posted on his YouTube channel a 1.7 average of 12.
2.1 official average.
So he has a 2.1 official average, and if I remember that correctly, I was at that competition.
He's a 2021 competitor. Okay.
So that's a 210. But if you look at it on his WCA profile, you'll see a DNF on the last solve.
Oh.
That average could have been NR average. It was a 185, but on his last solve, which was a 1.41, he DNF'd because when he dropped the cube, 2 caps popped off of a tip. So
That
he
is
DNF'd a 1.41. He has NR single, a 1.38, so that's really not that far off NR single. He could have secured a top 10 in the world and NR. But
best possible average there looks very, very
best
good.
possible average. It should have been best possible average. Ended up being worst possible average. But still, 2.1 is a very, very formidable average.
Very respectable average,
I think in pyraminx particularly, we've had a lot of good results come recently. So that average from Sebastian Lee was on the same day that Riley Dexter set a new Australian national record of a 1.9.
Yes.
But we can't forget Jasper Murray, the world record holder. He's a red-hot favourite for the title.
Yeah.
And I think
he has a real chance of just getting
another. That 1.6 was his first ever. I was talking to this about James earlier, with James earlier on the stream. That 166 average was his first average under OCR. So he had the national record average with a 215. OCR at that point was Riley Dexter with a 212.
For ages, and
he's been NR holder for a long time, and then finally
break
broke
OCR
through the
and break WR at the same time was
he dropped his average by
a good 0.5 seconds, a good half a second.
Yeah, half a second nearly. And then from there, he's just got countless sub-2 averages. So it's good to see that he's finally broken that mental barrier that he had held him back for so long. Because he had a lot of OCR and WR fails prior to that.
Yeah.
But regardless, he's got it now. And
there's only one way to move from here.
There's only one way to go.
Yeah.
So I think Pyrrha should be quite
Great
fantastic.
Yeah.
But to get back to the question, Sebastian Lee has a real chance of podiuming in Pyrrha. Could be a second or a third, but depends how he handles travelling interstate for a competition. Okay, yeah, he's been grinding a lot at home. So let's see if he can get something good. pyraminx round 1 will be tomorrow. So in Melbourne time, it starts at 11:10.
So just around this time tomorrow, actually.
Yes, around about this time tomorrow. I have to check that I'm not in this group.
This is 7x7.
Okay. Yeah, 7x7.
I'm 7x7.
I think we're all good. But all of these events, there's so many backstories and so many ways everything could go. So
the storylines.
I've forgotten to talk about Elias as well for pyraminx. Elias is a real shot at getting on the podium.
Yeah, for pyraminx.
Yeah, without a doubt. Let me check his average. I think he got something good at New Zealand Nats. Doing quick research.
Yeah, he has.
So that's a 211. I think it's worth noting as well that Jasper Murray is out in front with the 166. The gap to second place is around about a quarter of a second. And then from there, you have 4 people within another quarter of a second again. So
the fight for second and third will be...
The fight for second and third is going to be tight race.
Yeah, that's granted Jasper's getting first.
Granted Jasper's getting first. Stranger things have happened, though.
A real battle.
Yeah, podium will be very, very interesting indeed. But Elias, I believe at NZ Nats, he got his current PR. Yep, so he got the 149 single.
The 149 single.
And the round before that, which was the first round of the comp, he clutched up. Got a 211 with his fastest solve.
Looking at his finals average at New Zealand Nationals, that DNF could have potentially gotten him a better average.
Well, let's check. So New Zealand Nationals, if you don't know, was last weekend, and I'm just quickly going to check what the podium was for pyraminx. So Jasper Murray came out on top. And Elias, he DNF'd on the 4th solve and ended up counting a 245. He still got a 217 average.
Which is still very
But
good.
Jasper, even still, some very, very good solves. So he had a 1.82 average, which,
Almost 3
if I'm not wrong, actually, no, that won't be second in the world if he didn't have world record. So let's check the Pyramix ranks. So Pyramix ranks, yeah, okay, so second in the world is a 172. Tied between 2 Polish people, Timon Koloszinski and Jakub Hibser. But
so that would have been 4th.
Probably, no, it's a little bit down now. I think 182 was
right.
second, probably quite a while ago.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm self-confessed I'm out of date on the Pyramix rankings globally.
No, but that Pyramix will be around to watch. Pyramix
Yeah,
finals,
absolutely.
For sure.
I think it's going to be, it's definitely going to be worth keeping track of that first round, and it's just going to progress from there.
Yeah.
Finals will be super intense. That battle for podium's going to be super, super good to watch, especially with the amount of new Pyramix solvers we have just looking to prove themselves in this competition on the biggest stage in Oceania so
Just
far.
getting a podium on Oceanic stage would be great.
Yeah, spoken like a true Oceanic national champion.
We
Oceanic
have
champion.
a 2-time Oceanic champion to my right here.
If I had to bet right now, what would the podium for Rubik's relay look like?
I'm thinking...
I think it's hard to bet against Victoria 1.
As a Victorian myself, I have to go with...
You're asking two
Victorian
particularly
people.
biased commentators here.
I think, regardless, it will most likely be Victorian 1, New Zealand 1, Queensland 1 in some order.
It'll be in some order. I don't know how they're sorting it. I don't know if they're doing a battle for third, like in a losers
will they
bracket
have-
kind of thing,
Or will they just do
or if they're doing
third
just
/ fourth, first
Yeah.
and second?
or if they're just doing like top 2 as a final. But that's for later tonight.
Yeah,
We don't need to
the
worry about that.
commentators later tonight.
We'll see how it all unfolds. Until then, can let it play out in our heads as
see.
much as
We'll
we'd
think-
like.
we'll think
But
as
we
much as
will
we want,
we
but-
will see for sure.
The finals, yeah.
But anyway, Tam, it's been a pleasure
Man,
having
it's
you
been-
on,
Thank you for having me.
and I'm so stoked that I get to say I'm friends with a Oceanic champion.
Me too. All right. Well, thanks for having me.
No, fantastic, mate. All good, man, and all the best for 3 blind as well.
You
Got
too.
rounds of 3 blind later on today.
Yep.
All right, beautiful.
Perfect.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. Long time no see.
Long time no see. I've just
Very,
been
very much so.
sitting off there and admiring your interview with Tam. It's been
Fantastic. I hope it
very
was
impressive.
everything you dreamed of and more.
absolutely. Interview with an Oceanic champion.
Yeah.
Two Oceanic
Two
champions.
Oceanic champions.
Side by side.
Yes.
Just legendary.
Very legendary. And you'd
Yeah.
never guess which one was multi-blind Oceanic champion,
No,
would you?
absolutely not.
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful though.
Yeah. So it's almost poetic. I'm so happy that Tam's got
It was
a
great.
title.
It was also absolutely goated reaction.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I love that because you often don't get that for multi because it's just you're finishing up and everyone's so quiet.
You finish and everyone's silent, but Tam
Yeah.
had the advantage of finishing a bit early.
Yeah.
And then slowly seeing everyone
that's
unable to top it.
that's gonna be so rough though. Just the anticipation building.
Oh,
in
the
there.
anticipation building.
Yeah.
You could imagine the heartbreak if someone finishing a
exactly.
bit later had managed to top it. But
It'd be so hard, like going around the room and tracking, DNFs and, like,
tracking
people are
everybody.
gonna-
Everybody who's finishing, just thinking how many points.
Yeah.
But regardless, the cards fell as they did,
Yep. Fell in his
and
favor.
Tam Kwan is your Oceanic multi-blind champion.
Absolutely. Brilliant.
Very deserving.
Yeah.
I think probably not one most people would have picked.
No.
I'd be actually keen to check Tom Nelson's
Yeah.
Oceanic predictions and see if anybody predicted Tam even getting top 2,
Yeah.
something like that.
No, I mean we could do that definitely.
Probably. I think that might even be interesting to check. So let's I'm sure Faz won't mind if I pull up his Facebook. And if I search Cubic's friends.
Besides, he's competing right now anyway, so he can't
Yeah,
do
he
anything
can't
about
do
it.
a damn thing about it.
Yeah. Or he's about to be competing anyway.
That's fine. We could just post something right now. All right. So for those of you who don't know, There is a Facebook group called Cubic's Friends on Facebook, and Tom Nelson likes to do sort of little prediction games for major championship competitions that come up, and we're just wondering, because he's done one for Oceanics, just wanted to see if maybe anyone predicted the podiums that have come by thus far. Okay. All right, just trying to find. Oh, have you got it?
I got it.
Okay, James has got it on on his
Post the link
phone.
to chat
Yeah. So may as well post the link in chat.
if it'll allow me. No, it won't.
Yep.
Okay, it won't allow me. I'll just bring it up. on
Oh
my
yeah,
phone.
okay, it doesn't post.
Yeah, links. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's a bit of
Anyway,
a shame.
we'll just bring it up here. It's all good.
There's a Facebook group on Facebook. I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Forgive me, all right.
Yeah. So for multi, we have
Multi. So multi-blind, got to scroll all the way down to the end. There's
Yep.
a lot of us two up there.
there is absolutely.
Is there any Tam Kwan? Did anyone see this coming?
Yeah. Got Mike and Mike. I don't think there's anyone who predicted anyone other than you and I.
No, but I think I did see a Tam Kwan come in second.
There we go. Down
So
there.
there's
Yep.
who's predicted that?
Who has predicted that? Onai Wolf.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's a good pick. It's
It
not
is.
the first place, but it is it's the closest anyone's gotten to the true result.
Absolutely. And we've got a Tam in third from Tommas Tinlin.
Yes.
And that might be it.
That might just be it. Yeah.
That's, I think, the definition of an outside chance, really.
Oh yeah. I mean, I looked at the psych sheet before. He was he's fifth on the psych sheet, but Jack Kaiser above him didn't compete.
Yeah.
So he was fourth on the psych sheet. So in theory, should have been in the discussion.
Yeah, you would think
But
so.
I don't think anyone would have predicted the win.
No.
But it's fantastic that we could get him on stream and get his thoughts about it, because it's
Yeah.
just a fantastic moment.
It's actually a bit of a shame that Jack didn't compete as well.
I think
'cause-
so.
Yeah.
It's been very, very few occasions where Jack Kai has competed in multi-blind
Yeah, that's
since
true.
since the COVID lockdown.
Yeah. Although, of course, before that, he was doing his whole Road to World Record series.
He was doing
planning
Road to World Record, baby.
Going to become the best in the world at multi.
And had that. He's still quite up there.
Yep.
Multi-blind, he's still top 50.
Yeah.
So he's 34th in the world at the moment with a 28-point result. And actually still second in Australia.
Yeah, that's crazy,
So-
actually. I'm sure, Tam or Swami or someone will take that before too long.
I think Swami's got his eye on it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think
I-
Swami's been capable of it for a long time.
Swami has been, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the days he was doing. I mean, he did 28 cubes, didn't
Yeah.
he? I think.
Honestly, I think the day
Associates.
Swami learns three-style, NR2's gone.
Oh yeah, no, it's probably maybe even NR. I won't speak too soon, but he has a habit of progressing really far with the basics.
Yeah.
So like he uses M2OP, but even in 3x3 blind, he'll sometimes memo in under 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's
you just
faster than
think-
my memo.
Yeah, and you just think, if only,
Yeah,
if
I know.
only.
Fuck it.
If
That-
only you used 3-style, if only you used good buffers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
know. He still has a sub 30 single.
I know, it's nuts.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely mental.
That was one of the final scrambles from Melbourne Cube Days, which
Oh, really?
were insane scrambles.
Yeah.
Just in general. So, but
Yeah.
even still having a sub 30 official,
Yeah,
not many people have that, and
Yeah.
even fewer have that with M2OP.
exactly.
I
It's a
would-
very exclusive club.
It's a very, very exclusive club. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he's the only one.
Yeah, I think Lucas Eder might have got a sub 30.
I think Lucas had a 32.
Okay, yeah.
Fortunately, we have the means to look this up.
Yeah, we have the power. Lucas has
34.
34. Okay.
Okay, I thought it was a 32.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we can definitely say that that Swami is in a very exclusive club.
Yeah.
The other person I could think of who had it is Henri Gerber.
Oh, he might, yeah.
I think he had a 30. I don't know if he had a sub that. He has a 29, but I
There
don't
you
know
go.
if that was with
Yeah, he might have switched now.
to OP.
Yeah.
How long ago was that though? Let's go for a deep dive. That was in 2019.
That's probably M2OP. I think.
It could have been, yeah.
Yeah. But either way, very exclusive club, and I think he's capable of big things if he...
Oh yeah. I know he's been putting it off for a while, learning UFR, at least, but hopefully soon he can get onto that. And maybe now that there's no big championships kind of looming in Australia for the next little bit, maybe that break is all that he'll need.
Because when is Australian Nationals next year?
Nationals next year, it's in Queensland.
Yep.
So Swami's Victorian, so it'll be a flight up.
Yeah.
But it's around August,
Yeah.
I believe. No, actually, it might be September, October.
Yeah.
I know Worlds is August.
Yeah. Plenty of time anyway, either way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that Australian Nationals next year is going to be huge, is the plan, I think.
Yes. So as
800
far as
competitor
I'm
limit, is
aware,
it?
I think it's an 1,000
1,000
competitor
competitor
limit.
limit. Good lord.
Which, if this competition is the biggest since the pandemic,
Yeah.
there's a real shot that we could break that again at Australian Nationals.
There is.
Queensland obviously is a very lovely place, and I think a lot of competitors would go just for that.
Yeah.
And also, I think the flights aren't that bad from New Zealand, are they?
They're not great. They're not as good as Melbourne.
I was going to say there's not. They're not as good as Melbourne, are they?
I don't think so, no.
Oh wow. Okay. Right.
I
that
mean,
case
there'll
then-
probably be some New Zealand competitors, but also with it being Australian Nationals and not Oceanic Championships, I
Yeah.
don't think there'll be anywhere near the New Zealand contingent that
No,
is here.
absolutely. Fair enough then. They're doing the same kind of thing that they did for this competition, where they split up the big blinds,
Interesting.
which is it's very new.
Yeah. It's been really fascinating over the last few years, though, to see Australia's growth into being just one of the biggest Cuban countries in the world. I mean, there's always been a lot of talent here, I think, with like Feliks and Jay and some others, but seeing a 1,000 competitor limit comp is like that's like what you see from the US or whatever.
Yeah, I think in particular having someone like Feliks, like Feliks and Jay as good role models for the community, and obviously that Netflix documentary that's come out has just exploded cubing in popularity.
Yeah.
Tenfold. Like it's insane. I think it's growing, and I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. We still have competitors. We still have competitions with 500 competitors, and then half of them are new.
Yeah, exactly.
Particularly in Melbourne.
Yeah, and if you've got a good retention rate, that's going to be an explosion of talent in the next few years.
It's a lot of room for growth.
Yeah, and on station 4 right there, we've seen Feliks with a 2:03 7x7 solve.
That's definitely the fastest we've seen thus far.
And I think pretty good for him as well.
Let's have a quick check, shall we? All right.
I know he has sub 2, but I don't think he's been doing amazingly in the last year or two at 7x7.
Has to be said, his main focus has definitely been 3x3.
Yep.
Obviously, not having as much time as you did when you were younger. But let's have a quick check. I get the feeling he has a 2 flat mean. Yeah, okay, so his mean is 2 flat.
Yep.
0.63, which is still 7th in the world.
Yeah.
But that solve there at 2:03.
So it's put him in a good position.
All right. Just going to have a quick scroll in chat now, see what else we can see. I do forget about Hassan Kanani having a fast M2OP 3-blind single.
I thought he was OP.
No, he is M2OP.
Okay, did he switch to M2 relatively recently?
I don't actually know. I just know he has a fast single with it.
Yeah. Because I remember hearing someone said, I don't know if they're reliable, but I remember someone saying that he was sub 50 with OPOP, which sounded ridiculous to me, but possible.
Talking about Swami again, he had a sub 1 single with OPOP. Not official, but that's
mental.
TPS spam.
Yeah. I know Chris Mills is a bit like that, not sub 1, but he's well sub 2 with OPOP.
He also got the scrambles from Melbourne Cube days.
Yeah. Was that where you got your mean, was it?
That was the mean, yeah.
Just WR5?
At the moment, yep.
Yeah.
Nice. Chris got overall PB,
of course,
on that last scramble. Hard not to.
Yeah. 7 Alga.
Yeah, especially if you're not someone who does too much blind. Yeah. You get a scramble like that, and confidence goes sky high.
Yeah.
This.
Interestingly enough, I find that sometimes for slower people, the quality of the scramble is less important than just how well your memo sort of flows.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like I see a lot of people getting PBs and like commenting on how good the scramble was, and I try it and it's like this is normal.
Yeah, this is kind of a normal scramble. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just amazing for them because it just worked well.
Yeah, I think I still have those kinds of moments where
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
get
definitely.
I'll get a regular scramble and just somehow
Just pop off.
and then on the easier scrambles not do so well.
Yeah.
All right, who have we got now? So still competing in 7x7. On your screen at the moment on stations 1 and 2 we have Brian Eng from New South Wales, and then Jody Brewster. Jody Brewster, perhaps most well known for his 572 3x3 average, which came out of absolutely nowhere.
Didn't have sub 7 before the comp.
Yeah,
Got
didn't
sub
have
7
sub
round
7.
1, sub 6 round 2.
He got his first sub 6 single at that competition as well.
Just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. I remember waking up that day and just seeing that on WCA Live and thinking, what the heck?
Yeah.
And I gave him a call and he's just stun-locked. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Just ridiculous. I mean, he's been deserving something great for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's very fast, and like watching his reconstructions afterwards, it's clear he has the fundamentals, you know, just the turning quality and the solutions. But yeah, 572 is insane.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of luck on your side, but but even still, a 572 average is a 572 average.
Yeah, and I mean, famously, getting lucky is not a crime.
Oh, it's not. Mr. Ackerstyke said.
Yeah, and we must listen to Mr. Ackerstyke.
Yes. Wise words from a wise man.
Yep.
The original, the original luck criminal.
Yeah. Jody coming into the end of a solve now?
Looks like it. Brian's finished with a 249. And for him, 249 is under his... That's a PR single. There you go.
Brilliant.
PR single for Brian Eng. Goes
Love
from a 251 to a 249.
Love to see it.
You do love to see it indeed. And as for Jody, Jody has a 311 mean PR. So this solve probably it's not too great for him. He's not the most happy with that, but
somewhere around the mean though. So he's definitely
it's in and around, just kind of poking around the mean, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think for big cubes, you know, you poke around the mean a couple of times, then get one good single.
Yeah, get one good single. I'm no stranger to that myself.
Oh,
so.
Of course not. Same with blind.
Oh.
It's the beauty of mean of 3.
If you can do 3.
Yeah, which I usually cannot.
Right. And on our other stations, so stations 3 and 4, we've got Ryan Driscoll, who is one of our delegates on crew in this competition. NR2.
244.
And he's actually second on the psych sheet. He has a 228 mean.
Yeah.
Which is very formidable.
I'd say he'd be far and away the favourite for second place.
Yeah, for second place at least. Yep.
Yeah.
I think he is a fair bit ahead of third. Third on the psych sheet is G Wang with a 245. So it's about another 20 seconds or 15, 20 seconds from Ryan to third place on the psych sheet. But comp performance is paramount.
It can change everything.
It can absolutely change everything. And I think if he... well, he's obviously not happy with that one, but if he gets more solves like that...
could be in for an upset.
Could be. But this is only first round.
Yeah.
Must keep in mind that this is just to make finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was my mentality with Megaminx. Doesn't matter what the average is, just make finals. That's all that matters.
Might I ask, how is it sitting next to Alexander?
It's a very familiar situation. That's basically every New Zealand competition. It's just me and Alexander head-to-head in the finals. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. I deliberately held off on starting my last solve because I thought there was a very good chance he'd get OCR and have a goated reaction, which he did.
Absolutely.
Within the New Zealand community, he's pretty famous for his reactions.
Oh yeah, I remember the first OCR single he got, the 30.38.
Yeah.
That was an incredible reaction.
Probably could have heard it from here.
Probably.
Yeah.
I was wondering what that noise was.
Yeah. But
it's definitely got good replay value out of that video.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Being a highlights reel later on, surely.
Oh, yeah. And I remember an Aaron's video as well.
Yeah.
Which is just of him solving next to Alexander.
Yeah, but that's enough. That's all you need.
Yeah.
No, but no, it was great. I was really happy to see him getting great times. For a while, we were sort of, I'd say, competitive with each other, you know?
Yes.
I'd be trying to beat him, and so there's mixed feelings there, but now he's just so far ahead of everyone else that I'm just happy for him, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And he's definitely, one of the fastest in the world at home, so seeing him get times that sort of like start to
Yeah.
reflect what he averages
Which is good,
pretty
yeah.
incredible.
Obviously, he already had OCR average.
Yep.
But even in this OCR average, he counted a 34.
Yeah.
Which for him, at least, I spoke to him earlier. He said he averages about 31.
Yeah, 34
roughly
is not great for
there or
him.
thereabouts. 34 isn't great, and he wasn't happy with that
No.
when it happened.
No.
Can't be much happier with that. It's counting, obviously, but
Yeah. No, I was especially happy to see him get that though, because for a while now, for I'd say the last year and a half, he's kind of struggled with his nerves in competition.
Yeah.
Back when he was, I'd say, the second best Mega Minx solver in New Zealand, he had just unbelievable comp performance. Like, he'd come in, get overall personal best in his main events, Mega Minx, basically every time, and that just made him an absolute weapon at the competitions. But I think once he got OCR average, after he got OCR single, and then especially since he's got OCR average, his nerves have just been, I don't know, they've been causing him problems, and he'll, average 31 at home, and then come to comp and get like a 36 average. And it's just, it's really great to see him performing like that, getting a 32 average, which, again, isn't amazing for him, but it's relatively close to his global, and getting that on, this huge stage, biggest stage of the year.
In the end, a record is a record, so
Absolutely.
there's no way he's going to be disappointed with it. And am I right in saying that this is his first international round?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that first international round he's ever had.
Yeah, having a
breaks
first
Oceanic.
international round, getting an Oceanic record.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
230s in it as well. So
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think he, pulls out a few more 30s in finals. We could see something really crazy.
Quite impressive.
Yeah. And I mean, two of those sols, those 230s, they were both like, just small mistakes away from OCR single, both of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He only just got his sub 30 recently, was it?
Yeah, because he got a 30.3, I think, or 30.2 or 30.3 almost 2 years ago. And, he's been chasing it since then, because that was that was overall personal best at the time.
Which was, sorry?
The 30.3.
Was that overall PB?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
By like 2 seconds.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
So that was what I'm talking about. Like, he used to be just unbelievable in competitions. He'd pull these out, and that was national record by like 7 seconds as well.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
I do remember that and thinking that it just absolutely came out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like for just an Australian who wasn't at that point, I'm not too familiar with.
Oh, I mean, even
New
for
Zealand.
us, we knew he was fast, but that fast is ridiculous.
Yeah, didn't think that fast.
Yeah, but then since then he's just been, just knocking on the door of sub 30 for ages. Just hasn't been able to beat it, hasn't been able to beat it, and then just I think a month ago or something, he got his first sub 30. And it's awesome to see him coming very close to getting a couple more. I think it was at Littleton that he got his first sub 30.
Littleton, let's check that. So
there we go, 29.91 OCR.
Yes, 29.91 OCR in the finals.
Yep.
Was his third solve. And that average was a 34. So even a good single, but not that great of an average for him in the end.
Yeah.
He hasn't had OCR average for a couple of rounds prior to this round.
Yeah.
He had a 33.07. That was at the South Island Championship, New Zealand South Island Championship.
Yep.
He had OCR 2 rounds before that. And then the round before that OCR, he had the NR.
Yeah.
So he had 4 PRs in 3 PRs in 4 rounds. 1 was NR, 2 were OCRs.
Yep.
And then until now, he's had about a 10-round stretch of just kind of mid
results.
Not great.
Yeah.
And then he's snapped that streak today.
Yeah, so we love to see it.
Absolutely. Privileged to have been on commentary for it. It was lovely to see.
What was your reaction like?
Oh, well, we were tracking his average throughout the entire...
so was I, actually.
Yeah, you were as well.
Yeah,
I was tracking... Actually, if you look at that screen, I was tracking both of your averages.
Oh, nice. We just ignore that top one.
I'll delete that now for you. There you go.
Thank you. Much better. 0 average. Brilliant.
0 average. And then, we knew that best possible average was OCR.
Yeah.
And it was just a matter of how would he go on that last solve, and we were paying very close attention to it.
Yeah.
And 32.92.
Yeah, easy.
There you go.
So we've got Feliks, who just finished his last solve. He's just left screen now, but there was a 202, giving him, I think, a 204 average, somewhere around there.
Roughly around there.
203, 204, which, not as PR, but still...
Only a few seconds away.
And I would think would win this round by 40
by
seconds, maybe.
By a long way.
Yeah.
Not unless... Well, I haven't seen anybody You wouldn't expect anybody to get that close to it.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened, though. You would say that 7x7, however, is not as much of a luck-dependent event. So
No. I would say that's a fairly safe win, should be.
Oh, yeah. But at the moment, Jonathan Starkey on station number 6, Victorian Cuba, uses Maya.
Does he?
Yes.
Oh, we've seen some good Maya results.
We
this
have
so
seen
far.
some very good Maya results today. We had Dwayne nearly getting NR average in 7x7.
Yep.
And then obviously in 6x6 the double NR.
Yep.
Which was fantastic. It was really good to see, And I can't wait to see what next round has to offer.
Yeah. A good day to be a Maya solver.
Very good day to be a Maya solver. Let's see what Jonathan finishes up with here. I think it's not a great solve for him.
No. Do you know sort of what he averages?
Well, I'm about to check that. Where are we? Oh, I'm in Mega. That would be why I can't see him. Starkey. Oh, he's way down the psych sheet. Okay.
Huh.
I thought he was about a 330 something.
Yeah.
No, he's got a 416 mean.
So this might actually be a good solve for him.
Yeah, it could be.
If we
Still
see him
time left.
finishing up soon.
Yeah. Looks like he's still on edge pairing at the moment.
Yeah.
But we've also got Ryan Driscoll starting another solve on station number 3. So we'll have to see what he can do there.
Yeah. I would think that would be his third solve, just based on timing. I didn't see what the second one was.
I haven't seen a whole lot. This round started when I was interviewing Tam.
Yeah.
I think so.
We've got Cameron in chat saying, James, you should tell Michael about New Zealand's former NR streak.
I know about the NR streak.
Oh, mate.
And
it's
I
tragic.
hate that. I hate that the NR streak. You could have saved it.
I should have saved it. It should have been
that was
completely
unfortunate.
free.
Was that at the comp where you debuted multi?
Yeah, that's the one.
So
for those of you in chat who don't know, New Zealand had a streak of getting NRs at every competition, every single competition held in New Zealand since our debut competition in 2009. And that lasted over 50 competitions, I think, up until New Zealand Mine Games, or Wellington Mine Games. I'm not exactly sure the name of it. But that was this year in January, which was a basically blind and FMC only comp, just a traditional quiet competition. And we lost the streak there. No one got any NRs, which was particularly tragic for me because I had been grinding multi for several months.
Yeah.
And I'd gotten up to, I think, over 40 cubes at home pretty comfortably. But I wasn't able to capitalize on the day, which was a bit sad for New Zealand, but I think it had to end at some point, and I think it's just a sign of a growing community that the NRs get pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, 100%.
If you can beat them at every competition, that's just a sign that they're not good enough.
Yeah. And I think that streak's picked up again now. So,
Yeah.
so
I think that's still our only competition with no NRs.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Ryan still doing centre pairing on station 3.
Yeah.
But on our first and second stations, we've got Brian, who got PR single earlier in this round.
Yeah. Hopefully he can do something else nice now.
Yeah, we'll see what he can manage.
Got a lovely shot of Kerry there.
Yes. Thanks, Kerry. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. Bit of a hazard here.
Oh, I think Brian might just crack another one here.
There
I
we
think
go.
he's done it. Yep.
He's going to be happy with that.
Oh yeah, that's two PR singles in the one round. So we had a 251 before this round. Earlier in the round got a 249, and now 248.
Yeah.
This will be a very, very good round for him. And well on track to break his mean PR of 256.
Yeah.
That was his last solve, so I would assume that he's done it.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, we didn't catch his other
We didn't
solve,
catch
but
the
It'd have to be pretty rough to not get it. Hayden asking, is there NR3 or NR4? I think you'd have a better idea of that than we would, Hayden.
Yes, you should be on top of this, Hayden. Isn't
Yeah.
7 one of your main events? Question mark.
I think it's absolutely his main event. I'd actually say that at this point he's probably Australia's second best 7x7 solver. He might have even overtaken Ryan, not officially just yet, but he's been getting some incredible times at home. I know he has at least one sub 210 single
Yep.
at home, which is just ridiculous.
All right, so I've gone into Oceanic here. So, where are we? Brian Eng. So he has a 249 and a 248. So depending on what the last one was, I'm guessing probably around about 5th or 6th in
Oceania.
Oceania, but that's
So-
also in Australia
Yeah,
because Ben
yeah.
Kirby is 251.
Yep.
Um,
And
roughly
Ryan's
around
just
there.
finished off his last solve with 307. So I wonder if he's a bit rusty for 7x7. I don't know what he's been doing in the last few competitions, but yeah, 307's not too sharp considering his mean.
No. A little bit unfortunate, but got the finals
Yeah, and that's all that
for
matters.
6 and 7 on the final day, on the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So if he wants to de-rust, he's got a day in between.
Which I think is possible.
Mm.
Certainly possible. But we will see. So I think we're going to be going to lunch break just after we finish off our final few 7x7
Yes,
solves.
it won't be long. If I'm correct, I am in... Oh, am I in this group? Lol.
Whoops.
I think I might have missed my group. Let's see who's in 7x7 group 6. If Matthew Seredinsky's in this group, then I'm late.
Whoopsie.
It's already started.
Yeah.
I lost track of time. Tam is such an entertaining chat.
Yeah. It's a long interview. It was good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I love to see
Hope answered all of your burning questions about the latest multi-blind, the first ever multi-blind
first ever.
Oceanic champion.
Absolutely. The inaugural one.
That has some weight to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Jody just finished up with a 326, I think he had.
Quite possibly. So 326.
And that might be us just about done.
I
for
do
the
think we're
morning.
just about finished. The more I look, the more I see people leaving their stations. So yeah, I've well and truly missed missed my group.
Whoops.
Whoops. I don't think they'll let me compete now.
No. It's just
That's
7x7
alright.
though.
It is only 7x7, and
Yeah.
I might say personally my 7x7 PRs are quite strong, so I don't think I had a shot at breaking them today.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not exactly crushed that I missed out.
No, I didn't think you would be. But, yeah. So what would you say were the highlights from this morning then?
Oh,
If you had to give a quick recap.
very clear highlight from this morning. Alexander Vucic.
Absolutely.
Megaminx OCR sub 33.
Yep.
If I could just check what that is in the world, I believe it's probably still 10th.
Yeah, I don't think they will have changed his rank.
I don't think it will have changed his rank, but it will have at least boosted him a slight bit in Kinch. No, so it's still 10th
Yep.
in the world. 9th is a 32.70,
Yep.
and Alexander was a 32.92.
Yep.
So that's the clear highlight from this morning. I think other than that, Dwayne's double NR in 6x6.
Yep.
Also something very, very good to watch.
Did you catch that on stream? Or
It was on
off?
green stage, so
Okay.
it wasn't at the forefront.
But,
But we
got a
tried
lot of
to.
it.
We saw the Dwayne pop off, so we knew that something good must have happened.
Yeah, Dwayne's signature
Um,
pop-offs, always lovely to see.
Yeah. Oh, very, very lovely to see.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
just
something New
watch-
Zealand does quite
I
well.
just watch videos just for the pop offs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Fantastic stuff. But other than that, currently finishing up 7, and might be heading to lunch. It's right about time for that. All right, just finishing up with Riley Dexter now on station number 10. And of course, guys, after lunch we're starting our rounds of OH, so we should have some really fast people coming in. We've got Jasper in the first lot of groups. Jasper, he'd be using Rue for
Yep.
OH, wouldn't
Jasper's
he? Yep,
very much
so
an OH man. Rue man
yeah,
on
so
OH.
he's quite neutral between CFOP and Rue. So for one-handed, you'd expect he'd go with Rue.
One-hander was actually the reason he learned Rue or got any good with
Okay.
it. Yeah.
I've seen that quite commonly, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, I think got lunch now, and then
Yep.
after lunch we start with our OH rounds.
Yep.
finishing up with... how come Dwayne's not on any of the
there was a
sheets?
mix-up with Dwayne's group. He will be on stream, I believe, in... I think in either the last or second to last wave, he will be on red stage, but there's just been a mix-up. But you will see him.
In that case, we'll absolutely keep a lookout for Dwayne in the latter stages, of course, breaking Oceanic record at NZ Nats.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The first
And
sub-9 average in
first
Oceania.
sub-9.
Beats
Rue
Farmy.
world record.
Rue world
exactly,
record. Yep.
exactly. And definitely more gas left in the tank. I think he wasn't 100% happy with that.
He's never 100% happy, but...
That's on occasion, it's a good mindset to have, though. If you are 100% sure you can do better.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Dwayne seems pretty sure of himself in that regard.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think we'll be catching you after the lunch break.
Absolutely. I think we'll keep the stream running.
Yep, that's the plan, I believe.
We'll
I believe we're going to have a highlight reel of Oceanian competitors.
All right.
Clips from them. Yeah, hope you enjoy. See you soon.
Fantastic. We'll see you for OH after lunch, guys.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the live stream. We're here at the Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championships 2022. This is currently day 2. What have we had this morning? We had Megaminx round 1, 6x6, 7x7, and we're just about to start with one-handed. So, how was the morning for you? What did you do?
The morning was good fun. Just it's always fun. I didn't come yesterday. Didn't do any of the fewest moves or multi-blind. Not really my specialty. So this is the first day for me. Got up pretty early. Did Mega 6 and 7. Did okay. Had a pop in 6x6, which is unfortunate, but saved the solve. How about you?
Yeah. For those who don't know, I'm Chris Mills. I'm from the UK, and I'm one of the 6 commentators here this weekend. And I'm sure the guy next to my left needs no introduction, but this is Feliks Zemdegs. I don't know. I guess you could call him the greatest of all time, but he might have something else to say about that.
No flattery required. Let's just focus on the commentary.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are 6 of us this weekend.
Yeah.
So you'll kind of hear a mixture of rotating voices. Some of them British, one of them New Zealand, and the rest of us Aussies. So yeah, we'll be coming in and out, and I think you will have. Everyone's commentated by now, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. This is our time commentating. So we've got quite a few one-handed groups.
Yep.
We're starting with one-handed group 1, 2, 3, and 4 right now. We're going to be showing as many fast people as we can. In this group, we have Jasper Murray on the stage 6 on the red stage. He's going to be probably the fastest in this group. We've also got Toby from Queensland on station 3. He's pretty speedy. I'm not quite sure what times he gets in one-handed.
No, I'm not sure that one-handed is Toby's specialty. For those of you who aren't familiar, Toby Seufert from Queensland has been kind of really rising up the ranks in terms of the Australian rankings in 3x3. But yeah, I'm not sure he's been practicing too much one-handed, but who knows? We'll see. Maybe he has. But yeah, I think Jasper's the one to focus on this first group. So Jasper on station 6, just there in the blue hoodie. I think this might be his first solve, Chris.
Yes. So Jasper actually uses the Roux method for one-handed, although he uses CFOP for 3x3. He's had quite a few mess-ups in one-handed. He got like a mid-11 average last weekend at New Zealand Nationals, where he also +2'd out of it being a mid-10 average. But this is looking pretty good. Ooh, bit of a mistake, but still a 10.19. I think that's PR for him. It's very close at least. I think NR2 is a 10.15 single for New Zealand. Which is pretty crazy considering our their NR average is sub 9. But Jasper's definitely capable of some pretty good times. He still doesn't have a sub 10 in competition.
Oh, really?
He +2'd one last weekend, so he's probably going to be hoping for that. But yeah, he does get a bit nervous sometimes.
Method neutrality is very, very interesting. Well, not method neutrality, sorry. Using different methods for 3x3 and for one-handed. That's. Do we know anyone else that does that?
I think
famously.
The name is.
I haven't heard of anyone.
Carter Kakala.
Yes,
I think
yes.
he's like sub 12 with Roux one-handed, and then he's like sub 7 for CFOP for 3x3. Jasper also jumped between using Roux for two-handed as well.
Okay.
He had a few competitions where he did that, but before finally deciding to go back to CFOP. But yeah, it is pretty interesting, and I think it's pretty set in stone that Roux is probably the best method for one-handed now. Although they don't have the world record yet, but hopefully we'll see that soon.
I think so. We've said it's just a matter of time for many, many years, and obviously Kian Mansour did break the world record. I think it was not the first sub 10 average, but smashed it back in 2017. I feel like 2018.
That sounds about right.
Look, can't remember, but yeah, Kian was the one Roux user who managed to get the one-handed world record. But over the years, there's been so many who have been super close, and I think now you're seeing a fair few Roux solvers. So Dwayne Ramos, who we'll be seeing later on, he's currently 3rd in the world and the fastest Roux user for one-handed. And we've got Fahmi from Indonesia, who also got I believe it was the Asian record back a few months ago using Roux. So there's it's the Roux-volution. It's finally here.
It's happening.
But yeah, I think we can say it's probably objectively optimal. Are you planning on switching, Chris?
I have issues with my wrist when I practice too much one-handed, so maybe using Roux would be a bit better, just maybe it damage my hand a little bit less, but I'm not really too interested in one-handed. I did a bit of practice earlier this year, and I finally got my first sub 12 average a couple of months ago. But yeah, it's not my main focus. But we've got Jasper coming up for his second solve now. So he started really strong with a 10.1. Bit of a locky start. Still not looking too shoddy. And on to
last 6
LSE.
edges now. That was at around
Very locky, but a
7.5.
10.2.
Wow. Counting the 10.2, that will put him in a very good position if he can keep up these sorts of times. Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah, so his current personal record average for one-handed is, if my computer loads.
I'm working on it on my computer as well.
It's 11.46, and his PR single is 10.16. So he got a 10.17 on the first solve. But yeah, he's known to get pretty nervous in competitions. But I think usually, if he starts with good solves, he'll finish with good solves. It's more just when he gets the bad official times, it's just he gets into the average and he starts rough, and then he can't really bring it back. For those who don't know, Jasper Murray is the current Pyraminx average rod record holder, and yeah, widely known as the best Pyraminx solver in the world at home as well. Some of the times he gets at home, like he averages around his world record average, around 1.6.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That's around what he averages. He didn't do too well at New Zealand Nationals last weekend, but he still managed to get sub 2 in the finals in like the most stressful round he's ever been in. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he pulls out for Pyraminx this weekend.
It will be. He's got some competition. I think local Pyraminxes such as Riley Dexter, Emmett Hobbs as well. There's a few others.
Sebastian Lee, he's pretty good as well. And from New Zealand, Elias CU, he's pretty speedy at home. He usually gets sub 2s, but he doesn't really get the chance to compete that much, and he gets a little bit nervous. But he got a couple of 2.1 averages last weekend.
This looks really fast. This solve. Oh, the CMLR was a bit slow, but
on to LSE. And a 10.5. Looked like he had a pretty lucky LSE there. Maybe he did some like EOLR because that CMLR looked pretty slow.
Yeah, the first 2 blocks looked really quick on that one. So that's 10-10-10 so far.
That's really good. That's looking
well
really
below
good.
his PR average.
He probably only needs like a 13 to lock in a PR average right now. But I think his goal is probably just going to be sub 11. So I think he'll need like maybe a 12.0 to get sub 11 because he's got 2 counting mid 10s right now.
Yeah, not even a 12. It's kind of low mid 12, and you should lock that in. But I think once you start with 3 10s, you probably are hoping for another low 10. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So I wonder how he's feeling now. So you said he's a little bit inconsistent with the nerves. I think one of the good things about these really big championships. The conditions and the environment are always generally really good. The organisation team puts a lot of effort into making sure the lighting's fantastic. The judges are all very experienced. You've got plenty of space, so you really do have all the full opportunity to perform at your best. There's no excuses.
No excuses in these competitions. Although sometimes you can get some pretty big crowds. It's only Friday at this competition, so it's a little bit quiet in here. We're going to see it definitely hype up a bit more tomorrow when 3x3 starts. But there's still quite a few people watching, so you could definitely feel some nerves from that.
And I'm expecting big crowds for the Rubik's Relay later on this evening as well.
That's going to be very exciting.
If not big, hopefully loud. It's the one where we're expecting a lot of entertainment. But Jasper's just starting his 4th solve now, so he's got a 10.1, 10.2, and 10.5.
Pretty good start. On to CMLL, and last step, looking smooth. And an 11.7. That's going to lock in a sub 11 average, and it's good. He's going to be really happy with that. Although it looks like as he's trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah. That one looked like the nerves set in a little bit, but still the CML last 6 edges looked pretty smooth overall.
Second block looked a little bit slow, but then he recovered it pretty well. His turning in his last 6 edges was pretty smooth, whereas even in some of those low 10s he was getting earlier in the average, he was locking up in that.
Fist pumping there.
I think he probably just calculated and realised it was sub 11, sorry.
And that'll put him in really good shape for in terms of the placement during the round, I would say, because we've obviously got Dwayne, who's been fairly consistently sub 10 or thereabouts, and really has the capacity to do much lower than that. But apart from that, I think it's fairly open. It's a fairly open race for that second spot or third spot. So he'd be really happy with that. I think there's 3 rounds of one-handed in total. So yeah. But really solid start from Jasper. This will do a lot to help his confidence. Hopefully for Pyraminx we can see a new world record.
Yeah, that would be awesome. His world record was set in April earlier this year, and he's had quite a few averages and chances to beat it. So I think it's kind of getting him messing with his head a little bit, and he really wants to beat it and just improve it even just a little bit. But he's definitely in a good place. Seeing these one-handed times all the way over in Melbourne, not in his hometown, not even in his home country, and he's already performing well. It's good to see.
Onto the final solve now. A few lock-ups on that first block and a little bit of a
Looks
pause.
like he's made a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be the worst solve for Jasper, but still a sub-11 average. The second sub-11 average ever for New Zealand. Well, the second person to get sub-11. And still, NR2 single for one-handed in New Zealand is a 10.1. That is a Roo moment.
Hopefully he can get a few sub-10 singles later on in the finals.
Yeah.
So Jasper's finished his average there. We're going on to the next few groups of one-handed shortly. I think hopefully we'll be able to see Jay McNeill in action. I'm not too sure if he's been practicing one-handed too intensely, but that's our next guest.
Yeah.
In stream. How was your lunch, Chris?
Yeah, it was good. We're being treated very well here. All of the crew members, they're 150 or so, I think.
It's a big team.
It's a big team. There's we get sausage rolls, we get mini quiches, we get wraps. We even got some sushi today. There was a massive queue. We had to wait for ages to get all our food, but yeah, they're treating us well. I don't know if we deserve it, but we're getting the food. This is my first time doing anything this whole weekend, so.
No, you've been helping out. Anyone in the blue shirt is, this weekend here is the crew, and like Chris said, we've got crew from probably all states and territories, and plenty of crew helping out from New Zealand as well. So it's really great to see. Obviously, big competitions like this require a lot of volunteers.
Speaking of the crew and the different staff teams, every staff team we've all got our own names named after native animals to the continent. So we are Team Kookaburra, and we all have these little mascots. If you want to switch it over to us.
We can. Although, just highlighting the blue...
Yeah, so we've all got these little mascots. So this is Captain Cook, our Kookaburra mascot. We've got another one as well. And every team has these mascots. And there's been some team wars going on. There's been leaders of different teams stealing the other team's team mascots. There's been a lot of beef going on in the Slack channel. So we're going to try and get our hands on another team mascot at some point. That's our goal. But we've also got to keep a keen eye on Captain Cook, because we don't want to lose him.
Exactly.
He's very special to us and very dear to our hearts.
So if anyone in the chat sees, if we're not here commentating and you see one of these kookaburras get swiped, just
let us know.
Text Chris, call Chris.
We need to know.
Post his number in the chat. It'd be critical.
Very critical.
Because the longer it goes missing, the harder
they always say
the less probability that
the first 24 hours of a missing persons thing, they're the most crucial, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So we just in between groups now, just coming back from lunch. I think everyone's a bit hopefully still plenty of energy after the first half of the day, but yeah. I think it's all running really, really well and ahead of schedule. So I think they're just trying to pace it out at the moment. I
think we've been bang on schedule for most of the competition so far. Toby's really happy with that time. He just got a 15. Not quite sure what that is for him. Probably a pretty good PR average.
Clearly, he's very happy with that one.
It looked like he was using Roo as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Or he messed up a U-pump. So
we're going to be having Toby on as a guest later on this afternoon. Just
exciting.
To have a brief chat with Toby and Charlie, who are in the Queensland Rubik's relay team.
They are the third fastest team for the Rubik's relay. So they're one of the favourites to make it a long way. But I think Jay's gonna cramp their style a bit. He's a bit of an old man nowadays, and I don't know if he can keep up with the kids.
Toby uses Roo. We're told by the chat. So
yeah,
there you go. It's not just Jasper.
Not just Jasper.
It's the meta. I just need to get up to date with the meta. You can see on stream now Andy Gong. I think he had a 12 up on his timer before, but looks to have just finished his average with 17. But yeah, Andy sporting those beautiful blue crew shirts. Andy's been cubing for quite a while. Local Melbourne cuber. Bit less active now, but used to have some really solid big cube times. Was pretty good at 2x2 as well. Solid 3x3 solver, and he's definitely one that we could see make the 3x3 finals later on in a few days.
Yeah. So how's everybody in chat doing? You all up late? Where are you all from in the world? And are you enjoying the stream? We got Fabio Schwant from the UK saying hi. Must be getting pretty late over in the UK.
Yeah, I think I was looking at it. Most of the Americans, I think, are able to kind of watch all day. Yeah,
we got some New Zealanders, Maryland in the US, Western Canada, Bangladesh, another Canadian, Queensland in Australia. You're going to be supporting your team Queensland later in the Rubik's relay?
Someone says they're supposed to be doing homework right now, but their parents don't need to know.
We won't tell them, don't worry.
So from all over the place. But yeah, I think for those in America in particular, maybe more so on the West Coast, you'll probably be able to watch the full comp at a reasonable hour over the weekend. So that should be pretty exciting. Maybe if you're on the East Coast, you might have to stay up pretty late. But the time zones work quite nicely. And I would imagine there might be plenty of people, parents, friends online who are kind of tuning in to see their family or relatives or other friends. If there's anyone in particular that you want to see on stream or really excited to follow, let us know as well.
Yeah, I think my mum is currently on her flight back from on her way back from New Zealand to the UK, and I think she might be in Taipei at the moment. I'm not sure if she's gone on her next flight yet, so maybe she'll be watching. So hi, Mum.
Got Aaron following Seb Lee. I think we're just about to kick off the next wave of one-handed groups. So on stations 3 and 4, we've got Jayden McNeill from Townsville, formerly from Canberra. So for those of you who don't know, or may not be familiar, Jay used to live in Canberra, which is the capital city of Australia, and Canberra is one of the coldest cities in Australia, and he's moved all the way up the coast to Townsville, northern Queensland, one of the hottest. And he's just blowing his nose before the round. It's always important. He's moved to Townsville, one of the hottest cities in the whole country. And then we have Jonathan Charlesworth on station 3 shortly. He's from Perth, Western Australia.
We are also on station 2. We've got Conan Moe, who got a clock OCR average yesterday. And I was judging. He actually got a 4:49 average. And then as they were checking the scrambles, they discovered that one of them was a miss-scramble. So this exactly the same thing happened last weekend in New Zealand at New Zealand Nationals. But once again, he got given the extra and got another amazing time. And his average was still a little bit slower than it was originally, but it was a 4:58 OCR average, which was 0.37 better, or maybe 0.4 better than his last one.
I think they call that doing a team on Koloshinsky.
Yeah. So there's going to be a pretty intense clock final this weekend. I'm not usually much of a fan of clock, but over here there's some pretty close competition between Conan Moe and Zaid Chowdhury. And there's a good friendship there as well. So it's really nice to see both of them congratulating each other on their records, and it's going to be really intense, the finals this Sunday.
Looking forward to it. Yes, always love a close final, no matter what the event.
Yeah.
So we've got Jay and Jonathan looking like they're going to be starting at around the same time. See who inspects for longer. They're literally starting almost in
This is good content.
Who do we think's going to win? Let us know in the chat.
I think Jay's going to get it. Oh, although it's looking like Jonathan's. Oh, Jay with a 13.4. Jonathan with a 16. So Jay's going to be taking that first one.
Neither of them looked too happy with that one.
Yeah. So Jasper Murray's average has been posted. He got a 10.84 average, which is a personal record for him, and like a 0.7 improvement on his average he got last weekend in Auckland.
So that would put him. So currently Jasper's 8th on the psych sheet, but a 10.84 average would put him up to 5th in front of Leo Borromeo. So that would be if we had live psych sheets, that'd be quite a big jump. And definitely a really good chance for a podium if he was to get that kind of average in the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting finals. One-handed is one of those events where it's pretty tight over here. We've got Dwayne seems to be the favourite, but obviously never know what you might pull out the bag.
688, yep.
And then Jasper, up and coming. I was at his house just a couple of weeks ago, and he sat next to me, grabbed a cube, pulled out a sub 10 average of 12 out of nowhere,
okay.
and I knew he was good. I knew he was like, because he had a sub 12 average, and I'm watching him, I'm like, wait a second, you're this good?
Yeah, no, I don't think I can quite do that. Was it stack mat or keyboard though? Is the
It was
question?
stack mat.
Oh wow, that's legit.
Yeah.
No, I'm still focusing on the transition to Yao. The Rue transition might have to wait another 5 years. Okay. Oh no.
So we got Jay's second cube just being delivered now. He started with a 13, which he's probably not too happy about. I'm not quite sure what the final is going to be. Is it top 20 to make finals?
I think it's top 16 to
Top
make
16.
the finals. So currently on the psych sheet, that would be 13.76.
Oh, well, obviously there's 3 rounds anyway.
Yes.
So I think quite a few people will make it through. So all of the fast people watching now, they're making the next round isn't really their focus because they know even if they mess up, they're still going to be making it. But some of the people at the back, they'll probably be trying to focus on getting through to that second round.
Yeah, and certainly for folks like Jay who are going to be in a lot of events and a lot of finals, the Friday is really just about. He's just finishing his solve. 12.71, pretty solid. Though the Friday is really just about getting familiar with the venue, getting familiar with the solving stations, and trying to get as comfortable as possible and see what kind of times you can put down in those first rounds.
No finals today.
No. So Jay with the 12 and Jonathan there with the 14. So I think Jonathan, his PB average is 14.89. So could
got a 16 and a 14 then, so still possible, but we'll have to see. Jay is he knows quite a lot in CFOP. He knows a lot of ZBLL. He knows a lot of fancy tricks, but he's less focused on his own results nowadays and focused on helping people with his Speedcubing Solutions course and stuff like that. But he still knows a lot, and he could still pull out some pretty fast solves.
Oh, definitely with that kind of knowledge base. And also he's been very heavily practicing fewest moves.
Yeah.
And obviously won the fewest moves competition yesterday. But yeah, he's been getting some really, really good results in fewest moves unofficially, and that's kind of his focus at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think also with one-handed, some of the knowledge that you have from 3x3, i.e. ZBLLs, I've found myself very often, getting a ZBLL case in competition or getting a ZBLL case at home for one-handed and just simply not being able to execute it because my muscle memory is just not there because I've never really seen them or done them very frequently in one-handed. So that's it can sometimes lead to a bit of overthinking and kind of have to go the simpler route in your solves if you're not confident in executing those ZBLLs one-handed. So most of my ZBLLs they're learned for two-handed and some of them are pretty easy to transfer across, but some of the kind of more recent ones definitely not. Jay's on his third solve now.
Ooh, it looks like he did a force and OLL skip there. Did some fancy stuff, but still only a 13 for him. Bit of a shake of the head. Still getting some okay times. Somebody else we're going to be seeing a bit later on is Leo Borromeo. He came all the way from the Philippines to come to this competition. His first big competition outside the Philippines since Worlds 2019, also here in Melbourne. So that's going to be really exciting to see what he can do. He's pretty good at one-handed. He only recently lost his Filipino national record average to Sean Patrick Villanueva. So he might be hoping to get that back. But I think 4x4 is his focus for this afternoon.
Yeah, Leo historically had just been a real 3x3 specialist. But as he's had the chance to spend a bit more time practicing other puzzles, one-handed and 4x4, definitely he's looking for some really fast times in those events. Talking about potentially an Asian record in 4x4 if he solves really well and gets some good parity cases or lack of parity cases. So that'll be interesting to see, because I know he's been practicing really hard and he's been going really, really hardcore on 3x3 as well from what I know.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see him compete in 3x3 this weekend. Obviously, this is the Oceanic Championship, so all of the podiums are focused on people from Oceania. So myself included, I might get on a podium, but it won't be the real podium, and I can't be crowned the Oceanic champion. But we're just here to have fun and experience this really well put together competition. The organisation team have done an amazing job. They've thought of everything. Most of them went to all of the other big ones this year. They went to NA Champs, they went to Euros, and they saw what was done well and what wasn't done so great. So they've had lots of time to think about exactly how they want to run this. And that's an 11 for Jay on his 4th solve.
Shake of the head there. Couldn't quite tell exactly what happened in that solve, but it looked like he wasn't too pleased with one element of it. But that's a pretty solid finish, and that'll an average like that will almost certainly see him make the finals. But again, there'll be 3 rounds of one-handed this weekend.
So in the next batch of groups, we've got group 4, 5, 6, 7. We have Brian Eng competing. He's got some pretty decent one-handed times. He's got a 12 average. We've also got Riley Dexter, and Jodie's going to be competing as well, and Vincent. So some pretty fast people.
Vincent's I think 4th on the psych sheet.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Just bring that up.
Or maybe
Vincent's 4th on the psych sheet, just behind. So Dwayne first seed, myself in 2nd, then Yibo Wang in 3rd, and then Vincent. Vincent also a Rue user.
Oh yeah.
So it is really the Revolution, this competition. This could be. They could look back on this competition one day and say that was the point at which Rue started to take over. If you get we could easily end up with a full Rue podium.
Yeah, it could be Dwayne, Yibo, and Jasper. Not the Yibo, Vincent. Sorry.
Vincent, yeah. But Vincent also is a bit of an older cuber, so he's been less active, competing a bit less. So we'll wait and see how he goes. I don't imagine he'd have been practicing too intensely, but sometimes that can be actually quite good because you're not too stressed or worried, and so you can get decent results. There's been many a times where I've not practiced an event and not thought I'd get anything good, and then randomly got a PB in competition. So we'll see. The pressure probably won't be on for Vincent. He won't have super high expectations, I would imagine.
So Jay just finished his last solve. He got 12.1. So that's going to be about a mid-12 average for Jay. So not the worst, but he still looks a little bit disappointed.
He's saying something to the judge. He's telling the judge it's not a +2, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then Jonathan Charlesworth finishing off his last solve. Bit of table tapping. And a bit more as well.
That's
surprised he didn't take the DNF there. That's what I would have done.
Reset the timer, eh?
Exactly.
So what other events do we have today? We've got lots more one-handed to get through. We've got some pretty speedy people coming up. Then after one-handed, we're going to be doing 4x4. That'll take up a few hours of our afternoon. Then we'll have 3x3 blindfolded, which is going to be really exciting because we've got some really speedy free blind people here. Primarily Charlie Eggins, who's part of the Queensland 1 Rubik's relay team. He's second in the world for single at the moment with a 14.6 he got at Australian Nationals just a few months ago, and I was chatting to him and hanging out with him at a table the other day, and just crazy stuff. He's just throwing down 14s, 15s, and we could definitely see a record from him for sure.
We could.
It's a little bit,
Yep.
definitely Oceanic, possibly a world record. Like, it's definitely within the realms of possibility for him. Although now Tommy Cherry got that 12.9 just a few days ago. It's a little bit harder, so he might have to get lucky to get that world record single. But yeah, if he gets a good scramble set, holds his nerve, we could definitely see some crazy mean times or whatever. Like,
For sure. And I think based on what we've seen from him at some recent competitions and at nationals, he doesn't seem to be too phased by any of the stage or the pressure or anything like that. So I think, yeah, he takes it pretty easy. He's very relaxed, very relaxed young kid, and we're going to have him on for an interview later on as well.
yes.
So next up in this group, we have on stations 3 and 4. For those of you at home who may only be familiar with people by name, I know when I watch big cubing streams, it's sometimes tricky for me to match the names to the faces.
Yeah.
So on stations 3 and 4, we have Riley Dexter. Riley Dexter in the pink, a local Melbourne cuber. He's practicing a bit of 3x3 there. Riley's one of the favourites for 3x3, and he's pretty good in the one-handed as well. We had a competition recently where Riley got first place in one-handed with, I think it was an mid-11 average or thereabouts, and so beat me. So definitely a really good podium shot. And then Vincent Wong on station 3 on the right in the white t-shirt from Sydney in New South Wales. So these are the two who are going to be hopefully giving us a fair few fast solves this round.
Yeah.
I just saw before we had Schwan, Max's dad, in the chat saying hi and wishing us all the best. So hello to Max Park and your family. Yeah, sad you couldn't be here, but hopefully next time. Riley just warming up at the 573 there, very casual.
Yeah, Riley's been doing a lot of 3x3 practice, and he's definitely one of the favourites to take the title. You've definitely got your hands full trying to hold back these up and coming cubers. It's gonna be tight. I think Feliks is definitely the favourite to take that title, but we've got people like Riley Dexter, David Epstein, also Toby, and then from New Zealand as well, Dwayne Ramos. He has a official 6.5 average, and even Jasper Murray. He doesn't really have some great 3x3 times yet, but he's definitely capable of sub 7, which with the pressure of the finals might just be good enough to take the win. But I think, yeah, definitely you and Riley are probably the two favourites. Also, Jody Brewster has a 5.7 average, which was very good for him at the time and still is pretty crazy, but he's definitely one to look out for. He's got he can get some 6-second times quite easily.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We talk about Riley and David and Dwayne, but Jody's obviously the 10th ranked 3x3 cuber in the world based on average. He would freely admit that he was it was a very, very good average for him, but to be able to do that in competition nonetheless with it was 572 a few months back, that was really, really exciting for Jody. And here he is on stream now. So we've got Jody on station 1 and Brian Eng on station 2. Jody from Tasmania and Brian from Sydney. So yeah, I think we'll be getting a little bit of a mishmash of a few different solves this round. Again, I think Brian and Jody do have potential in one-handed, probably averaging around 12-13 from what I can remember. But I would say Vincent and Riley are going to be the two pulling out better times we would expect.
Yeah, both Jody and Brian will be representing their states in the Rubik's Relay later on. The Tasmania one have a pretty solid team. It's Jody, Ari, and I actually don't know who the third person is. Do you know who the third person is in Tasmania 1?
Oh, no, I don't.
I guess we'll find out later on. But Brian's competes for New South Wales, so he'll be representing. I think he's in New South Wales 1. So I think they've got a pretty good shot of making it quite far through as well. I think they might be ranked seeded 5th or something.
Jody's a very keen saxophonist. I believe he's just finished high school. I may be wrong on that. I believe he's just finished, but he's been Yeah, very, very keen jazz saxophonist for quite a while. Billy plays in a number of different bands and also plays a lot of Tetris.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Do you ever play any Tetris?
No,
I didn't know
I've never played Tetris. I know a lot of my cubing friends have. Obviously, Philip Lewicki or Laser Monkey, he's pretty good at Tetris, and Brendan Valance, the 2009 3x3 world champion. He's a Scottish cuber, and he's crazy at classic Tetris. But I haven't played much myself.
What about the saxophone?
No. Play a little bit of piano, but that's about it for my instrument knowledge.
I did the saxophone in high school.
I
was not very good. I mostly practiced cubing. Yeah, second alto or second tenor in a few bands.
Who knows? Maybe
nowhere near as good as Jody.
Maybe in an alternate universe, you'd be the best saxophone player of all time.
No, people always
never
ask.
cubed.
People's always asked, does cubing help you with music, or you must be really good at playing the piano, and I'm horrible at playing any kind of musical instrument.
All right, we've got Riley Dexter for his first solve, and also Vincent's just halfway through his first solve as well. On to LSC now. Ooh, bit of a mess up there. Ooh, massive lock up. And he's going to be, he's messed up the solve quite heavily there. Riley onto last layer by the looks of it. Onto his PLL. He's also made a mistake too.
Oh dear. A couple of 17s.
Two 17s.
Neither of them will be too pleased with that, but again, we're not trying to qualify for the final here. But
yeah,
I think if they got one of these in the semi-final, it would be pressure on.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be, I think it's going to be around high 12, low 13 to make the finals. I think it's going to be top 16. So on the psych sheet, that is a low 13 average by the looks of it. But lots of these guys haven't really competed that much recently. Yeah, we'll see. The nerves might get to them, or maybe there'll be some nice scrambles. So it could really come down to the fine wire. I'm hoping to make finals. Surely you are hoping to make finals as well.
I hope so.
It shouldn't be too tricky for me, although I am known to suddenly get 14 second averages and then get an 11 second average. So who knows? I'm a little bit inconsistent with one-handed.
Yeah, and like what you said before, you never know what people are practicing in the lead up to a massive competition like this. It used to be a bit more extreme back in the day when there were just fewer competitions and people had fewer chances to compete. I remember some of the big comps like Worlds 2011, 2013, and the improvement that you saw because new hardware was coming out and people hadn't been to a comp for 4 or 5 months, and suddenly they're 20 seconds faster at 7x7, and it was so unknown as to what people were going to rock up with and what times they were going to get, and it was a real mystery. Like I remember Worlds 2013, I thought I was doing amazingly at 7x7 because my times were like world record comparison level, but ended up just coming third, even though I did a good average, just because everyone else had improved 20 seconds. So you never know at these big competitions, just how much improvement can be had. But I think these days most of these competitors will have had plenty of comps recently, so you can judge those sorts of things. But certainly for events which are less frequently held, that's where you might see that kind of improvement.
Yeah. All right, we've got Riley Dexter for his second solve. He started with that 17, so he's going to be a little bit nervous trying to make sure that doesn't count. This looks like a pretty good solve, though, onto PLL. Ooh, bit of a lock-up at the end.
Yeah.
But still pretty good. Yeah, speaking of like secret practice before big competitions, we had New Zealand Nationals in Auckland last weekend, and clock was very much looking like Liam Wadek was going to take the win. But in the first round on the Friday, Richard Yi Hang Tao came out of nowhere and broke Liam's national record average, only slightly with a 5.22. Nobody knew he was practicing. He kept it very secret. I think he did it because he didn't want to admit that he was practicing clock, because it's a little bit embarrassing. But it was pretty cool to see that just out of nowhere, we were all sitting in the crowd tracking people's averages, and someone was like, wait, Richard got a 4, he got a 5. Hold on. It was a pretty cool moment, and he seemed pretty happy. Although, unluckily yesterday he actually DNF'd his clock average in round 1 of Oceanic Championships.
Oh, really?
So yeah, he's not made the final, which he's going to be a little bit disappointed about, because he was the third on the psych sheet. But it's clock. It can really go either way. Just one small mistake and you've DNF'd the solve.
Yeah, definitely some of these events, you don't have much room for error. You know, the likes of your clock, your 2x2, Pyraminx cube, whereas maybe one-handed you have a little bit more, but certainly your Megaminx and your big cubes, you can make a fair few mistakes and still be okay.
Vincent finishing up his second solve here. Also not looking very good. It looks like he made a mistake as well. He's doing a U-perm, which is very odd for a resolve.
So yeah, we were wondering if Vincent had been secretly practicing like like Richard. It doesn't seem so, but certainly, you know, back a few years ago, I think it was 2018, 2019 or so, he was, I believe it was 6th in the world. He placed himself with that 10.3 average at a local competition. That was very exciting.
Right, Riley with his third solve now. Looking pretty smooth at the start. On to PLL at high 9 and 11.8. That was a smooth solve. Not really many mistakes there. It looked like he had an R-perm or something to finish it off. So he has a 17 and 2.11. So still has good potential for an average, but he's going to have to get a couple of 10s if he wants to break his PR. So we're getting to probably halfway through or nearing the end of this group, and the next group is the one I'm really excited for, because that's where we get to see Dwayne solve. And he's been very consistently like sub 10 in all his recent rounds. At New Zealand Nationals, he got that 8.9 average in the first round, and then a 9.7 average in the final, which he was talking about like, oh, that was a terrible average. I really messed that one up. And he's still getting 9.7. So I think, from what I've heard, he seems to be averaging around below 9 seconds at home.
Okay.
And if for those who don't know, the current world record average is 8.65 by Patrick Ponce, which he set in the UK earlier this year.
Western-super-Mare, was it?
No, that was his first one. So he got 870
yep.
at Western-super-Mare, and then a couple of months later at Stevenage Spring, he got 865. But I think Dwayne could definitely beat it.
He could.
If he gets a nice scramble set and he holds his nerve. And earlier today, he broke the New Zealand 6x6 NR mean and single, taking it off Ben Kirby, who's had all of the big cube NRs for the last 4 years or so. And so yeah, he got some really good times there. So he's definitely awake and ready to throw down some times. So that's going to be very exciting to watch.
Really excited to see that in the next group, and I think we might be switching commentators for the next group. Chris, did you want to stay on and commentate for Dwayne?
I'm happy to stay on. Yeah.
Sacrifice any warm-up time.
Nah, one-handed is not my forte at the moment.
Cool.
And if I practice it, my hand will start hurting. So.
Oh, that's the same for me. Yeah, I can practice any other event for kind of infinite time, but one-handed, I kind of collapse after about 50 or 75 solves. That's why I don't practice it.
14 for Riley there, so he's lost any chance for a good average, but still going to be making the second round no matter what, even if he counts that 17. Brian Eng got an 11.8 there, and Jody got 12.5, so it looks like they might be doing decently.
Yeah, I'll imagine Patrick's looking over his shoulder pretty intently at the moment.
Yes.
We've got obviously Max, who's I don't know that he's that motivated to get the one-handed specifically. I think Max is probably really focusing on the 3x3, the battle with Timon, but Max can potentially break that. Obviously, Patrick could easily break it, and yeah, the likes of Dwayne and Fahmi from Indonesia.
Yeah. Even some of the other guys like Luke Garrett from the US, he's been really improving this year in all events. I think he's the closest person to nemesizing me at the moment. For those who don't know, if you have a nemesis, it's somebody who's better than you at single and average for every single event. So currently I have 0 nemesis, and I assume you have 0 nemesis.
Oh, I think so.
But I think for Luke Garrett, he's only worse than me at like 3 blind stuff and maybe 4x4 single.
Right.
So it is a little bit embarrassing if you've been cubing for this long and you do have a nemesis. You'll think like, oh, there's somebody who's better than me at everything. What am I even doing?
Luke Garrett says hello in the chat.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
Oh, you better not practice 3 blind, Luke.
No, stick to 3x3, Luke.
Get
that sub 5.
Also from France, we've got Juliette Sebastien. She's not here today, but she's got the European record average at the moment, and even her solves, like she makes a lot of mistakes and still gets some really good time because she knows full ZBLL, so she has really good knowledge. So her solves are pretty efficient for CFOP solves. So if she gets a good scramble set, holds her nerve, maybe she could get world record. It's definitely one-handed's definitely one of the most in contention records at the moment. I think there's a lot of people who could be breaking it.
It's always really exciting when you do have that event that there are 4 or 5 people fairly equal in skill and record potential, and you don't have a record that's too far out of reach. The kind of anticipation to see who's competing and when do they have a shot at breaking it. It's always really exciting in cubing.
Yeah, it's like over the pandemic we saw the likes of like Farmy showing some crazy times on his YouTube. Like I think he uploaded like a 7.0 average of 12 at one point. He hasn't had many chances to compete this year, being from Indonesia, but hopefully we'll see him throw down some crazy times soon. Now he's dropped down a rank in the world with Dwayne's 8.95 average last weekend, but he still holds that Asian record.
All right, so we've just finished the 3rd wave of one-handed groups. We've got 2 more waves of groups, so this will take us to the end of one-handed. I'm going to pass you off to shortly, either Jay or Michael if they're around, but I think Chris is going to stay on and commentate for Dwayne. But yeah, if you're in chat now, this is Dwayne Ramos, 3rd in the world for one-handed, and looking to hopefully see some fireworks go.
Definitely stick around. Don't go running off, or you might have a little bit of time to go get a snack. But this is the group you're gonna want to be watching. This is the man.
And the group changeovers here are super quick, so I reckon give yourself 2 minutes and then tune in. All right, I'll leave you here, and
okay.
I'll hand it over to Jay or Michael if they're ready shortly. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone, and I'll catch you all later.
Yeah, see you later. Good luck for one-handed. So how's everybody doing in the chat today? Oh, there's Indonesian Championships this weekend. That's going to be exciting. I'm not sure. I might have to keep an eye on those results. Keep you guys updated as well. Oh, we've got Jayden McNeill joining us again. How was your one-handed average day?
It was okay. It was basically so I just had like some allergy flare up like right before. So I was just like blowing my nose the whole average. So I hope the audience enjoyed that. And then like right as I finished, like it just went away. Like the Zyrtec kicked in.
Oh, that's a bit annoying.
Yeah, a little tilting. The solves were good enough for round 1, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, you got a 12.67 average, so you're currently 2nd, I believe. But there's still a lot of results to go in. So this is the 2nd to last batch of groups. So this is where we got likes of Asher, Yibo, and most importantly Dwayne solving. And then after this we've got group whatever it is, 12, 13, 14, something like that, where myself, Feliks, and Leo are all competing in, and then we'll be moving on to 4x4. But yeah, it looks like they're just getting everybody sorted out, getting the cubes ready to scramble, and then we'll see them walking out. What do we reckon Dwayne's going to get?
I don't know. I mean, he says he's sub 9 at home, so but it's like round 1. I feel like there's a bit more pressure, or maybe not. I don't think pressure's the right word. I think with round 1, it's just like a comfort thing. Like you don't necessarily feel comfortable with the environment.
Yeah.
So as a result, like it's not super common. You see like at majors, you'll often see people get records, right?
Yeah.
It does happen, but it's usually not the first round. It's usually the final or the semis.
Well, earlier today we actually saw Dwayne get the 6x6 New Zealand national record single and mean.
Yeah.
So maybe he's got pretty comfortable with this environment, and he's ready to throw down some good times, because those were some pretty good times for him. He was aiming for national record, and he kind of smashed it. So yeah, hopefully he does the same today or now in one-handed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We also know Alex got the Megamix.
Yep.
OCR average in the first round.
Yeah, he just lightly beat his previous Oceanic record Megamix average. and he was pretty happy about that. We caught that reaction on stream, which was pretty cool. He's definitely the big favourite to win Mega Minx this weekend.
Oh yeah, it's not even close.
I think he won the first round by about 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's a bit convincing.
Probably one of the most set in stone podiums this weekend. Well, not podiums, but first place is the most set in stone for Mega Minx.
Absolutely. But yeah, these next 2 heats of one-handed will be pretty interesting because it's going to be very top-heavy compared to what we've seen so far. Like you said, we got Dwayne, we got Feliks, we got Leo, got Asher. Like a lot of very, very solid, competent one-handed solvers. Probably see a lot of 11s, 10s, and then in the case of Dwayne, hopefully some 9s, maybe some 8s.
Maybe some 7s.
Maybe
some 6s.
Ooh.
So Dwayne's current one-handed single is a 7.16, so that is second in the continent, just behind Feliks's 6.88 from 6 years ago now? 7
it would have been
years
20.
ago?
It was, I think, Canberra 2015, one of those comps.
Yeah, so that stood for a while. 6.88, still third in the world. So I think Dwayne would be pretty stoked if he could beat that. But Rue is definitely a bit less luck dependent. It's more about the consistent, efficient solves. So it's harder to get the good singles with Rue. That's why we see for Vincent Wong, he has a 10.39 official average, but he only has a 9.1 single. So my official single is actually faster than his by about half a second, but I'm like a second and a half slower for average. So yeah, Rue not so great for the singles, but definitely good for the averages.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very low variance method, and I feel like with the luck that you get in Rue solves, it's maybe in some ways a bit harder to predict than what you would get in a CFOP solve. Like if you're getting an OLL skip or a PLL skip, it's more obvious, whereas with Rue, like, I guess the steps kind of blend together a bit more. Like, after CMLL, you want to do, like, EO plus influencing, like, the edge permutation going into 4C, and, I don't know, skips aren't even necessarily that good in Rue, it seems like. Maybe with the exception of, like, a CMLL skip.
Yeah, which is pretty uncommon. So for those who don't know, the steps of the Rue method is you build a, I can show you actually, we're on stream, is you build a 1x2x3 block, usually on the left, sometimes on the right. So this is, that's the first step. And then the second step is to build the same block, but on the other side. I am terrible at Rue. I barely even know what I'm doing. So then you have 2 blocks. The middle slice is still pretty scrambled. And from there, you solve the corners of the top layer, similar to how you'd do that in 2x2. Sometimes there's quite similar algs. And from there, you only have 6 edges remaining. So this is LSE, or last 6 edges. And you do some stuff. There's some stuff you can do with CMLL, where you influence the last couple of the edges. I think Dwayne doesn't really know that. It's called EOLR. I don't think Dwayne knows many of those. But yeah, there's definitely some advancements to be made in Rue. It's pretty simple, like the basic method. Although I'm still messing it up. And my M moves are terrible. But it's you can very easily tell when somebody's doing Rue and somebody's doing CFOP. You'll see Rue solvers, they'll keep the cube in the air for the first block and the second block, and then they'll do a CMLL, maybe use the table a bit for the CMLL, and then once they get to those last 6 edges, they're just spamming M and U moves on the table. So it's a little bit interesting there. It's in the air and then it's on the table, where CFOP, it's definitely a bit of everything.
Absolutely, and even as like maybe a non-cuber, I think they aesthetically look very different, because like with CFOP you sort of see the layers get built up from the bottom to the top, whereas with Rue you kind of see the, like, I guess, search space reduced to just the M and U layers. So you see the corners kind of get solved and like some of the sides, and then it's just like a bunch of slice move spam. So it's a very different methods, but for two-handed they've both been proven to be very comparable, and one-handed obviously Rue has proven to be quite advantageous.
Yeah. So we're getting everybody seated up now.
Yep, Dwayne's just sitting down, station 1.
Yeah, station 1 we've got Dwayne. I assume station 2 is Yibo Wang.
Yep, that's right. And then station 3 we've got Asher.
Yeah.
And Ben Worry on station 4.
Just having a few camera issues. There we go. So yeah, we're definitely going to be focusing on station 1 and 2, because Dwayne Ramos, big favourite for this round. Although Jasper did get that 10.8 average in one of the earlier groups, which was a personal record for him. But yeah, Dwayne's definitely a lot faster than that, and he's probably just going to be aiming for records more than trying to win the comp or the round.
Yeah, a very similar case to Alex, where like he is such a heavy favorite that he is kind of afforded that luxury almost.
Yeah. They can chill out. They can get massively below their global and still get the victory. So they can kind of chill out a bit and focus on themselves. Yeah. Dwayne +2ing an 8.4 just in practice there, getting used to the setup. Dwayne's also on the one of the staff teams this weekend. He's a crew member, although he's not wearing his crew shirt right now since he's not performing crew duties. So cool to see even the top competitors still helping out, keen to help out with the running the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the WCA in a nutshell. Like, it doesn't matter like how good or how high level you are. Like, everyone's to some degree expected to help out.
Just getting cube scrambled. I'm not sure what method Yibo uses. It looks like
he's a
CFOP.
CFOP user. Him and his brother both. I believe Yibo has a low 10 official average, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think it's 10.31. So he's a third on the select sheet for this competition, but he competes for China, so he's not in contention for that Oceanic podium. But he can still get that overall podium, which is one of the things I'm aiming for. One overall podium this weekend, and I'll be pretty happy.
I believe
it's most likely for Megaminx or 3x3. I think I've also got an okay shot at 4x4 as well. But I'm not too focused about my results, but it'd be pretty cool if I could get that.
Yeah, got to rep Team Kookaburra.
Yeah.
We're all holding it down.
We've still got both of our Kookaburra mascots sitting on the table. No one's stolen them yet, but I think we do need to steal a team mascot. Who do we reckon we go for?
Ooh.
Keep an eye out.
Which ones haven't been stolen yet? That's the real question.
I think the Wallaby has stayed pretty safe so far.
Well, we gotta prove them wrong.
I tried to.
No one's safe.
I tried to snatch one earlier and I couldn't get it. They had a tight hold on the Wallaby. Right. Dwayne just received his first cube, so has Yibo. Dwayne getting in the zone, putting the earmuffs on to make sure he can't get distracted at all, pointing at the camera, having a bit of fun with it. On one of the other stations, we just saw Asher get a 12.3, bit of the shake of the head.
Yeah, and then Ben Warrior with a 16. I don't believe that's particularly good for him.
Okay. Right, Dwayne putting down the cube, starting to solve.
Looks pretty clean so far. Getting first two blocks done about the first 5 seconds.
Slow CMLL and messing up the LSE, getting an 11.
Yeah, that was a rough finish. That looked like maybe a slightly below average start. Like, I think he can probably get to CMLL a bit below 5, but yeah.
The CMLL was definitely pretty slow there. That's all right. He's, for those who don't know, in WCA we use an average of 5 system, where instead of just averaging all 5 of the solves, the worst solve and the best solve is taken out of the equation, and it's just the average of the 3 in between. So you can mess up one solve and your average isn't over. So you got to make sure if you start an average with a bad solve, you got to make sure you stay pretty consistent throughout the rest of the solves.
Yeah, like Dwayne's still got a chance to get like a record average of some kind, but he is no longer afforded the luxury of being able to make a major mistake like that.
Yep.
Maybe with the possible exception of like blowing a potentially like very fast single in favor of like still a good single.
Yep.
That's about as far as he can go with that.
So this is Dwayne's first time competing outside of New Zealand, his first international competition. He first started competing in 2019, I believe. So he's a pretty new competitor in the eyes of us. You've got what, first competition 2011?
2012.
2012.
So yeah, 10
mine's 2014. So we've got a lot more experience than Dwayne. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the pressure in these big finals this weekend. Being one of the favourites for a 3x3 podium as well. But he's already got a 6x6 national record, so he seems to be doing pretty well so far.
Absolutely. Looks like he's just getting ready for his second solve now. Getting himself in a good mindset.
Yeah, he's got the headphones on, listening to do some tunes. What do you reckon he's listening to, guys? What songs he got on those headphones? 10.6 for Yibo.
Yeah, that's pretty strong, pretty solid.
All right, earmuffs on for Dwayne. Baby Shark on repeat. That's a good call.
Of course, chat's going to give meme answers. That's all they know.
Oh, this solve isn't looking great.
Yeah, I think the average is done. It's probably just a matter of like just get to the next round.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So
maybe go for a single.
It's 3 rounds of this competition, so he got a lot of opportunities to get that record. And he's smiling. He's not too bothered about it.
Yeah, I think he understands that like these rounds don't necessarily matter. It's not going to be like foreshadowing or anything. Like it's just very, as we said earlier, it's very normal to not perform your best in the earlier rounds just because of being a bit uncomfortable. Moving away from Dwayne for a sec, maybe be good to point out Yibo and his turning, because I think one thing that sets him apart is his TPS for his skill level is like very, very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure chat has noticed, but yeah, next solve, like, definitely want to have a look at what he's doing, because yeah, I'm mad jealous of his turning.
I just wish I could practice one-handed without my hand hurting.
Skill issue. Grind more,
Yeah,
get the muscle up.
On one of the other stations, Asher just got an 11.4, but the shake of the head though. He's got an 11.1 official average, so.
Yep, Yibo's going off now, and as you can see, yeah,
Crazy
TPS
turning.
is, yeah, insane. That might be sub 10. Oh, not quite.
Ooh,
Yeah,
bit of a mess up.
fumbled the ending just a tiny bit.
He still seems to be doing pretty well though. He's probably on track to take first place in this round.
Yeah, possibly. It'll pretty much depend entirely on Dwayne. Although just with 10.8, that makes it not free by any means.
Right, Dwayne's third solve now, deciding not to put the earmuffs on this time. Yes, he's already accepted that the average is kind of over, but you never know. He could still get some good singles. .7 for Dwayne. A lot of moves on the LSE there. He's not the most efficient Roo solver, but I think his turning's very much ahead of everybody else in the Roo scene. So maybe if he improved his efficiency, we could see some crazy 3x3 times as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be a matter of like if he's willing to put in that kind of work, because he definitely doesn't just do one-handed. Like he's a very competent cube solver. He had OCR for a pretty long time for average.
He still has it.
Does he? Oh yeah, he does still have it. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't improved it for a while. He's had quite a few attempts at improving his average, which is currently 2.40, which he set last year sometime. Maybe even 2020 actually. But yeah, he's moved away from Skube a bit more now, focusing on one-handed and 3x3. But he's also getting good at the bigger cubes. 4x4. He became the New Zealand national champion last weekend, which is a bit of an upset with a low 29 average.
Yeah,
obviously getting 6x6 NRs earlier today. Didn't do so well in 7x7, but still he still made the final. So maybe we can see some more there. And he's not bad at he's getting a bit better at the blindfolded as well. He got like a 9-point blindfolded, maybe it was 9 out of 10 just a few weeks ago. So he's a pretty good all-rounder.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost uncommon for Roo solvers. I feel like for a long time I've personally associated Roo solvers with like very 3x3 and one-handed focused.
Yeah. Yeah, so he for big cubes he uses Maya, which is similar to Yao, but you also solve, instead of solving like a cross, you solve a first block and then do the rest of the centers and then edge pairing and stuff. So then once you get to 3x3 stage, you've got first block solved, and then you build your second block, and then CMLL and LSE as normal. So he's got the fastest Maya souls in the world for all of 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it kind of shows that, yeah, most Rue solvers are very, very set with their ways of being one-handed and 3x3 heavy.
Yeah, but here he is breaking the mold, going into his 4th solve, I believe.
Yeah.
Yibo with a 13. It looked like he messed up a lot, and he even did like the slow timer stop.
Looking like a better solve for Dwayne. 10.2. So speaking of Rue solvers, Sean Moran actually, he's a Rue solver, but he's the fastest Megaminx solver in the UK, which is a little bit crazy because Megaminx is very CFOP-like.
Yeah, there's no way to restrict it to like something comparable to Rue.
So it's a little bit odd that he uses Rue for 3x3, but then his main event's Megaminx. But I think he sticks for Yao for the big cubes. Dwayne's best possible average is a 10.75, so he could beat Jasper if he gets the best solve on the last tier. But yeah, I think he's just chilling out now and not too fussed about what he gets. He'll probably go all out, try and get the single.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all he can do. And it seems like Yibo, I don't believe, can beat Jasper's average at this point. I don't know if he's done 3 or 4 solves exactly. All I've seen so far is 2 10s and a 13. Yeah, we'll have to see. Asher with a 14. So also out of running for first place in this round. Again, not that it matters. You just got to progress. That's what it's about at this juncture. Looks like Yibo's about to go into his 4th or 5th solve. We'll have to see. Starting out pretty strong, turning-wise. Yep, F12 at 6. That's good.
Ooh.
Yep, sub 10. Nice.
Was that a U-perm in like 0.8?
I think like 3/4 of that last layer was just the OLL execution, and then just a busted U-perm.
That is ridiculous. All right, Dwayne's last solve now. So I think Yibo might have won that round. We'll have to see. Looks like his average is over now. Dwayne's last solve, looking a bit smoother. To CMLL at 5 seconds, an LSC, and a 9.3.
Yeah, okay, he's done.
So that's the fastest solve of the round. And he beat Jasper. And I'm not quite sure what average Yibo got. But I'm going to have to pass over the commentary to somebody else because I've got to go compete.
Well, best of luck, Chris.
All right, yeah, I'll see you later. Enjoy the commentary, and hopefully I don't get terrible times.
Nah, I believe in you. You got
right,
this, man.
See you later, guys.
Substitute. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, welcome back.
Afternoon if you happen to be in our time zone. Probably, I think it might be late night for most of these guys.
Yeah, NA for sure. It's
Yeah,
late
right.
night this time.
Okay. Now,
so coming up, it looks like we're going to have... So Chris is obviously going to compete. That's why he just hopped off. But we also got Feliks and Leo. And there might be some others that I'm forgetting. But those would be like some of the main fast people that we're going to see.
all right, fantastic. Any major predictions? You think anything's going to...
I don't even know if Feliks warmed up, to be frank.
No, to be honest, I saw him doing a couple of turns on his little custom GAN, whatever he has with the green logo sticker. But I don't think he's put as much effort into warming up.
No, he's too busy working,
Yeah,
living that finance bro life, or whatever he does.
don't know.
And then Leo, I haven't even seen him all weekend. So
I saw him in the practice room before, just outside cubing on the green. If any of you happen to be watching the stream, shout out to cubing on the green. Just in the practice room there. I think my major prediction was that Dwayne would do something cool. So I think
got that wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't have any major predictions for anything else.
I mean, unless you think a 9.3 single's cool.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty cool, but I think he's done better than that before.
Yeah,
kinda
he's probably looking to get like an average closer to that.
Yeah.
Not so much the best single.
That's all right. Still many rounds to come. Believe there's 3 rounds of OH.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yep. We have 3 on the schedule. There'll be many more opportunities for cool things to happen.
Absolutely.
All right. So they've called them up, haven't they?
Yeah, they're probably just waiting now.
Yep. Yep. We are running a fair bit ahead of schedule. So if you're watching this from elsewhere and watching it according to WCA Live, we are a slight bit ahead of schedule. I think they are doing a little bit of stalling in between rounds just to try and bring that back to where it's meant to be. It's great running ahead, but it can be a little bit...
Yeah, I mean, you don't want people to miss their events because they assumed they had more of a break than they actually did.
Yeah.
It's one thing to do that at local comps, encouraging people to stick around in case we run ahead, but for something of this scale, that's not as practical.
Yeah. It's not like there's any real flexibility in the schedule. Everything is as it should be, but we're trying to make it that way. All right. You're going to answer Hayden's question in chat?
I was actually just going to ghost him, but since you put me on blast...
Yeah, I'm going to put you on blast right now.
Yeah, he wants to know if he can get sub 12 OH with his current 3x3 global. So if I recall correctly, average is like 8 something, maybe sub 8 sometimes. Yeah, I think you can. It's hard. Because like using myself as a reference point, like I'm at my peak for both OH and two-handeds, like low 7 and high 11.
Yep.
So I would say you either have to get a little bit better at two-handed or you have to get better turning than I have at one-handed, which is not impossible or anything. I wouldn't say I have like amazing turning or anything, but yeah, I don't know, you can do it. I believe.
Cool. All right. So now competitors are gathering. Should be all good.
Yep. Feliks over at station 3 next to Leo.
Awesome. And then we have... That looks like B-Paul.
Yeah, that's B-Paul.
I was going to say that is B-Paul. I was expecting... Has N-Paul already gone, or...?
I don't know. I haven't seen him too much this weekend.
Nah. So I figured fast group of OH would be N-Paul, but... Nonetheless, happy to see the man, the myth, the legend.
Yep, next to him.
Oh, look at him go. I'm still talking about B-Paul, by the way.
You're just obsessed. Just can't get enough.
Real homie. The real action for this round would be going on stations 3 and 4. So obviously, Feliks and Leo beside each other. If I recall correctly, Leo just lost. Sorry.
Station 1.
Many people don't know what B-Paul looks like. This is exclusive vision.
Yep, this is the doxing.
Even our tech guys don't know. No. But if I recall correctly, I think Leo just lost OH. What was it? Did he have ASR or was it NR?
Your guess is as good as mine. I would love to be up to date on records, but I'm a bad
So I think
researcher.
Sean Patrick Villanueva's gone on a bit of a tear in OH, so...
Yeah, he has come back recently.
Yeah. Obviously, Rue, master method for OH. Can't knock him there, but...
OP, please nerf.
Yeah. But Faz getting some pretty good times in warm-up. Sub 9 there. But we will see how this round unfolds. Pretty excited.
It was lost his NR, not his ASR, because ASR is a farmy from Indonesia.
Oh, of course. Yep. I'm going to keep our kookaburras safe. Do you want to hold that one?
Yeah, I see some trouble brewing.
There's been a little bit of theft of our crew mascots recently, and I feel like I have a strange suspicion that Kookaburra will be the next target. I think Lennon's also
looks like he's
that
trying
Team
to
Wallaby
infiltrate.
is...
He's up to something. He's up to no good.
Personally, I don't know. I'm only a humble cooker. I have no info for you, sorry. I wish we could turn a camera on him right now. Just see the absolute sadness in his eyes.
So distraught.
Yeah,
Going for a sad scroll.
Post something in the chat. Please.
Yeah, pour one out for your boy Lennon.
Who did it? Probably best I don't repeat what's on that sticky note because his Team Wallaby will lose a fair bit of faith in Lennon Hughes. Got to keep the morale up high. I am so confused, by the way. I don't know what is happening. I'm just here for OH, dude. I'm just here to see some slick solving with one hand from the boys. All right, Cookers can.
Yep, they're safe.
Back. Yep.
You're safe now. Fly.
Yeah.
Feliks with another 12 in warm-up, looking a bit disappointed. He's got like the half smirk on.
Yep. The half smirk's definitely from our antics at the comm table.
Yeah, it's like a mix of like ha, but also like, oh god, please don't lose to Leo in his mind.
I mean, surely he's thinking that. You reckon?
Yeah, Feliks is obviously humble. He knows like where
Yeah.
he stands, but like he knows he can, do a lot better than a 12.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a 9, so
that's a bit better.
that's all right. Probably in a better frame of mind.
Yep, looks like they're both getting into their first official one for this
All
round.
right. Get excited, folks. This could be nice.
Getting started for Feliks.
And Leo starting only seconds later.
Looks like a bit of a rough F12 for Feliks. And yeah, not lucky enough last layer cases. But still,
unfortunately not, and Leo's the same.
yeah.
Neither of them starting off too hot, but 4 more solves to come.
Yeah, a bit of a tough position for both, because I think for both of these competitors, what they've just gotten on the first solve, you would ideally want that to be your worst solve, just based on what they've done previously officially. So basically no more room for error for this round.
No, absolutely not. On the stations beside, we also have Chris Mills and Jack Kai on 5 and 6. Jack Kai is a bit of an underdog in OH.
He's not bad.
Remember at my first competition, he somehow came second in like the first round of OH or something like that. Second behind Feliks, obviously.
Yeah, more known for his blind solving for sure, but definitely competent in the one-handed turning department.
It's quite surprising, but regardless, I'm sure he'll be hoping for something good here. Chris is just going on his first now. And it looks like no one's really doing that well on their first. I don't know, is 14...
Yeah, 14-6. Right, probably just a dud of a scramble.
Yeah, might not be much on offer. In which case, we hope for the best for the rest of them. But we do want to see some good times. And I'm sure that they'll be hoping for the same.
Looks like B-Paul's off to his first solve now. Probably having a similar mid experience, it seems.
I wonder if B-Paul switched to using Rue like Nicholas did. It looks like he might be doing Rue here.
I think he's doing another CMLL.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
A little bit, but yay, 24. Very solid.
Yep, definitely his overall PB. Hence the 2 thumbs up.
Yeah. Really pushing the forefront of OH Rue solving. A lot like they're doing with 7 Simul.
Absolutely.
Yep. Really bringing the side events to their potential.
Looks like Leo just got a 9 for a second, so
that's
a bit more like what you want to see. Looked like it was full step as well, so that bodes well for the next 3.
Awesome. All right, Feliks getting his cube for a second now. Obviously starting with a 12. So let's see what comes in solve 2.
Kind of looks like another rough one, to be honest. Yeah.
He's on PLL now, and that's, no, not great turning, but it's a 15. So that 12 from the first solve will be counting. And so at the moment, it's pretty sad to say that Feliks is a bit behind in this round. But we'll see what the rest of the round holds. I think Leo's just about to go up for his third now. Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually, it might not count. His next 3 solves might actually be worse.
Yeah.
The 12 might be his best.
Yeah. Strange things can happen, especially in continent championships. So let's just see what happens.
Leo inspecting quite a long time. Hopefully that means he's planning far into the solve. And that it's not just a bad scramble. Okay, looks like
looks like about a 10. Yeah, awesome. 10.71.
Yep, another full step as well. Looked like it was probably 6 to 7 F12, so pretty clean last layer.
It's a good showing in the first round.
Although do bear in mind, Leo still has the potential to counter 15 because of the first, so he does have to kind of stay woke, so to speak. Can't slack off.
No. But only 2 more solves to go, so we will see if he avoids that.
B. Paul having the time of his life. Another SUP 20.
Let's go. Finish that M slice. Solid M2. And Charlie next to him. Leader of Team Quokka, of course. If I understand correctly, Team Quokka's mascot is also under threat. You didn't see this on stream, but our mascots have been threatened yet again.
Yeah, once again by Lennon Hughes, clearly an agent for the other team.
I don't know what the plans are. I'm just here, peaceful like. I think I'm just going to be holding this in my hand from here on out.
Yeah, we'll just nurse these bad boys.
Yep. Try not to squeeze on the sides, otherwise it'll just go off.
Have you squeezed it yet on stream?
No.
Gotta find the right moment for it, don't we?
It's always a good idea to wait for the right moment. Where Leo Borromeo on his 4th solve.
Yeah, it looks like Feliks got a low 10 on that 3rd attempt. Might be bringing it back to some extent. Leo with what appears to be about a 6-second F12 once again. Yeah, another 10.
Yeah,
clean.
some more good solves from Leo. Alright, so it's looking good. So he's kind of in a rhythm of getting kind of in and around the 10-second mark. So those last 2 were kind of mid to high 10, and then the obviously the sub 10 on the second solve. But that 15 in the first is a little bit of a red zone if he happens to not do as well as he would like. On the last.
it's just so much further outside of his average that like another comparable single can just derail things to such a large extent. You could turn a 10 average into a 12 average, for example, which would be pretty tragic.
Mm.
Looks like Feliks is going up once again. Kind of a long inspection. I don't know if that's a good sign or not.
It looked a little bit indecisive, but we'll see what happens. So okay, it's got ZB.
Yeah, I think you were right about the indecision. It
didn't.
It looked like he maybe had like a promising scramble and white, but had to like make some sort of compromise, trying to preserve too much potentially.
Unsure of what to save and what to throw away, but not exactly what you want, especially before the solves even started.
Yeah, because you want to start every solve on the right note. Like even if things go poorly later, that's fine. But like starting off on the wrong note, it's so hard to recover.
All right. Leo is up for his, I believe, his final solve it is.
Yeah, it's the final one. I think he had 15, 9, 10, 10. So.
And with any luck after that, we'll catch the finish of B Paul's solve.
Yep, he got another strong over 20-second solve.
Yes. But Leo's the main focus for now.
Very fast start. Looked like very high TPS burst for what I consider to be the hardest step of the solve to burst in.
Well, and he's...
Yep, like I said, that 15 at the start, that's took what could have been a 10 average to probably very high 11.
Regardless of the potential of that average, even still, it's only first round.
Exactly, exactly. You
can't sweat it too much. It's not like it's cost a podium spot or anything like that. There's still 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's the luxury of being on the faster side of things and having multiple rounds. You can kind of get comfortable, get a feel for things. Whereas if your ambition is to make like the second round or the final, not so easy.
There's so much commotion going on around the stream desk. I don't trust Lennon Hughes with any ounce of any fibre of my being at the moment. Oh, I see what's going on.
Oh, have we got it?
Oh, right.
Look at that. Look at that bad boy. It's ours now.
I didn't have anything to do with this.
And the Joey. Got the Joey too.
And the Joey. Lennon, are the words you want to say? Do you want to say anything to the stream? Nah.
You did this to yourself, Lennon.
You could just... Yay. Prized possession, really. Do you want it back? Listen, I think we can just be friends. I think as long as we have footage of it in front of us on the stream, that's worth enough. We can probably give it back. What do you reckon?
Maybe we just give back the Joey, and they gotta earn the main row.
Yeah, true.
Are they separable? Oh no, it's stitched on. Okay, whatever.
Okay.
You can have it back.
Yeah, you can have it. Merry Christmas
and a Happy New Year. Get out of the stream zone. Thanks,
Lennon.
Love
Lennon. Nah, he's gone. He doesn't care. He's got his wallaby back. That means the most. I can't help but sense there's going to be beef between Lennon and Chris from here on.
Actually molding.
I wonder if Chris is going to use... I wonder if this rivalry is going to spark some heated commentary for Rubik's Relay. I think Vic 2 might be getting some negative press coverage.
We'll have to wait and see. I do feel like something's wrong. Something about Lennon specifically. He's got like a vendetta.
Yeah.
The man possessed on a mission.
Don't know. Anyway, now that fiasco's over, I'm just gonna
pop nice and safe.
Captain Kook back there, and hopefully all is well from here on out. You could stand him up at least. Guys, we currently have 2 mascots because I think of a miscommunication between some of the delegates who are buying mascots.
Nah, our team's just better.
True. We have less people, so we have to have more mascots to make up for it. So we have on the left-hand side of your screen here, this is Captain Kook. We've named this one Captain Kook. But we currently don't have a name for this player right here. So I was wondering, just in between rounds while we're waiting for new competitors to come up, give us some suggestions. Drop some names for what you want this little Kook to be called.
Yeah, chat, get involved. Have a say. Now's your time to shine.
How many of there are you guys? Yeah, it's a lazy 150 of you, 160. I'm sure we'll get some good names between you guys.
Yeah, one of you's got to have a good suggestion.
Surely. Can't wait to see what you come up with. For now, though, I think B-Paul's still going strong. So...
Yep, just wrapping it up with a sub 20, it looks like.
All right.
All right, we got 3 name suggestions so far, and they're all just people names.
Yep.
So great creativity.
So, what do we have?
We have Adam, Joseph, and Lennon.
I do see a Dave as well. Just Dave. Yeah, no, I regret asking chat for names. You're a cringe. Sorry.
Like I said, there's going to be one that has a good suggestion. We just got to get through the 158 that are trash.
Michael Tripodi.
Oh, perfect. Michael Tripodi Jr.
Fantastic. Kooky McCookface. That's original. Alright. I'm sure there'll be something else. Ed Hollingdale suggested Giggles.
That ain't bad.
It's actually not that bad. What team's Ed a part of? Do you remember?
I actually don't know. Because I
Yeah,
know
fair
Ethan
enough.
and Kerry are Redback.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Ed's part of data entry. Lennon, do you wanna hop behind? Do you want to show the camera?
Yeah, show everyone what you've done.
Yeah. I think the team leaders are going to extra strengths to keep their.
If we're gonna have thieves from the stream team who steal it, this is what it has to go to. So now I just look like a bodybuilder.
A bodybuilder, you say?
Yeah, you reckon a bodybuilder.
I wouldn't call those
He's
pecs.
a funny guy. Oh my goodness. Wow. Anyway. Still taking names. Okay.
Great suggestion. Bread. Thank you.
Bread.
Panlo_0.
That's what I'd probably do. We can't really have bread because Team Platypus has named their platypus Baguette. So bread is just less specific Baguette.
How did like the actual team here come up with like a chat level suggestion? Like damn.
No. Spaghetti.
We're asking for names, not words that exist.
This feels like people's shopping list. I asked for name suggestions.
Yeah, not groceries. Come on.
At least Captain Cook is like well named. Thanks,
Yeah,
Daniel.
It's thematic.
Appreciate it. This guy really does go to 11. Anyway. I'm not seeing I hate to be negative, but I really don't think that we're going to get a name out of
Yeah,
this
chat. I think you've just let us down.
I think honestly it's just the other one.
Yeah, Kooky Monster ain't the worst.
Oh,
that's
okay.
That kind of goes
I
hard.
like that. I really like that.
Yeah, actually.
You know what? Kooky Monsters. Yeah, okay. I'm happy to go with that.
Yeah, Hayden saving the day.
Hayden sometimes just like pulls one out of nowhere and provides us with fantastic Kookaburra names. Thanks, Hayden. All right. I think this calls for a Slack message, just updating the team that we have named the second Kook.
Yeah, I think it's time. Lock it in.
I do think it's time. I don't have my phone on me.
I do, but I have to figure out how to get Slack to work on my phone.
Oh goodness, I'm sure someone else can do it.
No, I'll figure it out. I
We'll
got to
do
do
it
this
later.
sooner or later. It's got to be
All
done.
right. Hi, Jody. All right. So now we're up for our next group of OH. So who have we got here in this group? Or is this no? This is 4x4.
Yeah, 4x4.
We are done with OH. Okay. All right, OH is done. I think probably. I think even though Dwayne didn't have the best average at the moment on WCA Live, he's still first.
Yeah.
So I think that says a lot about future rounds potentially.
Yeah, it's that
he's a
skill
red
gap.
hot favourite. Other than that, we had Jasper Murray with the double PR. I'd be keen to know what his PR single was leading into this comp, because surely that's not that far off. Let's see. Jasper.
Yeah, 10-16. So he didn't have a
10-16.
sub 10 single.
10-16. On WCA Live, he has 10-19, and it says PR. That's a bit of a weird one.
All right, let's contact the software team. They've
Yeah.
done goofed it.
Software team done gooped straight up. What was his times, Jasper's, in his average? Yeah, no, 10:19 was the fastest and the first. And it was also worst possible average, so
Yeah, damn.
if you got under like a mid-11 on the last one, so...
Could have just been the pressure from like such a strong start, like
it looked like a strong start, yeah.
and just like very far ahead of what he has officially already, like 11.6. Like he got worst possible and still improved by over half a second.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really good round. But alright, we're on to 4x4 now. Let's give this a quick look. Alright. Okay. So I guess while we're doing this, this first couple of groups of 4x4, we'll just do a quick recap of what's gone on today. So we started off today with, oh wait, where am I? Am I in the wrong, oh, did we get rid of those rows from Mega?
I guess so.
I think so. Well, we started off the day with Mega Minx, and it was really, really interesting. Mega Minx was really cool. So in the final group, we had James McDermott and Alexander Vucic next to each other, and was keeping track of Alexander's average all the way. It was fantastic to watch, and ended up with OCR average, the 32.92, first ever sub 33. Speaking to him a little bit after that round, he's got more left in the tank. He's definitely got more to give in the next round in the finals, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
fully believe it based on what James has said. Like
James was saying even the 30-second solves, one of which was counting, there are still a few mistakes. So very keen to see if he can improve on that, which is looking like a very real possibility.
Yeah. I mean, that's already, I would say, the highlight of the comp results-wise. And
yeah, results-wise, I think only thing coming close to that would be first round of clock with the double...
the double OCR.
Double OCR. Not single and average, double OCR that Zayd and Conan both went under existing OCR average. Zayd a bit unlucky to miss out there. And NR clock for Conan in single as well, a 372.
Other than that, there was 6 and 7. Those also happened. We saw Dwayne get double NR for New Zealand using Maya, so like the real equivalent of Yao, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. It's good to see that there's Maya solvers out there who can really push times and especially get national records out of it.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like there's not many Roo solvers who specialised in big cubes up until very recently. Even Dwayne to an extent. I don't think I've seen him excel in big cubes up until probably, well, quite recently in my memory at least. But yeah, it's definitely showing its potential.
Absolutely.
So I'm very excited to see what, where he can push those two at least. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, Dwayne definitely changing the narrative of Roo solvers only do 3x3 and one-handed.
Without a doubt. So other than that, 7x7 went by as well, and I think we had Feliks in first place for that one. But we also had, when I was on stream, I saw Brian Eng getting 2 PR singles in the same meme.
Oh, that's always great.
That was pretty good. So we had a lot of double PRs actually. So if I'm just checking on WCA Live now, we had 3rd place through 8th place. All of them got double PRs.
Yeah, it's a very interesting like dynamic with mean of 3 events, like 6, 7, FMC, blind as well. Yeah. Because like on the one hand, if you DNF 1, like it's game over. But if you get like one really good single, it's so easy to just get
absolutely. All of your best singles are counting. So it's really a big advantage if you manage to get a good single, especially right off the bat. It takes a lot of pressure. You don't have to get like a fantastic solve and still kind of seal.
Absolutely.
But yep, that was 7. 6x6, of course. We also had Dwayne's double NR. We've already touched on that. Yesterday was mainly just blindfolded and FMC events. That none of that was streamed. But today got some good content. All right.
Yep. Got some people sitting down now.
Yeah.
This will definitely be like the start of the events where there's like a very large number of competitors and a large number of heats.
Yeah. A lot of our popular events are like that. Even 3x3 is going to have 37 groups.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot of groups for some of our more popular events. Seeing Hayden saying that 203 is Feliks's best mean since before the pandemic.
Okay, did not know that. That's
That's
a good
know
showing
that either. I knew it was quite close to PR because he has a 2 flat mean.
Mm-hmm.
But best mean since before the pandemic. That's definitely really good. You can almost have post-pandemic PRs kind of thing for a lot of the top cubers.
Yeah, that'd be nice, especially when you just like get older and can't break your PBs anymore.
Gotta have something.
It's too hard.
Someday you'll be beating over 40s WRs.
That'll be so sad.
Oh yeah. But
oh, unless you're David Roach.
Oh yeah, then you're chilling.
Yeah.
David Roach, if you don't know, was he second in FMC?
He was, and I think
second
he's the
place
first
in FMC.
I think he's the first person like over probably the age of like even like 35, let alone 50, to get top 3 at a major in any event.
He's not here today, is he?
I don't believe so, because we wanted to get him on for an interview. Like,
Yeah.
I wanted to interview him and ask him about like
I would have loved to.
just where he's at with FMC and work-life balance, and like
Yeah.
maybe even like if he has like self-doubt issues being older or anything like that, because there is definitely a
It'd be
narrative.
interesting to kind of dig into the mental psyche of what kind of goes on in that regard, because you don't see it a lot. See it sometimes for the more mentally intense events, the ones that require a lot of patience to get good at, like your FMCs and your multi-blind and that kind of thing. But yeah. Regardless, admittedly a name I've not heard before this comp.
Yeah,
So
I was vaguely familiar of him, just seeing him like podium at a comp Jack Love was at like earlier last year, and some activity in the Facebook group for FMC. But yeah, 25.3, if I recall correctly, is very, very good for him. Might even be his overall PB.
Yeah, fantastic.
And yeah, like just changing the narrative of like, oh, I'm too old to be good at cubing. Dude's probably older than a lot of your dads, so.
Fair enough. It's a fact, really.
It really is.
Okay.
I said it.
Yeah, and other than that, obviously we had OH just finished, where we obviously had Dwayne coming out on top there. I think there's still some scorecards left to be entered. There's a lot of international representation in the top 6. So we've got Dwayne and Jasper, both New Zealand. Then we've got Yibo Wang from China, and Leo, obviously Philippines. Feliks was 5th, so that's your Oceanic top 3 for the first round. And then Asher Kim McGurrick is your 6th from the USA.
Yep. And after that, it's just kind of boring.
Oh, look,
Don't
yeah,
need to go any
because,
deeper than
because
that.
the next one of that is Jayden McNeill.
No one cares. Trash average.
Yeah, it's kind of boring. Anyway, okay, OH is all entered, so that's all sick. So that is definitively your top 3 or top 6, top 7. I've gone all the way down to top 7. So.
Yeah, I mean, you did have to say my name.
Oh, I wanted to make you feel shame.
Good.
All right.
I deserve it. That's what I get for having a runny nose, just for that period of time. Did you see it?
No.
I literally like had like an allergy flare up right before the round started, and it went away right as the round ended.
Oh wow.
I was kind of just tilted because of that. The soles weren't even like
allergic to OH.
Honestly, maybe.
Yeah. I think there's some. Yeah, that's just kind of weird, but.
Yeah, it wasn't even like a bad average. I was just kind of tilted that like it timed like that.
Yeah, I mean it's not the most optimal timing, we'll say.
Nah.
Yep. Now after that, we're moving on to 4x4. So I think first groups up now. I think a lot of them are what's cut off for 4x4 because I think a lot of them have come up and gone pretty quickly. So I think there's just not a lot of people making cut off in this group.
Yeah, this could be another case of getting very ahead of schedule. Due to what you just mentioned.
Fair enough. I think that was largely because OH cutoff was 25, and there's not that many people out there.
Yeah, OH 25 you do have to actually practice. Like you need a certain level
I wouldn't make cutoff.
Yeah, like the hand dexterity demands are not trivial.
Yeah, exactly. In that case, not long now until your next few groups.
Yeah, so I believe
Of
this is
4x4.
1 through 4, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
1 through 4 is going to be run at the same time on all 4 stages. And then that seems like the case for all of our groups up until the last one, which is only... We've only got 23 groups. So the last lot of groups will only be running on 3 stages. But we've got 4x4 1 to 4 on now, and then we're supposed to be starting in about 11 minutes. 4x4 groups 5 to 8, which is actually just being called up now by Alex Asbury. So, looks like we're running ahead of schedule once again.
Yep, so there'll probably be a bit of a lull after 4x4 concludes, again, just to kind of... Or maybe even in between the rounds, potentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah. After this one, I'll probably have to hop off because I'll be in group 13, so...
Oh, yep, no dramas.
As a streamer, or as part of the stream team, I get 1 round's worth of warm-up.
Yeah,
typically.
they've been very generous to us in the streaming section. It's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes for this stream, and I would like to thank our producers,
Yeah, for
Peter
sure.
and Daniel. They're just absolute kings. They worked really hard last night to get this all set up so that we were ready to go in pretty quick time. But
yeah, a lot of work, just like technology-wise, lighting, camera
Yeah.
angles, all just to hear our pretty voices.
yeah, it's all stuff we would not be able to do at all by ourselves, and so definitely
Yeah.
give them a shout out for that.
Absolutely, all the praise in the world to them.
Okay, not long now until next groups of 4x4. They've just been called up and are being marshalled behind the stage area.
Yep, I believe one of our commentators, James McDermott, will be on one of the stages somewhere. Maybe we'll be
fantastic.
able to point him out.
How does James typically do in 4x4? I'm not too familiar.
I think his attitude is he does it, and
Good
and
attitude.
and it starts and ends there.
Yeah. That's my attitude for a lot of events, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, our comps pretty much ended after Thursday. For the
Yeah.
most part.
Just us two specifically only really had a stake in the big blinds and FMC.
Pretty
So,
much, yeah.
but,
And then there's like a little stuff on the side, like obviously 3 blind, you could maybe do
Yeah.
something, and then like for me, 3 and 1-handed, I could maybe do something,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
I mean, you'll make finals though for 3 at least. Do you reckon? You should.
It's a bit tough. We could check out the psych sheet in the
Yeah.
meantime while we wait for...
Yeah, well,
things
checking
to
out the psych sheet
manifest.
here. How many make it through? It's
I think it's top 16, and
yeah,
if we
top
assume that,
16.
like, it's 7.3, but you also have to remember, like, this is people's best averages, it's not what
Yeah.
they always get. Like, Leo's not going to get 5.4 every round, as dope as that would be. I'd say it is doable, but I have to solve it up, like, a higher quality than I was at Nationals this year. If I
Yeah.
solve the same way I solved at Nationals, I don't think I make it.
Yeah, were you one of the first pairs for 3x3 there? Or?
I think I was like seed 9 and 10 with Lennon, who was
Yeah.
trying to steal our
that
kookaburras
was a
relentlessly.
fantastic moment. Yeah, a lot of history with Lennon, obviously trying to steal our kookaburras.
Yeah, this is the downward spiral arc.
Yeah, it's a downward spiral. It all was going so well at Nationals. For those of you who don't know, Lennon and Jay were in our head-to-head finals. They were solving next to each other. And on Scramble 4?
Yeah,
Yep,
fourth one.
on the 4th Scramble of National Finals, Lennon got his first ever sub-6, became the fastest Australian delegate in the process at the time, beating, I think it's Brian, unless Brian was faster. I'm not
No,
sure.
he would have beaten Brian, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but it was a really, really good solve, and then that was just the biggest moment, because that was the fastest solve up until that moment, and then the very next solve, Jay finds the exact same solution and gets a 4.
Yep, and I've also taken away the delegate part too, because I've just been
Yeah, 'cause
recently
you've-
appointed to trainee.
Yeah.
I just can't let Lennon have anything. No kookaburra, no delegate records, no glory.
No, there's absolutely no remorse.
I just won't allow it.
No.
Not happening.
He's not getting the kookaburras. He's not getting any delegate records.
He knows his place, and I'll make damn sure of it.
No holds barred.
None. Oh yeah, Brian Anger's a 5.2, but maybe that was
Yeah.
after Nationals.
No, I think that was... I don't remember.
But yeah,
I do get the feeling it was before Nationals. I remember in Lennon's video, Zach, his judge, was saying delegate record, or maybe he was just saying sub-Ethan.
Maybe.
I think it was definitely sub-Ethan.
Maybe it's
Ethan was
Melbourne
6th.
delegate record, because Ethan probably would have had that.
Yeah, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about that solve. Basically a CFOP FMC done in a 3x3 round.
Yep. And done to perfection. All right, our competitors are slowly emerging.
Yep, going to find their seats. See if we got any notable names. I already see a few, and hopefully they end up somewhere near the front. There's one there, Vincent Wong.
So Vincent Wong.
OG, if you will, Rue Solver. Low 10 official average for OH. Kind of just here for a good time now, not really like on the grind, so to speak.
Yep, awesome. And then I think Jasper's... Oh, okay, Jasper's station 10 just behind, and Jody is on station number 9. So I think those are probably your 2 to watch for this round, unless there's someone I'm missing.
Well, on station 5 we got Cameron Stollery, the 2013 2x2 world champion.
Cameron Stollery, what a guy.
Yep.
Fantastic man. 2x2 is the hardest event.
Yep. Former second in the world for 2x2 average, former second in Victoria for 2x2 average.
True.
Has never had state record, I don't... maybe briefly, but not when it was anything for him.
Yeah. But anyway, we do have in this group, obviously, Jody Brewster had a good showing at Nationals in 4x4. I believe he got NR2 single.
Was it a 23 or a 22 that he got?
I think it was a 20... Oh, I thought it was a 24. Jody Brewster. 24.61. Which I believe is NR2. We have a lot of non-Australians in the top 7. The only Australian in the top 7 for this event is Feliks Zemdegs.
Yeah, we're kind of lacking in terms of 4x4.
Yep.
I mean, just compared to New Zealand, for some reason, no one here. It's 4x4 and Megamix that are the 2 events Australia just really cannot be bothered with. Pyrrha, yeah.
I mean, Pyrrha, we're not so far behind. We just don't have anyone Jasper's level, which is understandable.
Yeah, I mean, we have Riley, who's like no slouch, to be sure. Like, he has low 2 official, had an OCR before.
He has sub 2 now. He has a 1.9 average.
Oh, okay, nice.
That's NR currently. And then Sebastian Lee also, but for the time being, 4x4 looks like it's just Feliks up there, all by his lonesome.
Also just realised there might be something wrong with the psych sheet, because what's going on there?
Oh, I sorted it by single.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I'll
Got
bring it back to
bamboozled.
however it was before. But if we sort by average, now Brian Eng is 3rd on the psych sheet. So maybe NZ just has a lot of good singles.
Yeah, although even looking at averages, Australia's not so crash hot.
We do have 2 in the top 3.
That's
so we
true.
have Feliks Zemdegs, 21.57 current OCR, and also 3rd in the world. And then Leo Borromeo has a 23.77, 11th in the world. After that, 3rd seed is Brian Eng, the 27.64. And then there's no other Australian seeds until Riley Dexter with a 29. But in between there, we have a lot of New Zealand representation. So we have Angela Braganza, New Zealand NR, I believe she took off Ben Kirby.
Yep, and then Dwayne.
And
is
then
in the
Dwayne.
mix.
Yep.
And then also just international. UK, USA, China.
A lot of international reps, not in contention for Oceanic titles or podiums, obviously, but podium at the Oceanic Champions.
Yeah, just for the pride,
championships,
you know, 800 person comp, you gotta feel good.
Yeah,
making it that far.
absolutely. Okay, so we do have Brian Eng in this group.
Is he? I think he's just next to Vincent, isn't he?
Yep, that's
Yeah,
him just now.
yeah.
He's just sat down.
Yeah, he's absolutely the guy to watch this round.
Yeah,
I don't see anyone close skill-wise.
yeah. Obviously, Jody's just behind.
Oh,
So you'll see his times in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for this round, fast times will be on station 1. Brian Eng.
Yep, and a little bit of station 9 just in the
A little bit
background.
of station 9 in the background. We might be seeing something good there.
And a little second-hand spotlight for Vincent Wong.
Absolutely. Is Vincent Wong using Maya?
I don't know. I'll have to watch his next.
Might have to watch. Yeah, it could be interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brian Eng, just inspecting on his first. Cube is a little bit obscured from the stream desk, just with the boxes he's got on.
Yeah,
but
it looks like
see it better on the camera. It's at a much better vantage point.
I guess we'll just see if he gets parity or not.
Yep, we will see that. Looks like no parity. Looks like PLL parity.
Yeah.
And a 31.54. You know, he's not that low under the table, but it's just that we can't really see from where we're sat.
Yeah, you can pretty much just track parity, maybe when he finishes cross and centres, and that's about it. Maybe
you
3
on
by
the
3
stream
stage.
should have a good view. Or me. I'm right. Actually, my coffee's just there. I still haven't drunk any of it. Thank you. Feliks is my butler.
Shout out to Feliks. Best Cuba, best butler. Looks like, yeah, okay, Vincent's doing Yao, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely F12 pairs. I was thinking maybe there's a chance he's just doing the block on bottom, but nah. Vincent with the classic double parity. The event is good, fun, and fair.
Fantastic, yeah. Alright. Looks like also on Station 3, Leo Hockmorris and Adelaide Cuba has gotten a pretty good single for himself. Was a 33.
That's pretty solid.
Pretty solid. It looks
Not
like,
bad at all.
yeah, definitely one of the fastest in this group. Whereabouts on the psych sheet is he? Just see what his single is. Okay, so he's got a 37 average and a 30 single.
Could potentially be on good pace.
Yep. We'll see what else happens there. But
Even
for
just
now,
just one more counting like around that range and like 37 average, so beatable.
Yeah, so beatable. I wonder if that. I'm assuming that 30 single must be quite good for him.
It could be. It's hard to say because again, 4x4 is a very parity dependent event.
True.
Hence the recent kind of move towards OPA at the highest level.
Yep. Brian on his second now. Just finished his centres, going on to the edge pairing. Yeah, looks like OLL parity there.
Unfortunate.
And PLL parity as well, so double parity on that one. Just a bit unfortunate, tad unlucky. And a 35.
Yep, 35.97.
And so Vincent on his second as well, and then Leo on Station 3 is also on his second. So let's see if he can count that 33 or just get something good that will be counting.
Yeah, 17-second cross plus centers it looks like, or it might have been just 3/4 cross, but either way, presumably not a very good pace for like the 33 range. And even like a double parity, I would suspect potentially a 40 here.
Yep. Vincent Wong finishing now at 36.9. So it looks like he's just getting times in around about the 35-second range. Leo with a 39.
Yep. About as projected.
Yep, about as we expected. Or you expected.
Yeah. No, you can take credit.
Oh, bless. Haven't seen much of Jody's times in the back, but he's probably the one to watch after Brian and Jasper, especially beside him as well. We're missing some pretty good solves, unfortunately, I bet. But
yeah, but it's okay. We got Cameron Stollery.
We do have Cameron Stollery. What a gem.
Yeah, he'll get some 50s for us.
I mean, nobody else in the front row is solving. Look at him. Go, Cameron.
You got this.
I love you.
It's just like a 2x2 with more layers.
Yeah,
you got this.
2x2 squared. Yeah, 50.
What did I tell you? He'll get us some 50s. It's good content.
Yes. On the money again, Jay.
All right, Brian going up for his third, I believe. See how he's tracking. Alright, looks like the average is more or less over for Brian, counting a 33 along with the 31. At least, or best case scenario I should say. So, we'll not be seeing a 27 average unless something crazy happens. But, prob's not. Looks like they've just called up the next 4 heats for 4x4, so I think I need to swap out with someone pretty soon.
Alright.
Yep. Alright, I'll be swapping out with Feliks. So Feliks and Michael will continue to hold it down for y'all, and I will warm up and try my best. Alright, it's been a pleasure, Michael.
Have fun, Jay.
I will, maybe, probably not.
Depends how well you do.
Depends on parity.
Oh yeah.
Good fun, fair event. Alright, peace.
Sweet.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we're all still in working order.
Tripodi. Working? Good.
Yes, we're all good.
That's good. Oh, what have I missed? What have I missed?
Look, well, we're just doing 4x4 at the moment, Felix. What we've missed is we have missed most of Jody's and Jasper's solves, but got lovely company of Brianing up the front.
We do.
At the moment, he is counting a 33, 33.71, which is just his last solve on station 1.
4x4, I believe we just have the 2 rounds, so this
do we?
could be on the cusp of making the finals, unless I'm
Just doing a quick
making it up.
check.
But I believe it's just the 2 rounds.
Just the 2 rounds.
How do we feel about that?
Look, personally, it doesn't matter to me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm all for it. I don't know why you need 3 rounds of
Less
4x4
rounds of 4x4
in a major competition.
Yeah, could just, we saved that time and just instead do separate big blinds. What it's all about.
Exactly. I think we have seen, over the years, some of the big major championships have even up to 4 rounds of 4x4.
Yeah, well.
Which is great if you want to get, see records broken and that sort of thing. But logistically now, when you're getting up to 800 people, it's a struggle. So we've cut back the rounds and we've put all that energy and time into the stream, I reckon.
Yes.
Yeah.
This, of course, being the biggest comp since the pandemic, some things, with the amount of groups we've had, just some things just had to go.
So Brian finishes there with a 30.46. So looking at the psych sheet, it's kind of hard to tell always with the psych sheet because some folks have PBs there from a while ago or may not have been practicing the event, or there's always a few dropouts, that sort of thing. But he was kind of mid, like low 30s. It looks like.
Average-wise?
Yeah.
27.
Oh, his PB, yeah. Okay. And so, he should be able to make the finals with what he's got at the moment. But
yes.
yeah, I would be expecting the cutoff to be around, I would say the 33, 34 mark. based on the psych sheet?
Yeah, just based off that. It is top 16, is it? So if it's top 16 on the psych sheet, it's 31, but of course those are people's best ever. So we're looking at probably around about 33, 34.
Yeah, there is no chance I'm getting a 21, so yeah, no.
Oh, look, never say die, but if you say so, I won't heap the pressure on you.
Got a question from the chat. Why is it set stations? So that's a good question.
So set stations is something that Australia has at least done since COVID second wave. So we've been operating on fixed stations for, in that case, it's around about, we'll be looking at around about just over a year now. Because I think the first comp I remember fixed stations, that was Cranbourne Crazy Clock Challenge.
What a great comp.
Oh, fantastic comp. Clock main event. Just some really good 6x6 pops in that.
I remember it was about 40 degrees on that day or something like that.
Yeah, no, it was disgustingly hot.
Yeah. And yeah, also, well, I think when they had the COVID policies, the competition COVID policies, one of those was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of those was that you had to have fixed stations.
Yeah, I believe so. And there was, that was just logistically just kind of stuck that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of spectators also preferred it because you're not, chasing around a specific person around station to station between solves. It's just they sit down, do your 5, and then leave.
Yeah.
So from a spectator point of view, I can understand why we've stuck with it, and especially it makes things easy. Like for the stream, we don't have to constantly switch around pictures to get the fast solvers.
Makes life a lot easier for the judges and runners. There's no need to have a waiting area whatsoever, so we can save on space. There's no people running around all over the place and names being called out loudly, so there's so many benefits. I guess the only downside is that it's not as efficient in terms of like solving station use.
Yeah, so we always have a lot more stations compared to if we ran it with a waiting area.
Yeah.
So yeah, waiting area is just obsolete now. We just have one station per solver.
Yeah, but those of you who may have been watching, for example, the European Championships, I remember watching those, and it's kind of, at least in the first rounds, it was, people get up and down and up and down, and yeah, we don't do that anymore here. Okay, Brian's finished there with a 35. He should make the finals. He should make the finals.
Yep. So we're looking at around about probably like a 33, 34-ish average.
Yeah. So what did he have on?
It was his fastest. So
30 and then 35.91.
So only just counting. So it's a 33.72 average, which if we go on with the idea that 33.34 is what will make finals.
I've just pulled that out of thin air, but yeah.
I'm going with that. Yeah, more
just
experience.
Intuition. Exactly. So who do we have coming up next?
The next couple of groups, let's see. All right, so...
Oh, not too sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to, it'll be a surprise.
It will be a surprise. We don't have any key competitors down, but we will see. We will see.
But everyone's a key competitor at the WCA Oceanic Championships.
Super important to this, this here, WCA Oceanic Championship. All right.
What are you most looking forward to commentating this weekend?
Oh, look, I would have loved to be commentating Charlie's blind solves. I'm a little
unfortunately.
It's a little bit logistically hard because I'm competing in the groups directly after that. But I would have loved to see those in person and whatnot. But however, I'm not in a team for Rubik's Relay, and I feel like that's just so far different to everything else that we're going to see this weekend that it's just going to be, no matter what happens, it's going to be really good to watch.
That'll be very entertaining, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm really stoked to see what costume you have in store.
Our
Don't
costume,
spoil anything,
we're not going to spoil anything. I would say it's quite niche.
Right.
So we may have to give the commentary team a bit of a heads up so that you know exactly what it is, so that you can tell the audience, or maybe you let the audience figure it out. But it's quite niche. It's quite Australian specific.
Right.
Delegate specific, I would say. So maybe some of our international viewers may not recognise the costume, but we'll see.
Might just have to just kind of see. I'll have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
I'm resigned to that.
If
We'll
you're
see, though.
if you're a fan of Tingman videos,
Yeah.
it's a it's a character from a Tingman video,
Right.
basically.
I'm
But
fairly
we'll see.
certain with
We'll
those
see.
clues. I understand where it's going. Thank you, Felix.
But yeah, I'm really excited for that. I'm excited. Well, I'm commentating the blind because you are all doing it.
Oh,
you
right.
and you and James and Chris and
Yep. Everybody
everyone.
else is
So
out.
I'm the
Jay,
only one there.
it'll be you and Jay, won't it?
I'm the lucky one. Coming up,
Jay's not doing blind, is he?
we've got myself and Chris and Tom who are going to be commentating on that later. But we'll see who's around. Yeah, I think I'm quite retired from blindfold solving.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back one day.
Missing out on the new meta.
I know.
Yeah, lot of cool stuff going on. All right. Any teams will have a hard time beating WA2's costume. Ooh,
Big
all
call.
right.
Big call.
It is a big call. I'll be honest with you. I think I got that costume leaked, or it might have been WA1.
Oh, okay.
I have had a WA costume leaked. Jonathan Charlesworth, thanks for that. So I'm fairly sure it's WA1, but
wonder if any teams will end up wearing the same costume or have brought the same costume. That would be.
I think there is. I think there's a chance that some of the Queensland teams might, because
Okay.
the Queensland teams have a very good habit of just wearing the most formal attire to all of their comps.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I feel like there's going to be at least some double up in that regard, just the extra formal kind of attire going on there.
I'm very excited to see it. All right,
In
our
this
competitors
group.
are just coming up for 4x4 now. So our next wave of heat of groups. So we're up to groups 9 to 12, I believe. Who have we got on the
All right,
on the
so I
front
can
stage,
see,
Michael?
on the front stage,
Station
we
1
can
and 2.
see Charlie Eggins is on station number 1. Station number 2, Liam Heidecek. I'm excited to see how his OPA goes. He's been he's been developing, but he's been using in competitions his own method, Heidecek OLL parity evasion, or HOPE for short. So
what is what does that involve?
I think it's a lot of hope. No, he's more or less came up with it at the same time as Ari did his. So still waiting for the tutorial to drop.
Did Charlie was not on stream just now, but if we did have that on stream, Charlie just got a 12.95 3 blind, just warming up, doing a bit of casual warm up before before 4x4.
I missed it. I missed it.
But
Oh,
he's-
would have loved that.
Yeah, he must have given himself an easy scramble, I think.
Yeah, I think
Just
hand
trying to show up for the stream, but
Yeah,
that's
giving him-
karma. You weren't on, Charlie.
Yeah. No, it's just giving himself pretty simple 6 algas.
Yeah.
No, look, if it's Charlie, it's probably an 8 alga. It's a 12, honestly.
And on this station 3, we've got Alex Vucic from, hopefully I
Vucic.
pronounced Vucic.
Vucic.
Vucic. There you go.
Alexander Vucic, and I think is that Will Herring on station 4? I believe so.
I'll trust you on that.
All right, fantastic.
Alex, fresh off
I
his
don't know if you should trust
Megaminx,
me.
fresh off his Megaminx Oceanic record from this morning.
Was a pleasure to watch that this morning, and he's brought a mega onto his station with him as well on number 3.
So a special treat for the viewers. Charlie's just okay. Charlie's drawing our attention away from the actual event of the competition. So let's commentate a bit of 4x4. So Alex Vucic on the station 3 over here. Not quite sure if his 4x4 is his specialty, but he's pretty quick at the 3x3 and just generally a good all rounder. So he'd be hoping to make the finals and put himself in contention.
Well, at the moment, let's see what times he's laid down before this competition. There's PLL parity on there, so he's going to be around about a 36. Yep, 36.76.
Okay, Alex is the 23rd seed at the competition with a 32.83 PR average.
I imagine that would if it's recent, then he wouldn't be too happy with that 36.
No.
But I think overall he'd say that today was a good day regardless. Let's check his 4x4 over here. So yeah, that 32 was at Littleton Spring.
Yeah, he needs to get post a solid average to make it into the finals.
I do think it's worth noting as well that at New Zealand Nationals he got the exact same average twice in a row in the first and second round.
And now that's skill.
That is all skill.
Charlie Egan's just finishing up his first solve, 38.7.
8.7.
He's been practicing a bit of 4x4 blindfolded recently as well,
Yes,
from
I'm
what I
well
can
aware.
tell.
Yeah.
So, wonder if he's had any executions faster than that for his blind times.
Oh, look. It's kitty turning, really.
Yeah.
I would imagine that he's definitely pushing it, but he hasn't started the timer. This is a bogus blind solve. Could be whatever.
Yeah, we can make up the time.
Yeah.
Whatever we like.
So it looks like he's going to be getting a 38.70 on this scramble.
No. He's completely choked this one, and
Oh, look,
well,
completely choked for Charlie's probably still at 25.
he's not happy with that.
No. Still in a little groove. All right, on station 3, Alexander Vujic up for his second now.
Fun fact about Charlie that he told me was that he eats tomatoes like people eat apples. As in, he takes a bite out of the tomato and just chomps his way around it.
Yeah, okay.
As his tomato eating technique. Just raw.
Yeah.
Just picks one up out of the fruit bowl. Tomato's a fruit.
Because tomato is a fruit, yes.
Yeah.
We're operating on technicalities, although it's not a technicality. That's got nothing to say there other than I'm
Would you give it a try? Do you think it'll help you blind solving?
Yeah, look, personally, it's not really my thing. And I'm just wondering why you know that about him.
I may have asked for some fun facts from our competitors.
Right. Oh, so it was by design that you know this, right?
Yes. May or may not have been Charlie's father that gave me the fact.
Ah, okay.
Alex with a 32.69.
So on station number 1, Charlie's still doing blind solves, and then the judge is holding out the delegate panel as the blocker.
Too funny.
It is, yeah.
So we don't think the tomato eating technique is
look, I'd honestly
objectively optimal.
Personally, I don't think it'll catch on.
Okay. Okay. Do you think he'll grow out of it? Maybe.
Look, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you know if we have any competitors here using actual OPA?
No, Liam does genuinely use OPA.
Oh, really?
No, that's actually...
let's have a look at his inspection
It sounded like a meme, but no, that's literally his method is called HOPE. High to check OLL parity evasion.
Yeah, he's really pushing the limits of the inspection here. That was about a 12 or 13, I reckon, but still pretty safe.
Yep.
Pretty safe.
He actually did this in 6x6.
So
in 6x6,
no way.
He traces the inner wings.
That's crazy.
To avoid parity that way.
Gee whiz. I'm not sure if that's worth it. Maybe it is. I've said that about many things before.
It might be. It could take a bit of getting used to, but I think you won't get to plan a whole lot.
Didn't get OLL parity. Oh, he's got the PLL parity otherwise. That would have been a sub 30, but still pretty solid.
It is quite solid, yeah. But it seems like it's working for him, the OPA. I don't know how much... So I've had a little bit of a talk to you about this before, but problem with OPA is that depending on how fast you trace, you won't actually get to plan much of your first couple centres.
No, that's the trade-off,
so
yeah.
That's the trade-off that you've got to kind of be willing to risk.
Yeah, I was talking to Chris Mills about it a couple months ago, and I trust his judgment and knowledge, and he basically convinced me that it wasn't worth it unless I was maining 4x4.
Probably fair enough. I imagine if you don't practice it a lot, the tracing is a skill that would go pretty fast.
Yeah, that's what he said. He took a few months or a few weeks to kind of get it under 15, but then if he didn't keep it up, it was very, very hard to get back safely under the 15. But I believe Sebastian Weyer has switched
he has
to
adopted OPA actually, and I think he's got his most recent PR with it. So I think it's working for him.
There's Really exciting. Even in 2022, there's leaps like that. In
There's still random cool tricks that we can come up with that makes time slightly faster.
Yeah.
The mad scientists of the cubing world will come up with some the darndest things.
Yeah. Charlie doing a bit of blind.
What's new? My guess would be that Charlie's done a little bit of blind before.
Those of you in the audience, we've got blindfolded solving coming up after the 4x4. So Charlie will be on blindfolded at about 4:35 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Daylight Savings Time, which is in about 1 hour and 1 hour and 15 minutes or so. That's
roughly around there, yes. Felix, did you hear that we named the other kookaburra?
Oh no! Please.
Before I reveal the
me.
name to you, would you like to give any suggestions? I can tell you that all of them are bad compared to what we've named this creature.
I shouldn't even bother then, but I know we have Captain Cook, obviously.
Yeah, Captain Cook on.
Cook, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how we're properly pronouncing it. But then we also have Cookie Monster.
Okay. What was being thrown around?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Spaghetti was.
No, that's a no from me.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I actually asked chat for a suggestion because it was kind of dead air for a little bit. I asked the chat, and they gave me some not great suggestions.
Okay.
Spaghetti being one of them.
Yeah, that's
that was the one that stuck in my head. There was a suggestion for Michael Tripodi, and I was really willing to take them up on that offer. But
might get confusing if they're both in the commentary booth at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and that one say back to you, Michael Tripodi, and then
that one can't do blind, so it actually can't.
It's easy to tell the
speak at
difference.
all. Yeah.
Okay.
But Hayden Eng suggested Cookie Monster, and thank him for it.
Stuck.
I hope it sticks.
Okay.
So station 2, we've got Liam Hydacek again.
Yep, doing his tracing.
Yep, doing his.
Do they call it tracing?
Yeah, it is tracing. Yeah.
There we go. What's Liam on the psych sheet? Liam's 16th on the psych sheet with a 30.
I've sorted it by single.
Oh.
I was so confused. I've confused multiple people like that. He's actually 13th on the psych sheet.
There you go. Yeah, so Liam's 13th on the psych sheet. PB is 30.47 average, and PB single is 26.61.
Yeah.
So he's just finishing up solve now. Again, going to be another low 30.
31.16.
This will be very comfortable.
He's actually not looking too happy with that one, I don't think.
No, looks like he's been doing a bit of practice. I would guess.
Yes. Between that and the 6x6 parody tracing practice, I think he's found time to still keep his 4x4 skills up.
That is hardcore.
Very.
Got Alexander Vucic on station 3.
I've noticed him doing the lefty A-perms.
Yeah.
It's a 35.49.
Tried practicing the lefty A-perm for a while, but again, just couldn't get it anywhere near
D2 flicks are so much easier with left hand.
Yeah.
I have like one Algin corners that I use righty D2 for, and that's the only reason I know how to do that.
We're told that Liam averages 27 to 28 at home. So,
yes.
There you go. Charlie with a 49. And back to blind solving. Or he's finished.
Well.
No, keeping hydrated is Charlie.
Yep. Always a good idea to stay hydrated. Hydrated ×2. Got some more delegate action going on at station number 3. But seems to be resolved, which is good. So Liam again tracing an inspection on station number 2. And let's see what he can make out of this one.
Must be so stressful doing that.
Yeah,
I get stressed.
Yeah.
I get stressed whenever the judge calls 12 and I've not put my hands on the timer.
Yep. I've tried OPA in a round, in a couple of rounds before, and the
How
the
did it go?
Yeah,
No.
I'll either not trace fully, or I just mess up somewhere. So the A in OPA stands for attraction.
It's been getting it. Looks like peel or parody every solve. So
Yeah.
maybe that's
So
the next.
maybe that's
the next
yeah.
meta is
Yeah.
to do them both.
I couldn't even think of a way to trace PLL parity. I know there is a way, because I think Chris was talking about that as well.
I'm nowhere near knowledgeable enough about cubing theory
Nah.
to offer
No, look,
anything helpful.
I pick up cube, do solve, I put down cube. That's the extent of my 4x4 practice.
Turn fast.
Yeah.
Try not pause. Look ahead a bit.
Oh, you're asking too much of me now.
Yeah. Who's the guy on the left? That's Liam Heidercheck from
New South Wales. That's the guy doing OPA.
Yeah.
And he's getting quite good at it. I wonder if he does it on 5x5.
I don't know.
Seems that he's practicing a bit of 5x5 just in between. Don't know if we've got any. I don't believe we've got any 5x5 on today.
No,
we do not.
Not today. 5x5 is the first event tomorrow morning.
Beautiful.
So bright and early, 8:30 a.m. start here in Parkville, glorious Melbourne.
Glorious Melbourne. Just a casual sub 1 for Liam.
It's pretty
On
solid.
5x5.
Yeah, I think that the 5x5 podium is going to be, I think, quite hotly contested. I would have thought.
You think so?
I think so.
Yeah. Who's up there?
A few from New Zealand, Dwayne and Jasper.
Dwayne and Jasper, yep.
Brian as well, and I
Yes.
would suspect Liam, if he can get some
If he can
some
get
mid
around
50s.
that, yeah.
The mid 50s, it'll be put you in good contention. Okay, so we're just on the last few solves of this 4x4 group, and looks like Williams just finished up there, and then we'll be switching over to the next group of 4x4s.
Yes.
Yes.
Station 1, Charlie's still doing some blind practice, and Station 2, Liam's about to prepare for his next solve.
And I believe you're competing in the next group, so I wouldn't want you to miss that as well.
Gee, I believe you're right. I'm in 13.
Yep.
All right. Well, in that case, I will let you go. Or you will let me go.
I will let you go. Thank you for all your efforts, Michael.
No worries.
You've
Thanks
had
so
a long
much,
stint,
Faz.
and we'll see you back for the Rubik's relay.
It's time for me to sub out.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'll need it.
Hello. I'm back.
Hello, James. How are you?
I'm okay.
Did you compete in 4x4?
Well, technically, yes. I
Yes.
did some solves.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all we'll say on that matter.
Okay. Well, I can infer from that it was not.
Well, it
Smooth.
wasn't too flash, but that's okay. I'm not here for my time so much, at least in 404. Just here to see some good times from other people. So what have we seen so far, do you think?
So far, well, we've just been watching Liam and Charlie. Liam's one of our competitors that has been using OPA.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's been
nice.
watching a bit of his inspection and getting
Yep.
close to the 15 mark. But he looks to be pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortably using it, avoiding Ola parity every solve. I didn't quite catch the last solve there, but yeah, looking really solid. And Michael was telling me that he uses it in 6x6 as well.
Use it in 6x6.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So does he trace both sets of wings in 6x6 then, or what?
Michael said inner wings he traces.
Okay, so he's only avoiding one parity then, rather than both.
One.
of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's, I don't know, maybe worth it.
It's hardcore.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. Oh, well, that's cool.
But apart from that, no, it's been fairly quiet in terms of 4x4 results. Let's
Yeah.
see. Let's have a look at what's been entered into the competition results so far for 4x4. We've got Jasper and Jody. So Jasper Murray from New Zealand. They were kind of in the back group, the back seats, so we didn't quite catch them on camera. But Jasper's got a PR of 29.10. It counted a couple of 27s actually. So Jasper's solving really well today.
Yeah,
it's pretty exciting.
PRs all over the place.
Yeah.
And 4x4. I'm not actually sure if Jasper had sub 30 before this. We'll just check that. I know he's been fast at 4x4 for a while, but I'm not sure if he's got a sub 30 average.
No, not quite.
Brilliant. So that's PR by just around a second there.
And then we've got Jody Barista, who's got a sub 30 average as well, the 29.77. So those are our two sub 30 averages so far, and been able to follow a few others. But
nice.
Looking at a final, because it's just 2 rounds of 4x4 at this comp. Looking probably kind of 33, 34 to make the finals is our best guess at the moment. But we'll obviously see how that evolves as the competitors go through.
Obviously, plenty of fast people coming up, yourself included. I should hope to make finals.
My 4x4 hardware is quite trash at the moment.
What do you use?
I use the MGC.
Okay.
And it's like quite dry and pops. So
I find the MGC quite temperamental.
It's sometimes it can be quite good.
Like a good MGC is just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a lovely thing.
You need to get it set up right, and I'm not very good at setting up cubes.
I am aware.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure you could get something nice off Jay at some point.
Does Jay make good 4x4s? Or?
I think he makes good at everything. Or at least he used to. He probably doesn't anymore, to be honest.
Maybe we'll just ask our friends at speedcube.com.au who are sponsoring this competition.
Yep.
Or vending, sorry, at this competition, see if they do any pre-set up 4x4s.
Yeah. Oh, well, speaking of Jay, we've got him on station 5 up here.
Yep.
We'll cut to in a sec, I imagine. And on stations 1 and 2, I think we have, Dwayne and
Yibo.
Yep,
I think it is. And then station 3 and 4, we've got David Pearce and Joshua Hounslow. David Pearce from Queensland, Josh Hounslow from Western Australia.
Yes. Yes, he's one of the Western Australian cubers whose name I've seen a lot because he features on all of the podiums, it seems like, at Western Australian comps.
Right.
But yeah, this is my first time sort of putting a face to a name.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I kind of find it the same as well when I'm watching major competitions and major championships. It takes me a while to actually to match them up.
Yeah, exactly. No, this will be good though. This seems like there's a lot more. This is a bit of a fast group than some of the other previous ones.
Yep. And so Dwayne uses a different 4x4 method.
Yep. Dwayne uses Maya, which I think he's the best Maya user in the world. I don't think that's a contentious statement.
Right.
And yeah, obviously getting Maya world records earlier in the day with 6x6. And I think he has Maya world records on 5x5. I don't know about 4x4, but it wouldn't surprise me there either. And hopefully we'll see some more good times from Dwayne. I believe he was 4x4 national champion actually.
Last weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure on that, but definitely one of New Zealand's top speed cubers in basically every event he does.
Right.
So hopefully we'll see some more good times from him.
Well, I remember Dwayne because I met him at the competition right before the pandemic in Auckland, I believe it was. And back then, Dwayne was just the Scube kid.
Yeah, the Scube kid.
That's all I remembered from Dwayne. And then a couple of years later, and
he's
just
one
like
of the
sub 10 one-handed.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's a lot taller now, obviously, but that happens to all of them.
Yeah. No, Dwayne's just got an absolutely ridiculous level of talent. He seems to just pretty much become world class or like close to it very, very quickly in any event he touches.
Interesting.
So Scube was what he took seriously first. I remember at his first competition, I went to it and introduced myself to him and everything. And there was a lot of talk around him at that time that he might get Scube national record. And I don't think he quite got it at his very first competition, but he got it one comp later.
Right.
And then very quickly got OCR and just has held it for the last two and a half years.
Oh, so Dwayne still holds the Scube OCR?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, right around 2 years now, I think, because he set it at New Zealand Nationals 2020, which is a 2.40 average, and just no one's beaten it since.
Oh, that's pretty impressive, given the volatility, like the variance that's involved in Scube and these sorts of events. Sometimes you see national records, oceanic records from folks who may not be as quickly global, but get a good set of scrambles, and so to hold it for that amount of time is pretty competitive.
Well, I think it was well ahead of the previous OCR when he got it. I think it was like maybe almost half a second ahead. So yeah, it was pretty crazy, and we see him warming up over on station 1.
Just watching these Scube solves, the turning is so accurate.
Yeah.
and he's just consistently kind of mid twos, except for
You
that
say,
one. But
yeah.
yeah,
Anyway, it'll be exciting to see what he does.
it will be. It will be. So yeah, I think we'll try and keep our eyes on Dwayne and Yibo on stations 1 and 2, and then maybe Jayden across on station 5. Are probably the key ones that we're gonna track this group.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. Did Dwayne manage to take out one-handed round 1 as well?
Believe so.
Because I know his average was not looking too flash at the start of it, but
he did.
yeah, just barely.
Just.
Okay, yeah.
So
Because I saw some good times from Yibo and Leo, but I wasn't too sure what else happened apart from that.
Yep. So Leo counted 2 10s and a 14. Unfortunately.
Oh, that's got to feel pretty rough.
So one-handed was Dwayne in first place with a 10.75, Jasper 10.84, Yibo 11.46. Again, Yibo counted 10.6, 10.3, and a 13.
Yeah.
So there's definitely room for improvement from both Yibo and Leo. Those could have easily been mid to high 10 averages.
Yeah.
Then I was fifth after that with a 11.9 and
Just scraping onto the Oceanic podium there
yeah,
for round 1 anyway.
Exactly, it's all
Just round 1.
about the Oceanic podium. Don't worry
Yep.
too much about the non-Oceanic competitors at this competition, I reckon.
Yep.
But good for the spectators.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Be exciting to see.
No,
More
when I went up there,
times.
I was just not looking at any of his times, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, it's at a 1.26 cube solve.
I
Not
think
bad.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, looks in the zone.
Yeah, well, Dwayne really has, from what I've seen anyway, like sort of 2 modes of operation. Either he's just unstoppable, getting sub 9 OH averages, like national record 3x3 averages, whatever, or he'll just, he'll really struggle to perform on the day. So it seems like we've got Dwayne on a good day. So hopefully we'll see some good times from him in 4x4 and later in the day, the Rubik's Relay.
Yep. So these stations 1 and 2, Dwayne and Yibo, they're seed 7 and 8, so they both have low 29 averages in competition. So that's kind of the benchmark for their solves at the moment. So let's see how they go. Yibo's kind of half solving under the table at the moment, although you can see a bit. Repping the Chicago Bulls hoodie.
Proudly sponsored by Chicago Bulls.
Exactly. And with a 31.09 to start off his average.
So probably, not too unhappy with that, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Bit of chat between the pair of them as well. It's always interesting to see which competitors are very keen to talk to the competitor next to them and which of them are not. I just put my headphones on and
just
really
blank out the world.
I don't engage. I just focus on the solves. But for some people, definitely just being in that more casual mindset and
definitely
having a bit of banter can kind of help with the nerves and settle you down.
There have definitely been some times at New Zealand competitions, especially when one of our competitors will be doing quite badly and they'll be getting in their own head. And I'll just take them and get them to judge one of my ridiculous averages and just the banter between us really chills them out. I think it helps a lot. And definitely I think just having a bit of banter between yourself and another competitor or your judge or something can definitely help a lot of people perform well.
Definitely. It's the only downside could be if it's a bit of a lack of concentration or lack of focus. But I suppose in competitions, when that box comes in front of you and when you're doing an official solve, you're not really going to run out of energy. It's not an energy focus problem.
I think it's also it just depends on the competitor. Like some people will be struggling to perform in competition because they're not focused, and some people will be just struggling to perform because they're nervous, which I think are 2 very different things.
Yes.
With different solutions.
Okay, looking at some Maya 4x4 here. I don't exactly
know
know
how
how it works. Yeah.
That looks like LSC now.
Whoa, that was really cool. That was really cool.
Yeah. First time seeing a Maya 4x4 solve?
Well, that last 6 edges was that was 3x3 level turning on a 4x4.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's very cool to see we're in the era of cubes that can do that, and people can take advantage of it. I think even for 3x3 though, that would have been quite lucky LSE. That looked very fast.
Yeah. No, but I was just talking about the turning alone.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah. But yeah, it looks like he had some nice cases.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see though. A low 30 to start out the average.
Yeah, these two should safely make it through to the finals, and
yeah,
would be looking to snag an Oceanic podium. We've got obviously Leo Borromeo with a 23.77 average. He's the second seed, which is world rank 11. But after Leo, the podium, especially for Oceanic competitors, is pretty wide open, I would say. I think across the board in a lot of events, which is really exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, there's always the kind of local comps that we sometimes have where it's the same three competitors that get all the same podiums and that sort of thing. And so can get a bit boring, but that's certainly not what we're going to see this competition. So we're going to have on the finals day a spreadsheet to help you guys all kind of track the finals and the live results and see who has a chance of making those podiums.
Yeah, and I think it's actually quite cool having the first Oceanic champs this year, like at a time when it is so competitive. Because I think probably if we'd had the first Oceanics, 3-5 years ago, something like that, the podiums would have been pretty much dominated by just a few people. Probably, you and Jay, and maybe a bit of diversity in some other events, but I think it would have been a much more limited pool of people you're drawing from. And so it's quite cool to have it now when there's so much competition in so many events.
Exactly. Wonder of the events, I guess big cubes, but what are you most looking forward to seeing the final for?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I love seeing Charlie do his thing, but I won't be able to watch that really because I would hope that I'll be in the three blind finals.
And I suppose it won't be so much about who's going to win because unless he, of course, DNFs or.
But if Charlie does his thing, then he's going to win. It's basically a guarantee, I'd say. I don't know.
I'd say I'm most looking forward to seeing Charlie compete.
Yeah.
In terms of the finals, if I was watching, it would probably be the 3x3 final because I think it's very wide open.
I'd say that's honestly fair. That's fair. Also, I would say maybe the Pyraminx final as well is pretty exciting because I love Jasper, and there's also a reasonable amount of other New Zealand talent in there. Well, at least who I'd expect to be in the finals. So I think that'll be really exciting, and it's going to be really competitive, I think, because there's a bunch of people with sub-2 averages there.
How many New Zealand gold medals is the crew looking to take home on the plane with them?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's count them out, shall we? I would hope that Jasper gets Pyraminx. It's such a volatile event that it's really hard to say, but I'd hope Pyraminx. Then I think Dwayne for Scube and OH is again, they're volatile. There is competition there, but I think he can probably take both of those home. What other events? Clock. I don't think a Kiwi's taking that. I would say that Richard might have had a good chance in that if he had made finals, but he DNF'd out first round. And Liam is very fast, but Liam struggles to perform under pressure, so I don't know how he'll do in finals. Apart from that, I don't know. We've had big blind, we've had multi. I don't see a Kiwi taking it out in 3 blind, unfortunately.
There's plenty of fast 2x2ers from Kiwi
there are
as well.
Actually, that's true. Yeah. Elias, who very briefly held the Oceanic record, he's become very, very fast at 2x2 and actually tied his national record last weekend with 1.53. I could definitely see him taking 2x2 out. So maybe 3 or 4, something like that.
Jayden just finishing his solve here. I think that would be his second solve with a 35-65.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'll be too happy with that, but
I can't imagine he's been practicing too much
either. No, exactly. I think he doesn't care too much about anything that isn't FMC at this point.
I'm sure he'd love to make the 3x3 finals and put in a good showing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, definitely on his day he can get a sub-7 average.
Yeah, for sure.
Done that a long time ago, and so just takes a bit of concentration and 5 good solves. But
yeah, or 4 good solves even.
Sorry, yes, 4 good
That'll
solves. That is how the format works.
Yeah. Also another outside chance, I'd say, but not as outside a chance as big cubes or anything.
Oh yeah, you forgot.
I'd say 3x3. 3x3 could happen. I'd say a Kiwi could take that.
If you got your favourite event, as well.
Oh, I did. True. Megaminx. Absolutely. Yep. I'd say Alexander is almost a lock.
The biggest lock
Yeah.
of all time.
No, I'd say you for
When
big
his
cubes
single
might
is
be a
faster
bigger lock.
than any other, his worst single is faster than most of everyone else's times. Then
Yeah.
it's quite
Same with you at
Yeah.
like 7x7 though, right?
what's more likely to pop, a Megaminx or
Okay,
a
that's
6x6
fair.
or
Yeah,
7x7?
Maybe 5x5. 5x5 is pretty safe, I think.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
No, well, we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, Alexander he'd be a bit of a lock, I'd say.
It's going to be between me and you. That's the real battle.
And Chris as well. Chris beat me in round one as well.
Not Oceanic. It's okay.
True. Yeah. Didn't change his citizenship. Doesn't count. He was thinking about it for a while. I'm now quite glad he didn't, because Oceanic probably would be very, very tough if he had. But now it should be a fun little battle. Is Scube up next, is it?
It's 3 blind up next.
3 blind up next. Okay.
Yep.
The big one. I'll see what I can do there. I feel like I've got some Kiwi competitors to, I don't know, hopefully not let down. We'll see.
Right. What's the strategy going into 3 blind round 1?
Just hope to get some successes. I don't know.
But solve at the same speed or
Yeah.
safety or
I don't know. Maybe safety, I guess. I don't know. I'm weirdly bad at 3 blind, specifically my 3 blind accuracy.
right.
For someone who mains multi, you generally expect them to be okay at 3 blind, have good accuracy, but no. Just very much depends on the day for me. So we'll see. Probably, yeah. See if I can safety some.
Jayden starting his solve here. Probably on the 3rd or 4th at the moment.
Yeah. 3rd from what I've seen, but we could have missed one easily.
But yeah, an under the table solver.
Yeah.
Is Jay.
Very disappointing.
I mean, it is the best angle, and these tables are a little bit high relative to the seats. Definitely, you have some comps where you can sit down naturally and it's all fine. But
Yeah.
these seats are reasonably low, and so
Yeah.
I think especially for the bigger cubes, you're going to see it under the table.
Yeah. Yeah, at a reasonable amount of New Zealand competitions, we end up with like double stacked chairs, just because people want that extra height.
All right, we're calling the next groups of 4x4. Coming up, actually, we're going to get Kerry Jarman on the stream in about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and we're just going to do a quick interview. So for those of you in the chat, get your questions ready for Kerry. We'll ask during the interview for a few questions. But Kerry's one of the main organisers of the Oceanic Championships, and also was heavily involved with the World Championships here in 2019. So going to have her on for 10 or 15 minutes during 4x4 and have a bit of a chat. And then after that, I suppose we'll probably have a bit more 4x4 action before we go into 3 blind. But
Yeah.
I think if Kerry's ready to come on the stream, we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, yeah.
Good?
Busy. No, good. It's all going really well.
Don't worry, we're not going to make you commentate on any 4x4.
Okay. Might be a very boring commentary from me.
Well, you'll see. Don't sell yourself short. So yeah, for those of you watching right now, we're here with Kerry. Kerry, please give a bit of an introduction to yourself. How'd you get into cubing? What are you doing with the Oceanic Championships? And
Yeah, so I got into cubing via my son Miles, who learnt to solve a cube back in like 2015 or so, and he came to us and said, "Oh, look what I can do, and look at these competitions that are out there." And we're like, "Oh, I don't think they're really for you." And he's like, "Yeah, they are, Mum, they are." And so we went along to Melbourne Cube Days 20, whatever it was.
I can't remember the year.
No, I can't remember. It would have been, so he's a 26. One of the first to be Melbourne Cube Days 2016.
Would have been a Camberwell Grammar.
It was at Camberwell Grammar.
Yep.
And I remember sitting in the audience and just going, "Oh my Lord, look at all these people. This is outstanding." And so he didn't compete, but he helped out and met yourself, which is like a rite of passage for any young Australian cuber.
Oh dear.
And but he absolutely adored the day and loved it, and then went back to Pops Open 2019, 2016, sorry, 2016. And from there he sort of fell in love, and we organised our first competition, Melbourne Winter, 20 whatever 18 that would have been, and I just fell in love with the organising of the competitions and sort of went from there and was heavily involved in organising Worlds, and am now president of Speedcubing Australia and organised a lot of this competition here. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, very exciting. And so we've got 800 people registered for this competition. I was wondering if you could kind of give a bit of a rundown of what it takes to organise a competition this big, what people might not think about or expect, that some of the work that goes behind the scenes.
Yeah.
How long do you have to prepare in advance? And what kind of work's involved?
I think we started talking to this venue, like we first of all found a venue, and we started talking to this venue like probably 18 months ago or so, knowing that we were keen to have Oceanic Championships here. And then doing the bid and being accepted by WCA as an Oceanic Championship venue and location, and then it sort of starts from there. And you start with the long-term things. It's like when we're going to open the competition and how many competitors we're going to have and what's the schedule going to look like. And then as you get closer and closer, there's so many more fine details that go into, and everything that you're seeing today, there's a discussion or a decision needed to be made about, you know, what the core flute is going to look. I learned a lot about design and core flute and what the backdrops are going to look like, and how that's all going to work. So there's a lot of fine details and fine decision making that goes into an event this big.
Yeah, and for those of you on the stream as well, you kind of you're only seeing the Stadium A, which is actually it's a smaller stadium by area. Or it's
yeah,
similar
probably.
Area?
Yeah, no, well, because this is like 2 netball courts, a basketball court size, and the one next door is 3 basketball court sizes. So, it's really cool. I don't know if you can get a camera and take that into the.
I think if they go on the Speedcubing Australia or Oceanic's Instagram, they'll be able to see a lot of shots, because this is the competing area, but we've got a whole other area with all sorts of other things that we've got for our competitors.
And it was a big plan of ours to make it a real event and be able for the competitors to be able to come and do lots of other things here besides just competing. So we've got the WCA booth, and everybody's picking up the bingo cards and having good fun with that. And then we have cubing on the green,
That's a good one.
which is we've got fake grass and deck chairs and bean bags, and this stream being projected up on Cubing on the Green. So hello to everybody watching Cubing on the Green.
It's hot property, those seats. There's only a few dozen, I think.
No, they're good. So tomorrow will be packed out. We've got vending going on in there. We've got the Jigsaw Puzzle Association who have come along, and they've got some Rubik's Cube jigsaws to do. So lots of things. Yeah, chessboards.
So what are you most excited for this weekend, and what are you most excited for to be over?
Yeah, Rubik's Relay is going to be fun tonight. The whole dressing up is. I've had some teasers of what people are dressing up as, so it's going to be fun.
Fantastic.
I'm looking forward to it. And being over, oh gosh, just all the little bits and pieces and being. The deliveries, there we go. That's what I'm looking forward to being over.
Right.
I'm sick of my house being a warehouse.
A lot of cardboard.
A lot of cardboard. Yeah.
Nice.
A lot of boxes.
If anyone in the chat has any questions for Kerry, feel free to send them through, and we'll pick a couple of the best ones out. But we don't want to take up too much of your time. You're very, very busy. But just
thank you. No,
you can give us also a bit of a, it's like Australian speedcubing has been going absolutely exponential in terms of the number of competitions and number of competitors. Firstly, why do you think that is, and how have you had to kind of adapt?
Yeah, look, I think there's lots of reasons that feed into it. Firstly, there's probably the pandemic that's people have been locked in their homes, and they'd pick up an old Rubik's Cube and give it a go, and then look on YouTube and find some tutorials. I think that, having Worlds here in 2019, we got a fair bit of press out of that and coverage, and people come to us all the time and sort of say, oh my gosh, I've just found this whole world of speedcubing, and I'd love to come along to a competition. Can I come and watch first? Yeah, come along, watch. So, I don't know that there's any one factor that has caused the growth of speedcubing in Australia, but we strive really hard to provide a good first impression for new competitors. So we go out of our way to make competitions friendly for new competitors, and so that's always good for new competitors to come into a friendly environment, and
No, you do a fantastic job. We've got a comment in the chat saying thank you and the whole team for all your work on Oceanics, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated. I think one of the questions from David Edwards, he asked, when is Pyraminx round 2? Don't need to answer that.
Cheeky bugger, yeah.
Another one from Luke Hecko. How many delegates are there in Australia now? And talk about all the appointments.
Wow, that's a good question. I actually couldn't tell you. I think we're over 20 delegates. We just appointed 4 new trainees in Queensland, which is super exciting because we haven't ever had any delegates in Queensland. And Queensland's been an area of massive growth, and it's been a struggle for us to service that region and be able to provide enough competitions to meet demand there. So it's really exciting to have some new delegates come on board in the Sunshine State, and we've got 4 over in WA, and I couldn't even tell you. We're above 20, which is fantastic. It's great. It means that it means it's not always falling on the same shoulders of the same 2 or 3 people to have to be at every competition.
That's really good. That's really good. Thank you so much
for
everything. Thanks for
having
coming on and sharing a bit about what you've been up to, and looking forward to next many years of cubing.
Thank you. Yeah, me too.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See ya.
We'll let Kerry get back to all of the busy organising and actually running this competition while we just sit here and chat about random solves.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're doing a very valuable job.
But I hope everyone enjoyed that. We've got a few more interviews coming up later on, so we're just kind of adding them here and there when we can. But we've got 4x4 groups 17 to 20. Let me just double check what group I'm in. Oh, I'm in the next wave. That's fine.
Yes. Yeah.
So we have on station 1 Asher Kim Macdiarmid.
I think that's how you put it. I never know if it's a soft or a hard G.
Asher KM.
Yep.
Asho is apparently his Australian nickname.
Asho, brilliant. Love that.
And then we got Big Dave Epstein on station number 2. People might know him from his Square One prowess. And Asher obviously has, I think it was the second sub 4 ever in competition.
Also not on cam.
Yes.
Annoying.
The second also not on cam.
Yeah. Of course, the 3.47 was on cam, technically.
Some form of camera,
Yeah.
So they're both doing a bit of 3x3 warm-up, it looks like. So
yeah,
these will be some of our really fast 3x3 competitors. Dave Epstein, previously, he'd mostly been practicing Square One, and that's really been his specialty, and still is. But these days, his TPS and 3x3 prowess has been, his 3x3 skill has been really, really improving. So he's definitely one to look out for. Was really hoping for that Australian Nationals podium or title. Just missed out on the podium, which I think he was quite disappointed by. So I think he's looking to make a bit of a comeback.
It's the redemption, isn't it?
Exactly. And Asher's from the United States, sporting the cubicle jacket.
Yep. Love to see it.
Fresh white jacket. I
Yep,
think that's the
looks
only one. The
beautiful.
only one we have here, I believe.
Does Leo not have one?
Oh, he probably does.
Yeah. I think he's sponsored by the Cubicle. I'm sure someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Both competitors are, of course, not so much known, I think, for their 404 times, but both very quick. I think Asher would be looking for sub-30s, hopefully.
Yeah, I think
and
so.
David probably low 30s, maybe?
Yeah, Asher's PB average 28.7. David is a 31.5. So
yeah,
Asher should comfortably make the finals if he does okay, and then David might be a bit more on the borderline depending on his average.
Although that's a strong way to start it.
28.21. That is indeed.
Yeah.
Let's see what Asher's got here. Looks like he's on 3x3 stage. No. He's still very
hard
good.
to tell. 3x3 stage now, I think.
Yeah, he'll need some no parities here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this one's going to be not the best.
Wow.
Bit of a shaky start for Asher, but hopefully he'll be able to pull that one back.
Do you know what Asher's competition performance is normally like?
I remember when I was talking to him, and he said there was a period where he got, I think it was 15 sub-7 averages in a row in comp.
Good grief.
And then something like 10 sub-7 averages in a row in comp.
Okay.
So he can solve really, really well, obviously, with the 389.
Absolutely.
And he's, what is he ranked in the world?
I don't know.
11th or 12th or something like that with a sub-6 average.
Yeah, I lose track of the sub-6 averages now.
Yeah,
There's just too many.
right?
He's there for the first one. But too many now.
That sub sucks.
Yeah, but definitely a very, very fast 3x3 solver. Just a shame we won't get to see him in the Rubik's Relay.
Yeah. So I forgot to bring my 3x3s. So
really?
So I've had to ask Stuart, who's staying with me, to bring them along. Otherwise I wouldn't have had a 3x3, but it's a good idea. I should do a bit of 3x3 warm-up while I'm solving 4x4. So, yeah. But yeah, they're Asher and Dave's TPS. They have kind of similar turning styles, it looks like. Pretty smooth turning, pretty fast turning. Nothing too sophisticated in terms of fancy, super fancy CFOP stuff, but really, really solid solving. And like, apart from that A-perm there, that's an example of the sorts of times they're really looking to get on the 3x3. Dave with the 1083, obviously not the sort of time he's after.
No, not so much. They feel like they're both examples of, I'd say, a turning style that we've really seen emerge in the last few years of just very, 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 very quick TPS, relatively basic CFOP. It feels like kind of a Lucas Eder sort of turning style, but it's become very popular, I think, with especially some of the younger competitors from China.
Oh, yeah, that was smooth. That was smooth.
Yeah. Just admiring their solves.
So for those who don't know, some fun facts about Asher. So Asher's mum is actually the producer of the Speedcubers Netflix documentary, which was released back in 2020. And apparently Asher, he can tell you basically anything about Oscars trivia and Oscars winners going back for about 50 years. I haven't actually tested it.
It could just be complete nonsense.
I've been told.
Yeah.
So Asher's super into film and movies, just like his mum.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. So does he think
cool.
that's something he might get into when he gets a bit older?
That sounds like the plan, yes. He's looking to do a bit of film study. I think he's still in his second last year of secondary school, high school.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely. And so I was talking to him about Dave Epstein there with the 27.4, so he's counting the 28.2.
He's doing very well then.
It's not bad. So yeah, I was talking to him about, what were his favourite movies of 2022, and he was like, well, what categories? Like, is it entertainment, enjoyability, or is it actual sophisticated film? And I was like, I don't watch sophisticated film.
Exactly.
I'm very, very basic in all my tastes, whether it's music or movies. So I said my favorite was obviously Top Gun Maverick. And he said it was a great film, but not a film critic's film.
Not a work of art.
No.
No, I feel like it's a bit like that with anything that you're too invested in, though. Someone asks you like a basic question about it, and you just start to overanalyze it. You know?
Yeah. So he did tell me his favorite film of 2022. It's called The Banshees of Inisherin.
Okay, can't say I've heard of it personally.
And the IMDb synopsis is 2 lifelong friends find themselves at an impasse when one abruptly ends their relationship with alarming consequences for both of them. So seems like
something chat could check out if they're.
So yeah, Ash's top film of 2022, The Banshees of Inisherin, and he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about.
Yep.
So
definitely one to check out then. So if David's PR average is only 31.5 and he's already counting a 28, he could be on track for something a lot faster.
I think so. So. Is Jayden around? I need to hand over to him at some stage. Or if
of course you're up next, aren't you?
Yeah, I think we're going to switch with Ari because I'm going to solve up next. So I think Ari is going to take over for the last half of this group and then commentate the final group with you.
Cool. Good luck.
I got to go warm up and hope my 404 doesn't pop.
Yep.
But yeah, see you guys later.
Hello, Ari. Welcome to stream.
G'day. How's it going?
It's going well. We've been seeing some pretty nice times, especially from David Epstein right now. He's dropped a 28 and a 27 from what I've seen, which is well below his PR average. So, yeah, I'll be looking for something pretty good.
Awesome. And for the viewers just tuning in, what are the notable times of the day? What are they?
Notable times of the day. Well, we started up with Megaminx and 6x6 and 7x7. In Megaminx, we had Alexander Vucic, who from New Zealand, so I'm happy to see him getting good times. So he beat his OCR average with a 32.92 average, I think, or it might be 32.95, which is the first sub-33 average in Oceania. And then in 6x6 and 7x7, we didn't see anything too special, I don't think. I think Dwayne Ramos, also from New Zealand, got the 6x6 NR single and mean with a 135 single and a 145 mean. And then in 7x7, I don't think there were any really notable records, but Feliks did get a 203 mean, which I think is apparently his best mean since the pandemic.
Right.
So I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that.
Right, certainly. I think that timer display might be malfunctioning at David Epstein's station.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Okay.
Because it had stopped, but he was still solving in that previous attempt.
Okay.
I think, yeah, they're replacing it now.
Yeah. Could be that he hasn't been getting the times we think he's been getting then.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so can you give us a bit of an introduction to what you've been doing this competition and this weekend?
Yes, so I'm Ari. I've been going around doing some social media stuff. So if you're not following already, go follow Speedcubing Australia, the Instagram account, and the Oceanic's 2022 account. So that's just type it into Instagram and you'll see him there. Just some highlights of the day, essentially, just
nice
on Instagram.
And what have you thought about the competition in general so far?
Oh, it's been really, really interesting. We had the small room yesterday, so it's definitely been a bit of a scene change from the tiny room with a bunch of the big blind events into this large open hall with plenty floor space.
Yeah.
And like the stream setup, from what I've been observing, has been running relatively smoothly so far.
Yeah, I think I've been really happy with it personally. I mean, it's my first time commentating, and we weren't super involved in the production side of things, so it's been very cool to see it all come together and run so smoothly.
Yes, certainly.
And yeah, I mean, chat might have different opinions, but I think it's gone really well so far.
Asher there with a 30.86 single. He looks a little shake of the head there. Looked happy with that one.
His first, I haven't kept up with all of his times, but his first time was I think a high 30 when he has a sub 30 average. So I don't imagine he'll be too pleased with that. But yeah, so long as it doesn't count. I think in the next group we've got several more of the fast people. We'll have Feliks and Leo and Chris all in that next group.
Right.
So that'll be pretty exciting to see.
think David has just had a... Is that a 3x3 or a 4x4? We're a little ways away.
Yeah, I don't know. I would guess 4x4.
I think he's just DNF'd the solve there.
Yeah, yeah.
Chose not to complete it. Looks like a pretty pretty nasty pop
Pretty gnarly
there.
one.
And now we have timer visual back.
Yeah, 41. Yeah, okay. I think the DNF's understandable then. Because the timer malfunction's a bit rough to hear about, because we were really rooting for him to get a good average here.
Right.
But
it looked like that.
Yeah.
Because they just had replaced the
Yeah.
display. So it looks like, I think we've had this issue in the past. I remember noting this at Australian Nationals, where the display would just like stop at a random time, and the timer, the stack mat itself, would continue running.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting to see that we're having that problem, given that we're, I think, exclusively using Qi displays here.
I am unsure about that, but
yeah. But certainly there's a Qi display in the front row there, and I was rather hoping that the Qi displays would be a little more reliable than speed stacks, because speed stacks, of course, have been riddled with issues for a number of years now. But it's a bit disappointing to see that the Qi displays are having similar issues, or at least issues of their own anyway.
What solve is Asher on here?
I'm not quite sure. I think
towards the end of the
maybe?
final.
Yeah.
Is average correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's probably on his 4th solve. Have you done 4x4 yet?
Yes, I have.
How did it go?
Well, I had forgotten my 4x4 back at the hotel that I'm staying at.
Yep.
And I had accidentally brought a 5x5 instead. So missed the... luckily, I borrowed someone's. So
yeah, I assumed as much. But the average was not great then?
It was mediocre at best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There looked like some solid TPS on that solve there. High turns per second.
+2 apparently, according to Escher.
That's
that'll be a 34.95. We were speculating earlier with Feliks, and we think that the cutoff to make finals will be somewhere around sort of 33, 34 seconds.
Right.
So we were thinking that Escher would comfortably make that, but if he's got a counting 34 there and a 30 before, it might be sort of more on the cusp than we were thinking. It's always a bit hard to predict these things, but yeah. So it looks like the cutoff to make finals from what the results that have been entered so far is 37.83. Of course, we've got this group to be entered, and the pass group, I think, and another fast group after this. So it'll get a good bit faster, but yeah, maybe around 34, 35 it could be.
Yeah, looks like it. And we have currently Jasper Murray in the lead with a 29.100 PR average.
Yeah.
So,
which I thought was pretty awesome, because prior to this, his PR average was 30.8, and he's been dropping a lot of time in 5x5 recently. He's been incredibly good at 5x5. So it's exciting to see him sort of translating some of those skills to 4x4 and finally getting sub 30.
Oh, nice.
What do you think of the mascot wars that have been going on so far?
So, what are these mascot wars? Fill me in on what's happening.
Fill you in. So for those of you who are either just tuning in or aren't so aware, all of the staff from the Oceanic Championship have been divided into a number of teams. We have the stage teams, which include like Platypus, Echidna, those ones. And then there's some specialty teams like us, the stream team, who are Team Kookaburra, or like the registration team, who are Team Wombat, I believe.
Was it a quokka?
Quokka, it might be, yeah. And so as you might guess from the names there, every team has been assigned a classic Australian animal to represent their team. And each team has a mascot, which is a little
stuffed animal,
I guess, that's been given to each team, to the team leader or whatever. And these stuffed animals have sparked some conflict among the teams, with various teams stealing them from each other or hiding them or holding them ransom. So it's been entertaining to see, but no, it's been really good to see the sort of camaraderie between the various teams and the team pride that the mascots have brought.
Yeah,
we're certainly very very protective of our team mascot, which is Captain Cook, the Kookaburra, or Cook, as some of my Australian friends call him.
30.22 from Asher. He looked pretty unhappy about that solve as well.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'll be happy with anything over 30 seconds, but I think 2 counting 30s should be enough to secure the finals for him. Or at least 1 counting 30. What's chat saying right now?
Looks like David's on to PLL and he gets a sub 30.
Nice.
Quite pleased with that one.
Yeah, a legitimate one this time, hopefully.
Yeah.
But
the timer looked good for that one.
Yeah, exactly. So that hopefully means he's got a decent average. It looks like he's getting out his phone to calculate it, which is usually a good sign, I find. There we go, and he's happy with the average. So I would guess that's a PR for him. We'll probably find out in, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes when, maybe shorter, when the data's all been entered.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm quite excited for the next group that'll come up, which has several fast Team Kookaburra members in it.
Yeah. How have you found Oceanics, the first Oceanic Championship so far, James?
Well, there's my competitor experience, and then there's the overall experience. I've thought that the competition as a whole was absolutely brilliant. I've thought that it's been just incredibly well organized, and I'm just been very impressed by the quality of the competition as a whole. I haven't been so impressed by my own results personally, but that's not what it's about, I guess. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. It's also been I've been really impressed by how the live streams turned out personally.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Sorry if we just had a bit of dead air there. I think that one of our cameras just got unplugged.
Yeah, one of the Kookaburra crew are just fixing up the camera right there, so apologies for the inconvenience. Yeah. And Asher has just gotten a 25.99 off camera. But
worst possible timing, unfortunately. But that's finally a good solve for Asher. I think that's his only sub 30 of the average, but it's comfortably sub 30, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that. So,
and that's which group was that one?
That would have been group 17, I believe. I think
17 through to 20 just finished.
Yeah, and I think this will be group 21 that's coming on now on the red stage. So on station 1 and 2, we'll have Feliks Zemdegs and Chris Mills. On station 3, we'll have Leo Borromeo. I'm not quite sure who's on station 4. But yeah, certainly several fast 4x4 solvers. I think Feliks will be the heavy favourite for 4x4. Probably one of the biggest favourites of any event, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see what he gets.
And on a personal note, as a Megaminx main event person, and so is James, is Feliks currently warming up with a Megaminx right there.
Yeah, very dangerous to see. I know he's been getting a bit rusty for Megaminx. He's been getting sort of 42, 43 averages, and I was hoping that I'd be able to beat him, but that didn't quite happen in round 1. But yeah, still made the finals, and that's all that matters in round 1. How did your round 1 Megaminx go, by the way?
I got a 41 single, which is like solid for me.
Yep.
But that was the 5th solve. However, on like the 2nd or 3rd, just about like the attempt was about to start, my nose decided to bleed.
Ooh.
So.
Is that E1 grounds, do you think?
The cube cover hadn't been lifted yet, and I hadn't talked to the judge yet at all. So delegate said it was okay, and I just rushed for some tissues and clogged up the nose before starting the attempt. So that threw a little wrench in the works, and I was a bit worried because I had a minute-long solve just previously, I think.
Yeah. But
So
did it all end up coming together in the end?
yeah,
Or?
made finals. So
Nice.
quite pleased with that.
Yeah.
Now we have Feliks on his first solve of 4x4. There's a little bit of pausing in this solve, I think.
Yeah.
It's not
Doesn't
the
look
most
as
fluent.
Yeah, exactly.
as solve that I've seen from Feliks before.
A lot of pausing. Still, though, of course, comfortably
25.90.
still the fastest solve we've seen so far, as far as I'm aware. The previous fastest, I think, was a 25.99 from Asher, so 25.90, although that's a pretty rough time for Feliks, is pretty sharp. Next to him, Chris, who is also a bit of a mega mixer now, but for a while there was grinding down to try and get the UK national record for 4x4.
Right.
He's still a pretty quick 4x4 solver. I think he'd be sub 30 on a good day. And when he was warming up, he was getting 27s, 28s, some pretty nice times. We'll see how that translates officially. He tends to be, I would say, pretty good at competing. I think he can handle his nerves and sort of turn them into good results.
Here we have Leo solving.
Yep.
Under the table, it seems. A
Well,
little bit less of a common solving method,
yeah,
but there's a couple people that do that quite on the regular. There's Alexander.
Yep, for Megaminx.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely infuriating for the stream team, I imagine.
Yeah, and for those watching at home.
Yep, exactly.
But that's a 26.880.
Yeah, pretty quick. I'd say Leo is pretty clear second place here. He's a good bit slower than Feliks, but a good bit faster than our third seed. So, yeah.
We have Chris Mills here.
Oh, just finishing up his solve now. There we go.
Still sub 30. He looked slightly displeased with that one, but
yeah. Chris, of course, I'm not sure if he's currently an OPA user or not. He certainly learned the method and was using it at some UK competitions.
So what is OPA?
Okay, so for those of you who aren't aware, OPA is OLL parity avoidance.
What's parity, firstly?
Well, what's parity? Okay, so parity in a strict mathematical sense just refers to the oddness or evenness of something. However, that's not typically what we use it to mean in cubing. In cubing, we use it to mean basically a bad or unlucky case that you don't want to get. So on 4x4, the way we solve it is by reducing it into a 3x3, by pairing up the edges and the centers that it resembles a 3x3. But in doing that, sometimes you reach an impossible state where an edge is flipped. And that's what we call OLL parity, because you get to the last step of 3x3, OLL, and there's a case that you can't get, and you need a really long algorithm to fix it. So what OLL parity avoidance does is avoids getting that OLL parity case entirely. It's a little complicated to explain over stream, but it involves tracing out the edges to see how many cycles are needed to solve them or to pair them up with each other, and then modifying your center solution based on that. So it's something that's been gaining a lot of traction.
This was like a fast solve from Feliks. Oh, maybe I'm misjudging.
Yeah.
There's last...
parallel parity and...
Never mind.
Yeah,
that was pretty mediocre, actually.
Yeah. Anyway, so OLL parity avoidance is something that's been gaining a lot of traction in the last year, I'd say. Ari Randers Pearson, who is an incredibly fast 4x4 solver from the US.
It's not me, but...
Nope, the other Ari. You can claim credit if you want to. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that that mix-up. Anyway, he published a tutorial on his method of tracing OLL parity, or tracing the parity of the wings, which is what's needed in order to do OLL parity avoidance. And since he published this tutorial, which makes the method a lot more approachable, a lot of people have been learning it and getting pretty good results with it. So Chris was someone who tried it out for a while, but I think he decided that in general it's not worth it. If you want to gain an edge in a high-pressure major final, maybe it might be worth it, but I don't think he's a fan of it generally.
Right. And there was Leo just there with a 23-second solve.
Yeah. So he's, on the balance of things, doing better than Feliks right now, I'd say. Feliks with a high 25 and a 27. Leo with a 23 and a 26.
This one looks like a high TPS solve from Chris here. He's
Yeah.
onto
ZBLL, and there we
he's
go.
happy with that one.
28.91. I'm told that Leo, Feliks had dinner with Leo just a couple of nights ago, or last night it might have been, and Leo promised him that he had beat him in 404 and one-handed.
Yeah.
So he looks to be living up to that promise at the moment, but we'll see how the round progresses. And yeah, Chris doing pretty well for himself as well. So right now we've got 3 people looking at sort of sub-30 averages, which I think would probably place them in at the top spot right now, but we'll have to see. Just looking at the live results, it looks like David Epstein did indeed get a PR average. That's 30.44, which is his PR by about a second. So it doesn't actually look like the display was malfunctioning for those first 2. He got a 28.21 on the first solve and a 27.4 on the second solve. So those are the ones we saw. And then, yeah, a 28.93 on the last.
And your prediction for what you need as an average for finals is, for 4x4 finals, is looking pretty correct. Currently, the lowest at 16th place is a 35.8 average. So,
yeah, but we'll have at least 3 or 4 more people from this group who are going to bump that out. Here we have Feliks coming in for his 3rd solve, I believe.
And we have Leo also.
Yeah.
So, just off camera there, Feliks has just had an issue with his puzzle. Unsure as to what it is at the moment, but
I would suspect a repeat scramble.
Possibly.
Given he just looked there.
That was the team leader just walking past behind Leo there with Feliks's cube. And that's a 22.77 from Leo. Is that the fastest of...
Yep, fastest so far. Leo's been getting faster every single solve, and 22 to continue that trend. So right now he's looking pretty comfortably clear of Feliks, actually. And I believe Leo's PR average is only a mid-23. Yeah, 23.77. So he's assuming, as long as he doesn't count that 26, he could be well on track to beat that.
Here we have Chris Mills. He's on to OLL parity here at the 24-second mark.
So definitely not using OLL parity avoidance this average. And not quite managing to get sub 30. But 32.32, still a respectable time. And
is that a +2 or just, is that fine? It's a little hard to see from our angle.
I think it may be a +2.
Yeah, unsure as to whether or not that was a +2 penalty there for having an unaligned layer.
So what do you think have been the highlights of the competition so far for you?
For me, I think it's been getting to see a lot of cubers from all around the place, some from America, despite this being an strictly Oceanic championship.
Yep.
That's certainly been great, especially after the pandemic happened for the 2020 and 2021, which just prevented large competitions like these, which of course is a shame, but had to be done, right?
Yeah.
But we have 800 competitors here, which is
the
largest of the year as far as I'm aware.
It is. It's. I think it's actually the registration limit was 800, but a bunch of competitors got removed at the last minute because they were first-time competitors and they didn't qualify. But yeah, it's
at around
750, something like that, which puts it at either the 5th or 6th largest competition of all
Feliks
time.
onto OLL parity. Sorry to interrupt you there.
That's okay.
It's only a 27.78.
Yeah. Yeah, not too flash. But yes, this is either the 5th or 6th largest competition of all time, and it's actually the largest competition since the pandemic as well. So
apologies again, we've had the camera cut out from power being lost.
Yeah. There's a cable running across an area that people are walking, and several people have managed to kick the cable loose. There was Ethan Pride to blame this time, who is one of the lead organisers.
And we have camera back.
Yeah. We've got Chris coming in for his 4th solve, I believe. Looks like he's getting into 3x3 stage now. On to last layer. There we go, 31.56.
Looks a little disappointed with that one, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure he will have been hoping for a sub 30. But even with counting 31.56, he'll still be well into the finals. Also, in just a few hours, we're going to have the Rubik's Relay, which we're both involved in, I believe.
Yes.
Any things you're particularly excited for there, or predictions that you'd like to make?
Well, I've heard that a number of teams have created or are planning on wearing specific costumes, and there is actually a prize for the best dressed.
Yep.
And whatever interpretation that might be according to the adjudicator.
Yep.
Which is, if you're following the social media, again, Speedcubing Australia and Oceanics 2022 on Instagram and Facebook, you'll know that there's been a fish rampant on for whatever reason.
Yep.
This was before me taking over social media for this weekend.
This is one of Charlie's many mad ideas, I think.
Yes.
Also on station 3, it looks like we just had Leo get a 24.82. So he's counting a 23 and a 24. I think his best possible average will be a mid-23. I don't know the exact decimals, unfortunately. But if he manages to count that 22 that he got, then he'll be, I think, pretty comfortably in that first spot. Actually, even if he doesn't manage to count it, I think he'll be pretty comfortably in first. But on station 1, Feliks coming in for another solve. Hopefully the correct scramble this time.
What are your predictions for Rubik's Relay Cup finals?
Oh, Rubik's Relay Cup finals. Well, I'd like to see New Zealand in it. I don't have access to the bracket right now, unfortunately. We could bring that up maybe. Because I'd like to see New Zealand in it, which means that anyone they need to beat on their way there, I don't want in finals. Let's have a look. So, first we have New Zealand 1 versus Queensland. I'd say New Zealand takes that.
And New Zealand 2 is also versing Queensland 1.
Yes.
So, you're thinking New Zealand for that one as well?
Oh, absolutely, of course. I don't think anyone's going to debate that we are much better than Toby, Charlie, and Jay.
And it's Feliks with a 27.95 solve there.
Yeah, so he'll be looking at I think around a 27 average, something like that.
I think that's like the second solve that he's had a slightly misaligned layer there, which is just
not great to see.
Kind of curious.
Yeah, especially on 4x4 where like slice moves like that can mean misaligned layers are DNFs rather than +2s. So a bit more dangerous on 4x4 than on 3x3. But yeah, I think he'll be okay.
Chris Mills onto edge pairing and just about 3x3 stage now at the 23-second mark.
There's last layer.
Oh, a little bit of a near cube drop there. It kind of looked like either a near cube drop or a kind of weird last layer finger trick there.
Yeah, but 28.35 to bring it home. He'll be looking at, I think, maybe a very low 30 average, something around there.
Leo here going for
his final solve. He's hoping for a sub 22.
Looks like he's solving this one above the table this time.
Yeah, nice for us. Interesting to see if it's a strategy that'll work out.
It's getting slightly lower
Yeah,
across
it just
like
descends.
through the duration of his...
And
it's
it's
gone
gone.
now.
No more cube. Ooh.
The timer has stopped there, so I think that's
Yeah.
maybe like a 22.
Yeah, I think somewhere
from-
around there. So that could be a PR average for him. I don't know the exact
Yeah.
decimals of it, especially because we don't know the last time at all.
Yeah.
But either way, it's going to be an incredible average. Leo's one of those cubers who has been really impressive to see him just get unbelievably fast, especially during the pandemic. He's been actually cubing for quite a while now, but he got into it very, very young and just improved ridiculously quickly. And now I'd say he's one of the best 3x3 solvers,
Oh,
definitely.
Feliks with a 22.65 as well.
Oh, wow.
On the final solve.
Might have been a good scramble. And it looks like they're either replacing or doing something with Leo's
Timer
malfunctioning
display.
display. Yeah. And I think we're going to have blindfolded up in a sec, which I suspect I will be
Competing in.
competing in. Yes, so I might have to bid you farewell soon.
Great. Thanks for talking with me.
Cheers. Sweet. So I'll be saying goodbye to you now. I'm going to bring Feliks on stream. He can talk to you about how that average went. Anyway, I'll see you later.
Good afternoon, Feliks.
Afternoon, Ari. How are you going?
I'm all right, thanks. What happened there with that solve that got the cube came and then it got taken back?
It was a rescramble.
Rescramble.
Oh, as in a
duplicate?
Duplicate scramble.
Gotcha.
Yeah, duplicate scramble.
How are you
Yeah.
finding your competition experience so far?
This is great. This is an amazing comp. Yeah.
Well
they've-
organised?
Oh, this is really fantastic. I'm sure tomorrow and Sunday will be a bit more hectic and bit more
Especially with the
involved,
3x3 flagship event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Much busier, louder, probably pretty hot in here at times. But yeah, this is great. Good day to get ease into things. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, good. I'm certainly enjoying having a big competition again after the pandemic there. With I think about 700 competitors here, just about, bit over. It's good to see people from all across the world, despite it being a continental championship.
It is really cool. It is really cool. And speaking of really cool, we're about to see the 3x3 blindfolded solving. We're going to see Charlie Eggins in action. Charlie being ranked second in the world for 3x3 blindfolded single, and I believe second for average, second or third. I need to check my stats, but yeah, he'll be up, and I'm just trying to look for him. Because I believe he's in the first few groups.
Alrighty, I'll bid the stream farewell, and I'll be handing over to Chris Mills. Thanks for having me.
See you, Ari. Just got the announcement to get quiet for 3x3 blindfolded. So no applause, no yelling, Chris. If Charlie gets some really good times, or anyone else,
We're going to be whispering.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got Charlie on station 4 and Tam on station 3. Those will be the ones to watch. Absolutely. Charlie's third in the world for mean. That's right. He got that recently at the Australian Nationals over in Perth, where he dominated the event, getting that 14 in the first round, then I believe it was a 6:15 mean in the final. Chris is just going to check for us. 16.45.
Yeah,
in the
second
final.
in the world for single.
So yeah, Charlie on the left here and Tam on the right. This is Charlie's our highest ranked competitor. Oh, no, sorry, Jasper's our highest ranked competitor in any event. Charlie's our second highest ranked competitor in any event, with that second in the world single. So yeah, everyone get excited. You're about to see some hopefully very fast times, but we don't want to put the pressure on too much. It's just round one as well, so a lot of these competitors will just kind of be thinking about, trying to get something in a safety solve and make the finals. Depends on their strategy, but
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's a little bit scary at this competition because there's 3 rounds of free blind, and to become the Oceanic champion, you have to perform well in the final. So free blind is like very easy to mess up, and you only get 3 attempts. So it's very easy for just somebody to DNF, just incorrectly solve all 3 attempts, and then they're out in the first or second round. They don't even make it to the final. We had a lot of upsets at the World Championships in 2019 here in Melbourne, where like the few favourites were knocked out very early on.
Yeah, I remember blind is one of those events. It was Max Hilliard back then was by far, you know, he was the world record holder, double world record holder. I think he just won US Nationals the week before, and then DNF'd all 3 and missed out on the final.
Yeah. So we might see Charlie mess up the first 2 and then play it safe and go for like a 30-second one on the third or something like that.
We'll see, yeah.
Don't be surprised if we see some of the faster competitors like going all out in the first couple. Yeah, and then playing it safe for the last one.
And Tam on the right on station 3. He's our multi-blind Oceanic champion.
Yeah.
From yesterday.
He's already very happy with his weekend's results, so I don't think he's going to be too stressed about doing well in free blind. We've also got Jack Kai in this round as well. He's over on station 6.
Oh, we do indeed, yeah.
Former world record holder for free blind. Doesn't really practice it much anymore, but he said he's been practicing a little bit. So he's probably kind of expected to get on the podium. It's going to be pretty close between him, Tam and Michael for second and third. I think Charlie's pretty set in stone for the win there.
Yeah, I would say Charlie's a strong favourite if he can get a success in the final, that's for sure. And the thing about blindfold, or the thing about any event is, you know, you're all getting the same scrambles. Yeah. So if there's an easy scramble, you know, and someone does a really good time, well, Charlie's getting that scramble as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He's going to have the opportunity. But yeah, it'll be station 4 and station 6 are the ones we want to watch, but particularly station 4, Charlie here.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for his first cube.
So something interesting about Tam is he has a 17.37 official single, which ranks him 23rd in the world, but his mean is a 1 minute 17 seconds.
Oh, that's funny.
So he obviously hasn't got a good mean since he started practicing. So maybe we'll see him go for a mean in one of these rounds. It looks like his display might not be working.
Or maybe the timer's off.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Charlie getting his first cube as well.
Yep. Can see over there Charlie's dad. He said he's much more nervous than Charlie before this round, and this is only the first round. So no, Charlie's a pretty cool customer.
Right, sub 6 second memo for Charlie. That's pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit lucky on those first few commutators, but he looks to be in the flow of the solve now.
Onto corners, last few algs, and a 1660.
Pretty safe.
Shake of the head. That was a pretty fast memo for him. And yeah, the Axec was a bit lucky, but he should be happy that he's first solve locked in a success, definitely making it through to the next round.
Pretty quick memo from Tam over there as well, 7 seconds.
Looks like he might have messed up an edge com. Yeah, that's a DNF.
So that's a huge relief for probably for Charlie's dad.
Yeah. Right, Jack Kai with a 19. I'm not sure if it was solved.
Oh, I think it was a DNF.
DNF 19 for Jack Kai.
So pretty quick, I think reasonably quick time from Jack, and then a quick memo from Tam, so the scramble must have been okay. So yeah, his average time, 16:45. World record world record mean is, goodness me, 15 something.
I think it's around low 15, 15.2.
Okay, here goes Charlie again. We'll look that up afterwards. Okay, another 6-second memo, 6 and a bit. Turning looks a bit better on this one.
Yeah. Oh, bit of a pause going into corners. Bit of a lock at the end. Yeah,
that was a bit shaky.
Still a success though. Yeah, so world record mean is currently 15:24 by Tommy Cherry. That was actually set a while ago. That was set last year.
Yeah, so I'd say, unless he pulls out a sub 12 here, I think that's probably out of question. But the Oceanic record is definitely up for grabs if he can get a sub 15, which he's obviously done before. I think it'll come down to the scramble. Oh, Luke Garrett says not a success. I'm not sure.
Well, I see. I saw him turn the cube. I saw him turn the cube afterwards, but it looked like he was just spamming AUX. From what I think.
I'm not sure. We commentated it as a success, so we'll call it a solve. Tams.
I think it was solved. Two flipped edges
facing him.
Okay.
How did you see that?
Ooh. Oh, I think Tam's messed up. Yeah. He's not in the right orientation, I think. That's going to make him very nervous for the last one.
Definitely. Charlie's just going to be going all out here, I would suspect. Looked like maybe a corner or two solved on the bottom. I'm just in hope here. Alright, another 6-second memo. Pretty standard.
Good turning, though.
Yeah,
very
this is solid.
Good turning. Ooh. 15:37.
He looks pleased with that.
Yeah, that was a really smooth turning. That was very good. So it looks like Tam's trying to remember where he went wrong.
We've got Jack Kai's just, I think he's done a safety solve over there on stage 6 with 36.09. So Jack will be going through to the next round. It'll be good to see. Jack, obviously known for his former blindfolded world records, both single and average. I think all of them are 2018. No, actually one in 2019.
Yeah,
as well.
I think he got the mean in 2019.
So it'd be good to see him make the final and see if he can snag himself a podium.
So the top 64 make it to the next round. So I think it's just going to be get a success. You make the next round.
There you go.
Yeah, I would not want to be in Tam's shoes right now. 2 DNFs riding on your back. First round, one of the favourites for podium. He's 4th on the psych sheet, and he's probably better than Michael. He's probably better.
Right. So let's see. The pressure's on. You probably go for an extra safety.
Yeah, just go for a minute solve. Right, he's got his cube now.
And you'd think he probably has a good chance of beating Jack Kai as well.
I think he's going to play it ultra safe. Like he's leaning on the table. He's chilled out. He's triple checking everything.
Yep.
Jack Kai looks like he's messed up his memo on his last solve, but he's already got a success, so he's pretty chill.
So yeah, very safe memo here from Tam. And I think it's probably going to go pretty safe on the execution. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
All right, he's gone.
And again, not really aiming for a time. All he needs is a success, and he'll be through to the second round.
Yeah. It's looking good. And it's solved. There we go.
What a relief.
Very close, though. But yeah, that was some pretty exciting solves from Charlie.
They
definitely had potential for OCR mean like that.
Definitely.
A couple of those solves were really locky, and that last one when the pressure was off because he already had the DNF, that was so smooth.
That was a good one.
Really fast memo and then just no lockups.
The thing about blindfolded solving is if you've got competitors solving it in 15 seconds and your median competitor solving it in 3 minutes, it does mean that we're going to have a fair bit of buffer time while everyone else gets to do their attempts. So I believe the standard kind of blindfolded time limit is 10 minutes cumulative. So going to be waiting for all the other competitors to do their solves, and then we'll be going on to the second wave of groups, which will feature Michael Tripodi.
Yeah.
Recently got 5th in the world for 3x3 blindfolded mean with an 18.1.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
I was actually in that group and I got that scramble set and I got an overall PB single.
There you
and
go.
then also DNF'd a 117, which would have been overall PB single again by 20 seconds. I was supposed to be in this group, but I really can't be bothered. So I'm just going to sit here and commentate, I reckon.
Oh, okay. You don't want to go and compete?
Nah.
Okay, perfect.
Nah, I'm too tired.
That's fair.
We had a bit of drama with our team mascot in that 4x4 round. I had Captain Cook sitting on our table. Here he is now. And some cheeky girl from Team Platypus came up, yoinked him straight off the table, put it in her bag. I was very mad.
Was it while you were solving?
Not while I was solving.
You can get an extra for that.
But I kept an eye on her, and after that round, I saw she put it in her backpack, and I snuck up, unzipped the backpack, grabbed Captain Cook, and ran back here. So we've got our team mascot back.
Yeah, it wasn't the Cookie Monster. It was the real team mascot, Captain Cook. Cookie Monster is a bit of a decoy. We do have an emotional attachment, but
it's not quite as strong.
It's really just protecting. He or she is really just protecting Captain Cook.
So a little update on what the mascots are at this competition. We have about 150 crew members who are the staff helping everything run, and there's a bunch of different teams. We've got the 5 main teams that are helping with running, judging and scrambling. There's Team Wallaby, there's Team Echidna, there's Team I'm forgetting now.
Platypus. Emu.
Yeah, Emu. And then there's also special teams, so we're one of the specialty teams. We're Team Kookaburra. There's also Team Koala, who are the data entry. We've got Team Wombat, who are the registration desk, and then Team Redbacks, who are Kerry and Ethan, the main organisers. And we all have our little cuddly toy mascots that we take up to solve and that represent us. And we're very emotionally attached.
Yeah. Can't have that go missing. A very interesting thing just happened over there where Jody didn't reset his timer, then looked like he did a blind solve. So we may be getting an extra attempt. But we're just on the last few competitors of 3x. There's two delegates over there in heavy discussion. Okay. Maybe he's accidentally stopped the timer or something like that during the solve. Or maybe the display, it could have just been a display error.
Yeah.
And the actual stack mat
yeah, it looks like they've just switched out the display, so it must have been an error there.
Yeah. It's amazing. We've got, sending people to the moon again shortly, but we still can't get displays that show LED times from a stack mat. But hopefully, hopefully one day.
I see the girl that stole our Captain Cook, and she's watching us. I think she's keen to steal him again. So we've got to be very careful.
Yeah. So we've got the wallaby mascot over there. Obviously, we don't want to go and run and cause a bit of a fuss and steal it, but blindfolded would be the perfect event if one was to steal.
When it's blindfolds on.
If one was to steal a mascot, blindfold would be the absolute perfect event. So if anyone's watching on the stream, there is a mascot on Station 1. And if anyone in the venue watching the stream, the mascot on Station 1 is absolutely going to be up for grabs. Lennon's a pretty fast blind solver, so you'll only have about 10 seconds or so. And, but yeah. And then after blindfolded, we're going into Scube. And we're going to have a few interviews running throughout Scube, because after Scube, we have the Rubik's Relay, so the unofficial team event. We're going to be interviewing some of the competitors from the different states and countries coming up, competing in the Rubik's Relay, which will be very exciting. Who's your pick Or
I've got to go for New Zealand 1.
okay.
Jasper, Adrian, Dwayne,
Yeah.
my homies, they're going to take it home. All right, so in this group of free blind, we have James McDermott and Michael Tripodi, and they're on stations 5 and 4. They're the main two we're going to want to be watching. And we've also got Lennon Hughes and Conan Moe on 2 and 1. They're pretty solid at free blind. I think Conan got a podium at New Zealand Nationals last weekend. Obviously, not on New Zealand podium, but the overall one. I might be wrong with that, actually.
And obviously James McDermott on station 5 got the New Zealand national records.
Yeah.
Single and average, was it?
No, he
No,
only
just
has the
average.
mean. He only has the mean. 24 point something
There
just
you go.
last weekend. Yeah, 24.85 mean and a 23.5 single.
Mm-hmm.
So the single is very much up for grabs. I think it's about... I actually can't remember what the single is. Maybe 21 or so. Yeah, it's a 22.27, so very doable.
Okay, it's good we looked that up before the before the round. Now
Michael has
Michael
the
on
emu.
station 4 looks to have stolen a mascot.
No, I think it's actually Brian
no.
Ang, it's Team Emu.
Just borrowing.
Yeah, just
That's
borrowing
okay.
the emu.
Yeah, a lot of mascot action.
So prioritize 4, but 5's also pretty good.
A lot of mascot action this 3 blind round. Alright, here we go. I believe that's Benjamin Paul on station 3. Oh, that wasn't an official solve.
No. He's pretty speedy as well. He's got an 18 single and a 24 mean. I kind of forgot about him, to be honest. He's definitely one to watch for the Oceanic podium. Right. Michael in memo of his first solve. Looks like he might be playing it safe. Yeah, shake of the head. Looks like he's just going to go for a safety now. Get it out of the way. James McDiarmid is also going for a safety. 16-second memo.
Probably the most stress-free strategy, I would say.
Yeah.
Just get the first solve out of the way and finished, and then you can go all out on the last 2.
Yeah, James securing a 32-second success.
Yep.
And Michael getting a 51-second success, I believe.
So they're both safely through to the next round, and now we'll turn up.
Benjamin
turn
Poole
up the heat.
also going for a safety. These guys all seem to have a similar strategy.
That's a real safety.
Yeah.
They must have watched Tam in the last round and didn't want any of that stress.
About 40-second memo for Ben.
That's like my memo.
And a 54 solve.
Oh, nice execution.
Michael won with a 51. Alright, so James is going to like his position now because he's not going to be able to beat his NR mean, and he's already got the single, so he's probably going to be going all out.
Definitely.
And I don't actually know who that is on station 6. Is it Joshua?
I'm not too sure, but he has the same earmuffs as me. The Bunnings Warehouse light green earmuffs.
Yeah. James with a 10-second memo. James, one of the only top blind solvers to not use nod on.
Yeah, interesting. Not objectively optimal, if you ask me.
This is he was looking pretty good. He got to the last couple of comms about 19, and then he's in a massive pause now. Looks like he's got about 1 or 2 comms left. Maybe just one comp.
Yeah, it's on station 6. That's Joshua Chow. We're informed by the chat.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Joshua has a 25 mean and 20 single, so definitely up there with the contenders for 3x3 blindfolded. Not for the win probably, but definitely for a podium chance.
That was looking pretty strong for James there. Like he had a decent memo, decent exec, but just didn't quite get that last letter pair down in his head.
Michael borrowing my Bunnings Warehouse light green earmuffs for this round on his second solve.
So he already has a success, so he's guaranteed to make the next round. Not bad memo.
Pretty smooth turning.
Yeah, looking good.
Maybe a
Looking
sub 20.
really good.
Yes, very
1974.
nice. Very nice. That'll put him in second place.
Yeah. Right. Benjamin Poole on station 3 for his second solve. Just warming up. He also already has a success. Very similar situation to Michael. He's going to be going all out on this one. Wow, sub 7 memo. Ooh, bit of hesitation towards the end of edges. Looks like he may have messed it up. Oh no. It looked like he had to undo quite a bit. And it's a DNF.
Alright.
James on station 5 has got his second solve.
Oh, I think it's his last
solve, sorry.
Solve, yeah.
And also Joshua's about to finish his solve. "11-second memo for James. Oh, bit pausey. Still some good turning. And 26.6, not bad. I think he's gonna be fine with that. Made it to the next round, got a couple of successes. Right, here comes Michael's last solve. So he's already got 19, currently in second place for the round. He'll probably stay that way unless Benjamin pulls something out the bag for the last solve.
Oh, we're told that Theodore Chan from Singapore got an NR mean of 20.19. That is a massive improvement.
Right. Exec for Michael. Looking really smooth. Oh, he's messed up an edge though, I think. Oh no, he's got it. 20.6. Very smooth turning. Well, that's a shame we missed Theodore's solves.
Yeah. 20.19. That's a massive improvement on his official results beforehand, which were a 23 single and a 1 minute 38 average. Singapore, I don't think, have had too many competitions historically, and so maybe he's just been kind of starved for blindfolded solving opportunities, and these are kind of old records. Can't really see Benjamin's cube behind the box.
Lots of turns though.
Yeah. And can't see it.
Scrambled.
Solved.
No. Not solved. So his best time was a 54 success. So yeah, still making it to the next round.
So congratulations, Theodore, for the national record. It's very exciting. Some of our results would be coming through. Yeah. So, oh no, it's a 20.19 single.
Yeah. Not mean.
Not mean. 20.19 single, which makes a bit more sense. That would be a very, very quick mean. So that will put Theodore in third place overall.
Yeah, just behind Michael.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, 3 blind. There's 3 rounds actually, and so so far everyone that's had a success will make it to the second round, and we think that's probably how it will stay.
Alright, so we're just getting finished up with free blind, the second batch of groups, and then we'll be moving on to Scube after that.
Just saw a massive fist pump over on the blue stage for one of our competitors with 4 minutes 17. Clearly super stoked with getting a blind solve in comp. Always a big accomplishment, if guessing it's the first one as well.
So in this group of Scube, we've got Eli Panata and Asher and also Ben Wakelin. So Eli is only 0.06 off Dwayne Ramos's OCR average, and I think he got that at Osnats, and I don't think he really competes that much. So he's got a pretty good shot of breaking OCR, obviously depending on the scrambles. So he's going to be one to watch. Dwayne is not competing in Scube until one of the later groups, and then straight after that we'll get him on for an interview. Mostly to talk about the relay, but maybe he'll get some good Scube results as well we can chat about.
So yeah, just finishing up blind now. We've got Jay's mum, Townsville. So afternoon to Jay's mum. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Should be a few highlights and clips from Jay. He'll be commentating with me shortly once Chris goes and does his Scube round. Although Chris, did you want to stay on for a Scube group or?
Yeah, I can stay on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. But yeah,
I don't need to warm up for Scube.
Jay will be coming on soon and probably helping me out with a few of the interviews as well.
Right, just got a few solves left to do on the blue stage.
Yeah. Maybe we could have a look at the 4x4 results.
Yeah, good idea.
Now that they're all up, we can look at who's kind of made the final and what some of the times were on round one.
So yeah, third place we have Angela Buganza from New Zealand with a 28.73 average, which I think might be her second best one. Early this year, she got a sub-28 average, which was really good for her at the time, and is still the New Zealand national record.
Yeah.
But I think these were some pretty good solves, and she also got a 24 in there as well. And then in second place, that was yourself.
As me.
How was that average?
It was okay. A few too many parodies for my liking, as is always the case. But it was fine. It was fine. But Leo's pulled out a 23.8 average, which is fairly close to his PB. I believe close to the Philippines national record.
Yeah.
So he's won the first round by a good 3 seconds there. So really close to his PB actually.
Yeah, only 0.07 off. But I think he's got the ASR average, the Asian record average in sight. So I think that's kind of what he's aiming for. But he's gonna be praying for the no parodies.
That's what you got to do. Just keep spamming rounds and getting that.
So that was the first of 2 4x4 rounds. So to make the final, you needed a 34.00 average. So actually, Jayden McNeill, our fellow commentator, missed out by 0.11 seconds.
Unlucky in the 17th place there for Jay.
Yeah. So I managed to get 7th with a 30.02 average with quite a few mistakes in there.
got a lot of different countries represented in the finals. We have Philippines, Australia, New Zealand, obviously, UK, China, USA.
So Jasper Murray got his first ever sub-30 4x4 average, where he counted a 27, two 27s, and a 32. So he started 33, 32, 27, 27, 26. A crazy good solve from Jasper. He placed him third for an Oceanic competitor. So if he does that again in the final, he'll get a podium. He's been doing really well today. He had for his first ever sub-11 OH average in competition, and that was first ever 4x4 sub-30 average. So yeah, he's been looking pretty strong.
And maybe if we switch over to the blindfolded 3x3 blindfolded results, I think a fair few of them will start to be trickling in now. For those who may have missed out or are just joining us, Charlie Eggins, the Oceanic record holder and second in the world for 3x3 blindfolded solving, he's come out pretty solidly in the first round, getting a 15.3 as his best single. Behind him at the moment, we have Theodore Chan from Singapore, but in front of him will be Michael Tripodi.
Yeah, he got a 19.
Followed by Swami, Jack, and Joshua, and a few others. But yeah, that first round was really about safety and getting through to the final, to the second round. Sorry. So yeah, that's all wrapped up. So just a couple more things for the day.
I'm very looking forward to Rubik's Relay, though.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Who's your first matchup?
I think it's South Australia 2, I believe. It's the 16th seed against us.
Oh, yeah.
So we still got to be on our game, but hopefully that should be no trouble.
Hopefully no M-slice DNFs or any shenanigans like that.
No, exactly. I would imagine that any DNF is a full disqualification for the relay team, so we got to be careful. I haven't solved a 3x3 all day, so I might need to do a bit of warm up as well, but it's just for fun.
So actually, Michael and I are going to be commentating that, and we have some snacks arranged. Toby's mum kindly has made us some guacamole and brought us some crackers as well to snack on during the Rubik's Relay. So we're going to be fully enjoying it. We're going to be sitting back, watching some cool times, getting hyped up, and snacking on some guacamole.
That's a great idea. Oh my goodness.
It's going to be a good time.
I'm going to be absolutely starving by the end of that and just go home and, I don't even know, grab something and go to sleep.
Maybe we'll leave some guacamole for you.
Oh, that'd be nice.
If you win.
That'd be nice.
Woo!
Cool.
Right, we don't have to whisper anymore.
Yep.
The ASMR period of the live stream is over.
Very good. Here we go. Scube. Scube, the most recently added WCA event back in 2014. No events have been added since. We've obviously had 3x3 with feet removed since, but yeah, Scube's one that I don't think if you asked anyone back in asked anyone back in the day that if people would be solving Scubes in 1 second, they would have thought that. But hold on, got a bit of a distraction here.
Looks like Feliks has just been given a gift from Leo and his mum.
Chocolates, and we'll take a look at that later.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that later. It's time for Scube first.
But yeah, I remember, when was it? When Scube first got added to the...
Yeah, back in 2014.
To the WCA. It was a bit of a race to see who could hold the first ever competition and have Scube in it and set the record. So I believe it was a competition in India where they held Scube for the very first time on January the 1st. And they were the only competition to hold Scube, and so the winner of that comp got the world records. And then shortly after that, I think Jay got the world record single at a late January competition. It was 4:27, I believe it was.
Yeah.
I was at that comp. I remember even I competed in Scube back then. I was practiced for a couple of weeks. But yeah.
So that clapping was just to signal the end of Free Blind, to let everybody know they were welcome to start chatting again. because we like to try and keep the venue as quiet as possible, since free blind's a very focus-intensive event, and people are trying to memorize different letters and all of that. But we're now on to Scube. On station 1, I believe that's Eli.
Yep, that is
Yep.
Eli.
So he definitely has a shot at OCR average to take that off Dwayne. He's got a 2.46 national record average, and Dwayne's OCR average is a 2.40. Right next to him is Asher from America. And we've just been given a thing to sign for Team Kookaburra. So what did you get from Leo and Cheryl?
We'll have to take a look. So firstly, it's a Santa hat.
Oh yeah, I think you got to put that on for the relay.
Which would be great. Maybe at some point during the relay, we'll do that. Some dried mangoes from the Philippines.
Ooh,
A delightful gift from the Philippines. And
what is this?
pen holder. For those who don't know, Leo and his mum are very, very, very infamously kind.
Yeah.
Famously very kind, and give a lot of gifts out to all competitors.
Yeah, they gave me a fridge magnet. Fridge magnet earlier today.
Lots of things from the brought over from the Philippines. So that's very, very lovely. I remember they gave me some mangoes when I met them for the first time in 2018, and told them I really enjoyed them. So I think they've come back. But
all right, Eli, we just missed it, but you got a
did.
369. Shake of the head from him though. Who is station 3?
Station 3, that's Ben Wakeland.
Ben Wakeland, starting with a 241.
Yep, he's very Scube's his main event. Very keen Scube competitor from Melbourne. Been competing for quite a while, sporting the long kind of heavy metal style hair on station 3. Yep, as you can see there, just look at those beautiful locks. You ever thought about growing your hair like that?
Maybe one day. Right now, I think I need a haircut though.
Yeah, must be a lot of maintenance to do that. You been practicing Scube much, Chris?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Although the other day I was sat at a table with Dwayne and he was teaching me a few things, and I learnt very little, and I'm still pretty slow. But we'll see what I get in this next group. I should probably go up pretty soon. I think they called my group to go and wait behind, but I'll wait for the final call and then I'll go up.
Very good.
Okay, Eli on station 1 is getting his second solve. He started with a 3.6, which he's a little bit disappointed about.
So with the headphone strategy.
Very short inspection. Oh, and he's punished for it with some bad cases.
Bit lucky. He's not happy with it.
He inspected for about a second or so there. So I guess he doesn't know how to one look yet, because it's a lot harder on Scube.
Maybe, or maybe that's nerves or something.
Nod of head from Ben Wakeland.
Practicing his head banging. Station number 3.
Much more useful skill than Scube.
Very harsh. A bit of a pause there, but oh yeah, doesn't look like the nicest scramble. This second scramble.
Yeah.
And I believe this is Lance Aguilar from New South Wales on station 4 as well. I'll just be back 1 second.
Okay. Okay, we've got Asher. I think this is his first solve. Maybe second, but I did see a delegate called over, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. He has a 2.8 official average, but he also competes quite a bit. I'm not really sure if he practices Scube that much. Definitely not his main event, but he's still pretty quick at it. Bit of a pause after the first layer there, trying to remember the case. 4.7. Also got Eli with his third solve. He already has a counting 3.6 and very lucky 3.39. Yeah, he looks pretty disappointed with his solve so far, but he's still going to be making the next round because there's 3 rounds of Cube at this competition. So he's got lots of chances to get some good times.
Asher clearly on that 3x3 grind for this competition.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be looking to beat you and Leo. That's probably going to be his goal. Get that overall first place. Ben Wakelin on his third solve. He currently has a 2.4 and a 4.7, I believe. So he's going to be hoping that 4.7 doesn't count. Ooh, looks like he made a few mistakes there. And a 5.5 just after I say what he's hoping for. He counts that 4.7.
Yeah.
Big shake of the
I
head
wonder
there.
if there are only... Oh no, there's 3 rounds of Scube. Yeah, the scramble-dependent event. Generally when there's events like this, Pyraminx 2x2, they try and make it so that the fast competitors all get the same scramble in the semi-final, so they can qualify for the final.
Eli with his 4th solve. 3.2. Ooh, Asher with a 4.6. Not really any good times in this round, but it's Cube.
Yeah. We'll see what Dwayne can...
yeah, that's the exciting one. And when's he up?
Dwayne will be up...
he's later on.
A bit later on, yeah. In the 4th wave of groups.
Alright,
so
I reckon I should probably get out of here and go get ready for my Cube group. Enjoy.
Thanks very much
and I'll probably see you later.
for your work, Chris, and see you later on. Good luck in Cube.
Thank you.
I think we're going to have Jay McNeill joining us in a sec.
Scare. What's up?
Hello. Hey Jay, how's it going?
Pretty good. Let's just get this mic sorted.
Your mum was in the chat and she said hello and she's really enjoying the stream.
Oh yeah, hi mum. Sorry for not replying to your text. My bad. Been a little busy.
He'll reply later.
Maybe.
Do you know what her Twitch handle is?
No.
I think it's just Jay's mum from Townsville or something.
Okay, I don't know why she needed to dox us. All good. Anyways, Ben Wakelin doing a bit of warm-up.
No, I think that was an official attempt where he didn't start the timer.
Oh, actually?
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually so
he sees the humour in it.
Always look on the bright side.
Exactly. And then we've got Eli. I believe this is his final solve. Hasn't got anything particularly good so far this round. Again with the short inspection. And plenty of lock-ups there.
Yeah, that was a costly one. Unfortunate. Do you know what Asher gets at Scube? I didn't really have him pinned as a Scube type.
Yeah, I didn't either. I thought he's a bit old for that.
Yeah.
But he seems to be getting around 4s.
Okay.
So we'll see. But yeah, the key Scube competitors are Eli, who we just had there on Station 1 from Australia with a 2:46 national record, and then Dwayne, who originally started his kind of speedcubing career maining Scube, and so he's got the Oceanic record. He's held it for 2 years, I'm told, at 2:40 at the moment. So he's coming up later on. But we're going to very shortly have a couple of special guests joining us, I reckon, in about 5 minutes or so. So as everyone in the chat, or some people in the chat may know by now, if you've been watching along today, we've got the Rubik's Relay as the kind of main event for Friday later on, and your teammates, Jayden, Charlie and Toby, they're coming on later on.
Yeah, yep. I'll be interviewing Toby, and I believe you will be interviewing Charlie.
That's the plan. And we've got a dress-up competition for the Rubik's Relay as well.
Oh yeah, we're going to be dripped out.
Any
swag on deck.
Any hints?
I'll say the costume for our team is very thematic with our state.
There you go. Look forward to that. How's your competition been going so far?
Oh, it's been going.
Okay.
It's been going. I don't know. FMC was cool. OH was cringe. How's your comp, Felix?
What have I done? Megaminx was okay. 6x6 was okay. 7x7 was good.
Oh yeah, you got 203. That was like your best in a while.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. And the 4x4 was kind of meh.
Yeah, I saw like a 27.
Yeah, my average is like 27. That's okay.
Wow.
I'm really not trying to beat Leo.
What did he get?
23.
Okay, yeah. Good for him. Alright, looks like this wave of heats is just wrapping up now. At least the red stage.
Yeah, on to the next heat wave.
Dude, there's no such thing as a heat wave in Melbourne. It's so cold.
It's summer. What are you talking about?
You're gaslighting me.
It's so nice and warm. Well, we're inside anyway. Doesn't matter.
It took so long to warm up inside.
Oh, really? It was okay. Found it okay. And tomorrow I would expect there's tons more people in here. So the natural body warmth of 15-year-old teenagers.
Yeah, get that residual BO warm up.
Pro strategies. All right. I think we're just finishing this up. So what was the plan? Did you want to interview first or did I want to go first?
I mean, I just sat down. I think we wanted to do Toby first. That
All
was
right.
what you mentioned.
So I'll go grab Toby. Toby Sufert from Queensland, crucial member of the anchor member of the Queensland One Relay.
We really just can't do it without him.
Yeah.
He's our only hope.
We really, really need him. And so, yeah, we're gonna go grab Toby, and Jay's going to ask him a few questions about his, nationals performance and what he's been practicing and that sort of thing. And yeah, if you have any questions in the chat, that'd be great too. If you want to ask Toby anything, but I'll go grab him and.
Yeah, go for it. Sounds good. It's on the road. Just finding out from my mum that we had a power outage at my house today. So that, I don't know, put an F in the chat for that. Toby, welcome. Feel free to just put that on. Yeah, yep, just over the ears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll hear yourself like through the headset. Hopefully that's not like off-putting or anything.
Nah.
But yeah, so first for starters, just, I don't know, maybe introduce yourself. I think a lot of people watching will know who you are, especially after nationals, but maybe talk about like, when you started, what you tend to main event-wise, and I guess maybe what you're hoping for this weekend.
Yeah, okay, so I'm Toby. I started cubing in, I think, July 2020. I average like high 6 or something. I main 3x3 and OH. For OH I use a RU, and I average like 16. And yeah, that's on the weekend. I'm mainly going for a sub 7 average because I've failed that like the last 5 comps in a row or something.
It's a struggle. I've been there.
Mm.
Yeah. So you haven't. So for the events today, like, there's only really been one-handed. Like, I know you don't really do many of the other events. So how did one-handed go for you?
So I got double PRs. I got a 13 single and a 16.62 average.
Nice.
Which I kind of overreacted to, but they were nice solves. The last solve I got an extra and it had a 5-move first block. So that was like, I kind of got nervous when I saw that. But then I also had 3-move EO into like an easy 4C, so I got a bit nervous there, but I still got a 15.9, which clutched up the average, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, well done. I'm very glad to hear it. Yeah, so you said you wanted to get a sub 7 average. You've had a few fails kind of leading up to it. Have you kind of like gotten any insights from them, like where you're messing up? Like, do you think it's like a best possible average situation where you kind of fail to clutch or something like that? And maybe have you made any considerations going into this comp, like mindset wise?
Yeah,
regarding
so most of my fails have been related to either like mainly related to getting nervous and then like my turning becoming bad. Especially the most notable one would be, I think, my first or second sub. Yeah, first sub 7 fail really, which was a runaway base Saturday. And I I was on Sol 4, and I was on track for like a low 6, which would have locked in a state record average of about 6.6. And I had a GC perm left, and I did the alg that I wouldn't normally do, so I wasn't used to the execution, because I realized that I was like on track, and I got nervous, and then I kind of locked up on the few moves, and then I like had to undo some moves and then redo them, and I ended up with an 8. So then I ended up with a 7:04 average, which is my current PR, but it should have been a lot better.
Right, so it sounds to me like the issue was maybe you chose a different alg because you wanted to like play it safe in some regard, but in doing so you kind of did something you were less comfortable with, which ultimately may have just kind of been the wrong decision at the time.
Yeah, I think that's probably what the mistake was.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, it's a tough thing to balance, especially if you have some alg choices that you're not particularly happy with, even if you are used to them.
Yeah, definitely.
So we got a few questions here in the chat, and to be honest, I don't really want to ask either of them, so I'm just going to think of a new question. Okay, so we got the Rubik's Relay coming up later today.
Yeah.
So we'll be on Queensland 1 along with Charlie Eggins, and we're seated 3rd. And just ahead of us is New Zealand 1 and Vic 1.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the idea of like solving in kind of a relay sort of fashion where the inspection's a little different, and you also kind of have to worry about like maybe not letting your team down and some of those other, I guess, considerations?
I don't know. I think it's definitely a new experience for me because I've never. Well, I mean, obviously we've done like practice, but I've never actually competed in that sort of format before. I think when we were doing practice, it was like Charlie was going first, and then me second, and then you third, which I think was working pretty well. In terms of like being like relied on to like do well, it's like the nerves probably wouldn't be as bad, I'd imagine, because it's not an official solve, like it's not an official 3x3 solve. But it is still like I would definitely imagine that I'd get nervous, but it's sort of more a fun thing, so I don't think it would be too bad, but also have to see how it goes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think it is good to remember, like, at the end of the day, it's not official. It is for fun, ultimately, and, like, obviously everyone wants to win, because, to be a cuber at, your level, like, sub-7, 3x3, you're obviously, like, naturally, you have a competitive drive within you, and no matter what, you do want to kind of show up and do well.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, it's not official, like, it's not going to like show up on your profile or anything if you like, I don't know, throw a solve or something like that. So it's not a big drama if things go poorly, but obviously we want to do well.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to ask. So obviously the goal is to get a sub-7 3x3 average. You've been pretty close pretty recently. You were even close in the Nats finals this year. So for maybe some people in the chat who don't know, Toby here actually got, was it 3rd this year at Nationals with a 7.4 average, and that was +2 out of sub-7, wasn't it?
That was plus 699 average.
Yeah.
The cube was actually solved when I dropped it, but then the mat, like, it was like just okay, and then the mat, like, when it hit the mat, it +2'd it. So it became, from a 699 average, it became 744, which was tied with David Epstein for 3rd, but then my single was, I think, 0.2 faster than his. So I ended up getting the 3rd place by like a tiny little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that you didn't lose the podium at the very least. And I mean, like something like that, like a +2 where you hit the mat, like there are some mistakes where like there's like a learnable experience, but then there's others where it just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And it's not like I don't know what you're meant to do differently there. Like just turn 1 extra degree, I guess.
Yeah. It's like I had a T-perm at the end, and I kind of fumbled at the start of the solve, but then it was a pretty easy continuation, like an easy OLL into a T-perm. And I think I had like a U2 AUF or something. I just kind of did the U2, and I expected that it would work, but I must have like not flicked hard enough or something, or kind of missed it or something, and then I ended up getting the +2. So I guess there's nothing I can do about it retrospectively, but the most other notable fail was at Queensland Open when I DNF'd my second round 3x3 average because I didn't start the timer on 2 of the solves.
Yeah, I was there. I remember that. That was a tough one to see.
That was because that was the first comp where I had the opportunity to get like a sub-7. Like sub-7 was a bit more far-fetched then, but like at least like 7.2, 7.1 average to like do well.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, I think things are looking pretty good because, like you said, you nearly got it in a nationals finals, which was like probably the most intense experience of your cubing journey so far.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can show so much promise in that kind of setting, I think it'll bode really well for you this weekend. Like, at the very least, you're going to get 3 rounds, and I think you're like a pretty heavy favorite to make the final, and probably like the higher end of it at least on the Oceania side. Obviously, we've got some internationals who are kind of farming some of the top spots. But I mean, what can we do about that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think with that, let's just do a last quick check for questions from chat. No, I think we'll just leave it there. So thank you so much, Toby, for the interview. Best of luck on the Queensland Rubik's Relay, obviously, because you're on my team. I mean, I want things to go well.
Yep.
And yeah, with that, I think we're going to bring on Feliks to interview Charlie Eggins.
Yep.
So, all right.
Thanks for having me.
We're back. So, I have a very special guest with me this afternoon. Who are you, and what's your name? Where are you from? How old are you? What's your favourite event?
Okay.
Please tell the stream. Introduce yourself.
Yep. I'm Charlie Eggins, and I'm from Australia, up in Queensland. And my favourite event is 3x3 blindfolded, and I'm 13 years old.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I think a lot of our viewers are probably pretty familiar with you since seeing some of your Oceanic record videos, and very close to world record. How's that experience been for you over the past 2 or 3 months? Probably with so many people kind of commenting on your videos, and really excited for you to be doing such fast times. How do you kind of process that? Is that something that you really enjoy, or would you not like the pressure? Just give us a bit of insight into that.
Yeah, it's really exciting that everything that I do, really, like, people, like every solve that I do, people are like rooting for me and celebrating when it happens. And I think that's one thing that's really good about the cubing community, is that they always like root for you. And yeah, so it's been really nice with all the growth and the speed that I've been gaining, that the whole community is behind me, so that's very nice.
And what is it about the blindfolded event? We've had obviously Jack Kai from Melbourne kind of pioneer blind solving in, well, even before him there were others, but Jack Kai really kind of set the bar for Australian blind solving. Was he someone that you kind of watched and looked up to, or have you only really picked it up actually in the past couple of years?
Yeah. So when I first started blindfolded solving, I like just binge watched like a bunch of Jack Kai's videos and learnt like a whole bunch from him. Yeah.
Very good. And sorry, my microphone is moving around too much. Tell us about the nickname. Is this a nickname that has been made up by the cubing community, or is this something you're called at school? How did that come about? Do you like it? Do you prefer a different nickname?
Yeah, so Cheggins, it's nice and easy to say. It's quick. It gets my attention.
Or Cheggins or egg?
Egg, yeah, that's fine.
Do you get eggs up? Either is fine.
Anything involving an egg and sometimes a CH. So there you go.
Or just Charlie.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, nice. So how long are you in Melbourne for, and when you're heading back, is there anything else you're planning to do while you're down here?
Yeah. So I came in on Wednesday, and I think I'm flying out on Monday. So pretty much just here for the cubing competition.
Nice.
Not doing a whole lot, but yeah.
And talk to us about your first round of 3x3 blindfolded. How did that go for you? What did it feel like? Any particular tactics for these early rounds versus the final, or not really overthinking it, just going and solving and having fun?
Yeah. I think I actually I overthinked it. I overthinked it a little bit. I tried to be super serious and make sure I was in the zone. But I think that for the future rounds, I'm just gonna get in and do it and have as much fun as possible, because on my first one I was really nervous, and it was a really easy scramble. So because of my nerves, I messed up my turning a lot, and so I got a 16.6 on an 8-agger, which isn't too good for me, but I had known that I made it to second round, and then I DNF'd my second one by 2 edges flipped. And then on the last one, because I knew I had already made it to next round, and there was no pressure of trying to get a good mean, I could just go all out, and that went well. It was another easy scramble.
Yeah, your execution on that 15 looked really, really solid. Is that right?
Yeah, it felt really good when I was first starting and just flowed through the solve pretty well.
Nice. Again, anyone in the chat, feel free to kind of send through your questions for Charlie. We'll have him on for a few more minutes, so send those through, and we'll pick some of the best ones. But yeah, you'll be seeing a fair bit of Charlie throughout the rest of the weekend, especially in the blindfolded, but also the 3x3. So you're doing the Rubik's relay. You're on the Queensland 1 team. Tell us, if you've got any special tactics or strategies planned for the event, and how you're feeling about going into that.
Yeah. So as Toby, I think, said before, I'm going first, and then Toby, and then Jay, because I don't benefit from inspection as much as they do. I can't inspect as far into the solve. So while it's sitting there, they can think a bit more about it. But I just like to get in and try and get it done. It will be a bit like there's a lot more pressure because I don't want to let down my team.
Yeah.
But I'm still confident we can do well.
I think you'll do well. Is there anyone at home you want to say hi to that might be watching the stream back home as well?
Hi, Mum.
Very good. Okay, and have you done any practice in preparation for the relay event as a team, or I know you meet up with Toby a fair bit as well up in Brisbane. Have you been kind of thinking about who's first, second, third, any reason, or just random order?
Yeah, so it's me and then Toby and then Jay. We were doing that in practice yesterday for a little bit at lunchtime, and it seemed to work pretty well. Our best was about a 20.6, so that was pretty good.
Nice. All right, a couple of questions from the chat. What's your PB at home? Or PBs at home? If you want to say. Some people don't like to say, and some people don't really do that, but up to you.
So for blindfolded?
For blindfolded, 3 blind, yeah.
Okay, so my 3 blind PB is I think 12.3 something for a single, and my mean is 15.4.
Yeah.
And then I have an insane average of 12 somehow. That was 16.5.
Oh wow. What's your accuracy rate like at home?
Yeah. So usually I'm hovering at around 60% as a session total, because sometimes when I'm solving I'm tired, sometimes I'm awake and doing well, so that is kind of balance it out to about 60%.
Do you have any special kind of warm-up routines or things you try to do the night before a competition to prepare as well as possible, or just?
Not really. Just a lot of sleep.
Very good. All right. And last question: how the Brisbane Heat going to go this Big Bash?
Hopefully better than they showed last night.
Okay. I didn't even know they were playing last night. But sorry to hear. But hopefully you do much better than the Brisbane Heat at this competition. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing some more solves from you.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Cool. Thanks so much to Charlie and Toby for joining us on the stream. That was fantastic. I think we're going to have maybe another interviewee who's in the Rubik's relay. Yeah. Very good. So we're switching from Queensland cubing all the way to Western Australia cubing. Tell us, how far is Western Australia, and why would you travel here for a Rubik's Cube competition all the way across the country?
Yeah, all the way across the country. Yeah, because I'm a delegate from Perth, Western Australia. I'm running.
Yes, introduce yourself, please. Sorry, the first question.
All good. Do they know my name?
No, they don't. They
no?
don't.
Okay,
so
cool.
Chat. We've got.
Okay, cool.
We've got along the theme of Rubik's relay competitors. We've got Charlie, who's one of our key delegates, organisers for this competition, and also competing in as for the Western Australia 2 team in the Rubik's relay. So he's been kind enough to. Spare a few minutes of his time to give us a chat. But yeah, give us an intro. Who are
Thanks
you?
For the intro.
Yeah.
As Feliks said, my name's Charlie Van Oren. I'm one of the WA delegates, been a delegate since late 2019. So delegating comps in Perth mainly, over in WA. And I mean I was mainly busy with nationals this year, as most people would know, as that was held in Perth. So I had a big role in that or whatever. But then sort of after that finished up in late September, then I got more involved with all Oceanics. I also run all the socials and that sort of stuff. So that kept me busy. And then obviously being a team leader here today and running Team Quokka, the best team.
All good fun. Where can we check out the socials for anyone online? See some of your finest work.
Yes.
So many incredible photoshops. They're all from Charlie, direct from Charlie's computer.
Yep. Yeah. So we've got the main Speedcubing Australia accounts on Facebook and Instagram, which I assume most people would know. But I believe it's Speedcubing Australia on Facebook and Speedcubing AU on Instagram. So we've got those, and then for Oceanics we do have a special one. So we've got a separate account for both Instagram and Facebook. On Instagram, that is Oceanics 2022, just that one word. And on Facebook, it's the full name of the Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championship 2022.
Lovely. So talk to us a bit more about the experience organising nationals. What were kind of the best parts, the most rewarding parts, and what were the things that were perhaps the most frustrating and you were glad to have out of the way, and your reflections on that event, because that was the first time nationals was held in Perth, I believe.
Yes, yeah. First time in WA, yeah. So it was a big comp for us. Over when I started becoming a delegate, when I got into cubing, my first competition, like 2017, for a while our competitions were around 70, 80 competitors, and these days we're at about 150, 160, sort of similar to Adelaide and those guys. But so we had, I think we had a 300 competitor limit for nationals, and we got about 280 or so. And to all the Eastern State guys, it probably doesn't seem too big, but it was relatively big for us. And then obviously everything else that goes into it, being a national championship instead of a normal competition. I like to think that we did a very good job, very nice and flash. I had a great time, and I heard good things from other competitors. So it was definitely a big learning experience, but it was very fun, very good.
And you're excited to keep doing it many years into the future?
Yep.
And organise bigger and better competitions.
Yeah, definitely. Amazing. Not that we'll hold nationals in Australia, in WA, in the next couple of years, but I definitely am very keen to get more involved in larger comps now that I've sort of had that experience. I sort of know where to start at least. And yeah.
And they've got a good blueprint here. So what's your role this weekend at Oceanic Championships?
So on the weekend, team leader. So that
which mascot team?
Quokka.
Let's just get these kookaburras out of the way so they don't get stolen.
Yep. Yeah. Have your stream heard about all the controversy?
They have.
I
believe they're familiar with some of the mascot controversy.
Yeah.
Some
so
of
Zach
our loyal
Kenny
viewers
started that.
Yeah.
Putting it on him. But yeah. So I'm Team Quokka. If people don't know what a quokka is, it's a little sort of like little furry wallaby creature from Rottnest Island, which is a little island just off of Perth in Western Australia. And that's the only place in the world they're found, I believe. And yeah, so having a great time with Team Quokka. All the team members are awesome. I haven't met most of them before, but it's going very well.
Very good. If there's anyone from the chat who has any questions they want to ask Charlie Van Oren from Perth, feel free. Is there anyone you want to say hi to who might be watching back home? Or not?
I think there's quite a few WA people here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if my non-cubing friends are aware of this, or my family, or no.
No, okay.
Actually, all my friends and family are aware of this.
Yes.
Massive event.
They'll be watching or not?
No.
Oh, it's Friday, I suppose.
It is, hey, and it's 3 hours earlier in WA, so it's
true.
just before 3, so still at work and stuff.
On the weekend. All right. And then let's talk Rubik's Relay. You've been drawn against Western Australia 1.
Yeah.
Bit of a Western Australia 2 versus Western Australia 1 matchup in the first round. How's that feel? And you must know them well. Any special tactics you're planning to employ? Get under their nerves a bit?
I mean, we're in a bit of a tricky situation because I know all 3 of them, and I want to pick flaws, but generally all 3 of them, so Jonathan Charlesworth, Marquez Fan, and Joshua Hounslow, all WA people on WA1, they're all fast, sort of faster than me, Zach and Tyler, the WA2 delegate team. So, I mean, maybe they'll get nervous, maybe something will happen, but I'm just hopeful that maybe that WA2 can perform well, maybe get some PLL skills or something.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, cube drops or
yeah,
be nice.
Fingers crossed. Let's see what they've got in got in the chat. How did you choose the special celebrity for each team? So if anyone's seen on the Oceanics pages, all of the relay teams have a special celebrity guest. And why did you give yourself Genghis Khan?
So I mean, usually people ask me how the fish pick happened, but I'm keen to avoid that for now. So in terms of the random celebrity, it was actually randomly picked. So I used this random celebrity generator picker online. You know, some teams I did a few clicks because like a celebrity would come up that I have no idea who they are, and other people wouldn't care at all. So I like at least people to be a bit excited or have something behind it. But yeah, so WA2, our team, was the last team that I, created the post for and selected the celebrity for. And Genghis Khan did literally come up as the first notable celebrity. It wasn't, I didn't get it earlier on and go, I'm putting it WA2. It just sort of ended up like that.
Is Genghis coming along to support you guys today?
I'm not sure. Apparently, there's no photographs of him, right?
Right.
And I've heard that all the paintings and everything are very loosely. I think he's quite a mysterious guy. So, I mean, hopefully.
Maybe he's just watching on stream.
Yeah, I haven't met him.
Yeah.
Hopefully, though.
Very good. Very good. All right. Final questions. Why are you lying about the best team being Quokka? Asks David Edwards.
David should be running a stage right now.
Yeah, I think get back to the organising the competition, I reckon.
Yeah, help out the rest of your team, David, I think.
And then last question, where can I find the Rubik's relay bracket? That is a good question. It may be on the socials.
Yeah, it's definitely on the socials. Yeah. It's definitely on the Oceanics accounts on Facebook, which is the Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championship 2022, and on Instagram as Oceanics 2022. It's definitely on that. I'm not too sure if it's on our main Speedcubing Australia one, but it's definitely on that.
Nice. And when we are running the event, we'll obviously have the bracket up on the stream as well, I believe. But yeah, that's the plan. But thank you so much, Charlie, and good luck against WA1. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us, and thank you also for all your work that goes into this competition and all competitions back home in Perth. It's
all good.
Great to host you here.
It's very rewarding.
Cool.
So, thanks, Feliks.
Cheers, mate. So that was Charlie Van Oren just joining us. Very kind of him to give some time. Just finishing off, just starting a new group of Scube over here, I believe. Scube groups, it looks like 9 to 12. Or maybe we're just changing over. It looks like, a few competitors are just finishing up. And in the next group, I believe we're going to have Dwayne Ramos coming up for Scube. We've got Tom Austin-Milne back, TNL cubing, sorry.
Yeah,
back,
either works.
Back on the stream. How you going?
Yeah, good to be back. Yep, I've just had a little nap.
That's good. Good. It's going to be a long weekend, so don't tire yourself out on the first day for sure.
Definitely.
For sure.
Good to be back, and some good results in blind as well. I saw with Charlie.
We certainly saw a few. Tripodi got a 19 second.
Yeah, 2 sub-20s.
19 second single, but
really
Charlie really leading all comers there with a 15.3. He just came on the stream, having a bit of a chat. Said he's a bit nervous on the first solve, but then once that was out of the way, he was able to turn.
Yeah, that's great.
So the
final's exciting for sure for the 3 blind.
Yes, definitely. That'll be one. I mean, they'll all be pretty exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, competitive.
So we're gonna.
Someone says, Feliks, are you continuing your status of being Scube God today?
No. I'm retired from Scube, unfortunately. Or fortunately.
Fortunately for the other competitors.
Fortunately for the
they have a chance now.
Do you solve Scube?
No,
Do you
not
compete
really.
in Scube?
No. I've actually just skipped my heat to come back and join you.
To sleep.
Yeah.
Did you go back to your hotel to sleep? Or
no, I just found a nice, uncomfortable lounge in the hallway here.
Oh, my goodness. Did you actually fall asleep?
A little bit. Okay. No, not really. I was just resting.
In and out.
Yeah.
It's good. Get a good night rest tonight then. That's my plan. Yeah, I don't need to prove anything in the domain of Scube anymore. I think it's all been said. It's all been done. Handing over to the new generation of Scube solvers.
100%. You have to let them have a chance, right? Yeah, the Scube God is already the goat of Scube. Yeah, 100%, guys.
I think I was ranked. Look, don't quote me on this, but I think I was ranked top 10 in the world at some point.
Yeah.
For Scube, it was in the first month that Scube was an official event, but still, top 10's top 10.
Top 10 is top 10.
And again, it's highly unverified, but but I think I was up there with like an 8 or 9 second average.
Yeah, wow.
Tom, how was the train ride down? You took a train from Brisbane down to Melbourne.
Yeah,
wow.
so
For
this
those
is something I haven't talked a lot about yet, but because like a month ago, I had like a perforated eardrum, right? Like, so it burst and got infected actually. So that was extremely painful. I was like drugged up for a whole week, you know, like just resting, lots of painkillers. And it's fine now, but just the doctor advised me not to fly. So I didn't want to miss Oceanics though. So took the train. The long train, stayed in Sydney for a couple of nights and then Sydney to Melbourne. So was
it quite busy on the
no,
train?
Not really.
No?
It was, you know, it's like rural. It's like an express train.
Yeah.
That's quite rural. So the vibe was like older people, just not too busy. And no, it was good though.
And total journey time, Brisbane to Melbourne?
24 hours.
24 hours on the train.
It was a great opportunity to catch up on all of the TV movies, things that you miss, you know.
What did you watch?
I watched Jujutsu Kaisen, an anime.
I don't know what that is.
A couple of movies. I watched the new Batman.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And some podcasts.
Do you have reception on the way down, or is it?
I downloaded it. Yeah. There was reception about half the way until it got quite remote. But no, it was a big journey, but I'm glad to be here, and it was well worth it.
That's
It's been good.
To have you.
Good,
good to have you. All right, so I think we're just going to be switching SKU groups soon. I think we're running. How are we running for time? Pretty well on time.
I think very well, yeah.
It's going very, very smoothly.
We're on 17 to 20, right? And that would be in 10 minutes time.
13 to 16, I think it is.
Oh, right.
I think, yeah.
And the next group's getting ready,
Yeah.
Okay, we're perfect on time then.
So yeah, for those in chat, just 3 more groups. Three more groups, 3 more waves of SKU groups, and then we're done for the official events for the day. What's been everyone's favourite part of the day so far? Ed Hollingdale says, I was formerly ranked world record 5 for SKU average on the 11th of January 2014. There you go. That is.
That must have been quite soon after it came out, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Ed, for the statistic. But what's been everyone's favourite part of the day? Favourite interview highlights? Let us know in the chat. And it's been a fun but long day, and we're not over yet.
Yeah, I was excited personally to see Alex's Megaminx OCR. That was crazy. I haven't seen him solve like in person yet, and his turning is really fast.
Yeah,
it's actually wild to watch. And he was like quite ahead of everyone else. He's fast for sure.
Yeah, he's pretty crazy in the good way. And
handling those nerves as well, like on his first round of the competition.
Yeah, it was very quiet in the venue. Not many people here. First event of the day, and to get started like that is very exciting. Every tripod moment.
Yep. Michael Tripodi is very iconic. You can't really go wrong.
Favourite moment is Ed Hollingdale appearing in the chat. Tripod squeezing a kookaburra. Enjoyed watching Chegan's blind and Dwayne's Maya solves on 4x4. Yeah, those Maya solves are very interesting. Tripod slaying. Tripod, I think...
he's a fan favourite, obviously.
It's an overwhelming...
definitely.
overwhelming
it was to
majority.
be expected, especially when he's squeezing the kookaburra, which everyone hasn't gotten sick of yet. The JM Variety Hour.
Okay, here we go. So we've got Dwayne on station 3, current Oceanic record holder for Scube with a...
I love the support I'm getting from chat. The first one was from me.
Oh, Michael.
But it's a snowball effect. It's,
he's hyping himself up. That's not allowed.
So you've got Dwayne on station 3, who has the Oceanic record, 2.40 average. So he's probably the favourite, or certainly the favourite for Scube. Also probably the favourite certainly the favourite for one hand. 2 events that you don't really think of as, too correlated, too similar, but that's the way Dwayne rolls.
Yeah, that's his style. I like that. Yeah, right. Wow, he's sub 9 with
yeah.
one-handed. That's crazy.
So yeah, the 240 average currently the OCR. Let's see how he goes. Talking to his fellow competitor.
Taking a breath.
Yeah. He heads sideways for the inspection. Dwayne's known for his very expressive movements and actions during his solving. Looks like a bit of a mistake there. Maybe
And a bad lock-up.
Misrecognised.
That's all right. He can turn it around, but I like that head tilt to get the inspection as soon as you can, before the cube cover's fully lifted.
It is objectively optimal.
Yeah, using all those 15 seconds.
You kind of see the blind solvers do it.
Yeah,
sometimes
right.
as well, where they tip the the box one way, and then they kind of got their head on one side. But yeah, that's Elias on station 4. So Elias, previously the 2x2 Oceanic record holder.
Oh right.
With the 153 average from earlier this year, which has since been beaten by Phoenix Patterson. But Elias, yeah, very very strong competitor when it comes to, I guess, the 2x2, the Scube as well, maybe the Pyraminx. So he's one to watch out for. And after this, I think we're going to have we're actually going to have Dwayne and potentially Adrian on for a bit of a chat about the Rubik's Relay.
Nice.
So we're going to be leaving you after this round, passing you over to, I think, James and Chris, who are going to have a bit of a chat, really just to lead us and build the hype for the Rubik's Relay. I hope everyone's really excited for it. Yeah.
And how do you feel, Felix, being the first seed?
Oh, I know you can only lose, really.
It's a lot of pressure, really.
It is. And also I think I mentioned this on the stream before, but I've forgotten to bring a 3x3. So
but not a single 3x3 to the.
Well, because I just looked at the events that were happening today.
Right.
I was like, I bring my 4x4, my 6x6, 7x7. So I need to figure something out for the round so that I can I can compete.
I'm sure no one wants to lend you their cube, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if Riley or David have a GAN cube for me to use as well.
Yeah, what are you using these days?
I'm on the GAN 12.
12.
Yeah.
There's Dwayne warming up still.
So interesting, Liam doing a bit of scrambling for Dwayne mid-round. Reminds me of the kind of Max Park style competition videos at home where his mum or dad would be doing the scrambling and judging. Interesting tactic.
Yeah, no.
But taken from the best.
Yeah, good way to warm up for sure.
Okay, second solve for Dwayne. $329.
He doesn't look too happy with that. It's quite a rough start for him, but we'll see how he goes on his next 3 solves.
For sure. So far, we haven't really had too much in the way of super fast Scube averages. So currently in first place is Eli Panetta with a 368 average, and then after him is Asher Kim from the US with a 406. Looks like he got a 1.72 single as well in there.
Oh wow!
But Dwayne should, if he comfortably sees out this average, he should slot himself into first place. You would think.
You would definitely assume so, and maybe a change of pace in the finals with a better start to his average, hopefully. But he could definitely still get a great average even with accounting 3.2. It's not too far out there.
Mm-hmm.
Have you organised anything for your costumes for your team, Rubik's Relay?
We do have a costume.
Yeah.
We do have a costume. I was saying I need to tell the commentators what it is beforehand because it's a bit niche.
Yeah.
So
abstract or?
No, just
niche.
just niche.
Yeah.
So make sure that they're across who we're dressed as and what we're dressed as.
Yeah, definitely.
So that they can commentate accordingly. Otherwise, it would be probably a bit confusing. But yeah. But yeah, we have a costume. Although I don't think we're a shot for the best dress prize.
No, I'm excited to see what everyone comes up with. There's definitely going to be some interesting ones out there from what I've heard around the stadium today.
Looking forward to seeing it. Dwayne on his third solve here after a 5.9, I believe, and 3.29. .308 doesn't look happy with that. And you're competing as well in the Rubik's Relay.
Yes, in the Queensland 2 team.
Who are your teammates?
Nicholas Paul and Hao Do.
Yep.
Trusty friends of mine from Queensland.
Nice. What seed?
I don't remember off the top of our head. I think our average is a 25 or 26.
Okay.
So we're somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
We're not high up, but we're not like, so.
Dark horse.
Yeah, we're the dark horse. I think we should have maybe a couple wins. I don't know. We'll see how we go. See if we might get knocked out though. Then that's okay.
Who's your first round matchup?
New South Wales won. So
Brian, that'll be a close one.
Yeah, I believe they're just a second or two faster than us. But I believe that our mean was calculated before Nicholas set his PR average.
What's the new PR average?
Sub 8.
Sub 8.
So
Wow.
He broke it by over half a second, I believe, so, or around half a second. So we're inching towards them. So I guess it'll depend on how everyone's performing.
You're well rested now, so you should be.
Yeah.
No excuse.
No excuses. Except there will be lots of excuses afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, Elias with a 3.41 there. Nodding his head. Looks pretty happy. Let's check what his skew average is. He's got a 397 official average, so kind of, and that's 19th seed, equal 19th seed. So if he does Dwayne 229 there. It's his best solve so far, but Elias could put himself in a good position to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, and it seems like Dwayne's gotten faster with every solve so far, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So one more to go.
So still a chance of a
sub
3.
He's looking at accounting 329 and 308.
308. Yeah.
308. Yeah.
Yep. So no shot at the OCR, but certainly a shot at having a significantly faster average than any of our other competitors so far this round. And you've got costumes for the Rubik's Relay?
Yeah, we're dressing up formally, you could say. I wouldn't call it a costume. It's more of a lifestyle choice.
It's a big effort to bring that all the way from Brisbane.
Yeah, but I mean, when in Melbourne, right? Have to dress up for the big leagues here.
Elias fist bumping his judge before he solves.
We love that energy.
Yeah. Pretty solid.
He's very happy with that.
He likes it. He likes it.
He might have rounded out an average very close to his PR from a couple of threes I saw there. He's happy.
Yeah, maybe there's someone in the chat who's following more closely than us. Elias's times we've been focused on Dwayne, but Elias certainly a contender for. Oh, really?
Yeah. So that gives him a 263 average.
Wow.
Which
didn't look like an official solve. He kind of grabbed the skew really quickly after I was not paying attention, but yeah. Wow, that's
He's very quick. Yeah.
That's a second faster than second place at the moment.
Yeah, and not too far off of his OCR there.
Yeah. And yeah, Elias would have slotted himself into a good spot and definitely a podium contender as well.
Yeah.
But I think with this group out of the way, we're going to be handing you off, or at least I'm going to be handing you off to Chris.
Chris Mills.
And we'll see if Chris and or James want to come on the stream, but that'll be me for now, and I'll substitute for Chris. He's just got himself a coffee or a hot chocolate or something of the sort.
All right. Hello,
Welcome,
Tom.
Chris.
This is our first time commentating
Yeah, I
together
believe
this
it
weekend.
is.
Very exciting.
I'm rested now.
Yeah.
I'm ready to give you guys some content.
We got Feliks signing a fans cube in the background.
Yeah, what a
There's
legend.
a lot of that this weekend.
He is pretty well known, I feel like.
I don't know. I feel like there's some people who don't know who he is.
Oh,
I
actually,
only met him for the first time this week. I had no idea who he was. you know?
Yeah. No, he's raising, like he's becoming more popular in the community. I actually had a mum come up to me today and asked what he looked like. She knew of his name. She wanted an autograph, but she didn't know she couldn't put a face to the name, to find him for that autograph. So
That's pretty funny.
Hopefully she has.
All right. Did you compete in Scube?
No.
Good choice.
Yeah.
I sat down, I did an average, and I got like a 5 average.
Yeah.
Because I am very skilled at Scube. But I think we're going to have a chat with a couple of people in a second. We've got Dwayne Ramos and Adrian Orfray-Martin, who are both part of the New Zealand 1 Rubik's relay team, and also pretty good at other events.
Oh, yeah.
Dwayne just got a pretty solid Scube average, I believe. Yeah. And
we'll bring him in
Adrian,
shortly.
also one of the fastest square solvers in the square one solvers in the continent. He's going to be looking to do pretty well. So yeah, he's just getting himself ready, and we'll get him over here.
And I believe they are the second or third seed in the
second
seed in the Rubik's relay tonight.
So those two and Jasper make up a second best seed.
Very solid team. It's gonna be a great matchup between Victoria, New Zealand, Queensland, Tasmania. Yeah,
there's some very exciting matches. We'll chat to them about how they're feeling, how prepared they are.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do the Scube. I always sign up for it. I like to sign up for everything.
Yeah.
And then you regret it.
Yeah, in my Scube group, there was a scramble with a 1-move layer, and I had no idea how to do the last layer, and I got an 8-second solve.
Oh, that would be me as well, yeah. Proud to admit.
All right, we'll get Dwayne over here for an interview, and
Yeah.
then we'll chat to Adrian afterwards. I guess you can have a break now then.
Yeah, let's bring him in.
All right. Chuck that on.
Hello.
Hello. Chuck the headset on. All right. How you doing, Dwayne?
I'm doing great. Yeah, you're gonna be here.
Where do you want me to put my hands?
Oh yeah, like here. That's fine.
Oh no, this is so awkward.
I can leave. I don't want to be.
No.
Yeah, you can take it out.
I
Oh,
want
we'll
you
talk
here.
to you afterwards.
I
We'll
want
talk to
you
you
here,
afterwards.
please.
No.
Adrian, please. No, I don't want to be alone with him.
All right. How you doing? How's the competition been so far?
It's all right. The morning was definitely like the best part of the day.
Yeah.
And then it slowly got downhill, but keeping it going.
How was that ski round? You just competed? What times were you getting?
I think it's a sub-3 average.
That's pretty
The
good.
First 3 solves were just really bad and really
Yeah.
lucky. So I'm glad to like do a comeback with like accounting 2.2.
Yeah. Have
the
you
end.
been practicing much ski recently? Is that one of your goals for this competition?
No. I mean, you saw my cube, Chris.
Yeah.
You had to set it up for me.
Yeah. Who else are you keeping an eye on for your Scube competition? I know Eli's pretty good, but he messed up a bit in the first round.
Yeah, but I mean, so have I. You know, it's just the first round.
Yeah.
It's the finals that matters. So
Yeah, yeah.
hopefully you can do something well done.
So earlier today, you got 6x6 NRs. Were you practicing a lot of that? Was that one of your goals for this competition?
Yeah. I think before, what was it, like NIC, I just kind of quit because I think my cube was broken. So after after I got a 6x6, I just started grinding because I think a 6x6 NR or just a big cube in general was just one of my goals of this year.
Yeah.
So glad to finally broke it.
What about 7x7? Is that another goal for this competition? Did you make finals?
Yeah, I made finals. It is a goal, but not as much as 6x6 because it's quite boring to just practice it. I don't know why.
That's fair enough. All right, so we're coming on to the later groups of Scube now. Soon we're going to have the Rubik's Relay. You're on the second fastest team with fellow New Zealanders Jasper Murray and Adrian. Have you guys been doing much practice? You've been preparing for this?
Yeah, we got a couple 25s, 26s, so I reckon we can beat Victoria, maybe even take home the gold.
So, so your first matchup is against Queensland Free. So they're the 15th ranked seed, so you should be pretty safe for that one. But after that, it's looking like you might be up against either South Australia one or Tasmania one. Tasmania's got Jody and Ari. How far do you reckon you're gonna make it?
I reckon we can win. You know.
Yeah.
I think David's team was at Victoria. They said they got 21s.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're lying. I think they're trying to intimidate us. We're honest with our 25s second relays, so you know, hopefully we can keep that honesty and win it.
You guys got any interesting outfits planned? You going for that victory, well dressed?
Yeah, the fish pick. Yeah, we're gonna keep it a secret. You know, don't want any spoilers.
Good choice. I look forward to it.
Yep.
Okay, what about one-handed? You did that today, right? How was that?
Not great.
Not great. You still won the round though, right?
Yeah, I couldn't really look ahead into anything.
Yeah.
So it was just pause and pausing. So not really a great average, but Sunday. I think that second round.
That's the one. All right then. Well, I think that's all the questions I wanted to ask you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Bring it in.
Yeah.
And I wish you all the best.
You too.
I'll be cheering for Team New Zealand 1 from here. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, that was Dwayne Ramos. And now we're gonna get Adrian over here. Have a chat with him. G'day.
What's up?
Chuck this on you. All right, how you doing? How's it been?
Hey Chris. Oh, this is fancy.
Yeah, it's very fancy.
Ah.
What have you got? How's the competition been for you so far?
I don't think there's been too much interesting. I got like my PR clock average.
Oh yeah.
And I also finally got sub 13 on OH.
Oh, that's pretty good. I didn't even know that. Nice.
Yeah. Could still do better, but yeah, that's finally done.
Yeah. So what's your main goal for this competition? What have you been practicing for?
Main goal is to win square one, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It's like super tough, but it's possible.
Yeah. David Epstein's like
David
quite
Epstein
fast,
is a
isn't he?
menace, but you know.
So you use a different method to David in square one.
That's
talk a bit about that.
True. So David uses the classic Vandenberg with OBL, PBL.
Yeah.
And I use Lin, which I guess has gained a lot of popularity recently, and I'm trying to get like really good with it.
Yeah. So in the finals, are we going to see things where Scramble might be good for you and not so great for David, or are they still pretty similar?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's a bunch of differences. 'Cause I'll be looking for like groups of pieces that like go together. Like you know, I'll be looking for black and red pieces, for example, while David will be looking to make like entire, you know, orienting all the edges.
Yeah, that makes
lots
sense.
of things.
What about 3x3? You done much practice for this? As you're one of the highest ranked competitors from Oceanic for this competition.
I guess that rank is like based on, you know, an average I got a year ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done a bit of practice, but I've kind of fallen off a bit. It's not really one of my main focuses of the competition, but
yeah. So we're almost done with Scube. Next up, we've got the Rubik's Relay. You guys,
oh boy.
I've heard you guys have been practicing a little bit.
A tiny little bit. We really should have done more. The practices yesterday were not going well.
You feeling the nerves?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's gonna be pretty exciting.
It's like a lot of pressure because, you know, it's like each match is like a best of one.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, one small mistake, one M slice off with Dwayne, it's all over.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, you're with your team. You're with, like...
You're
if you do
representing your
badly-
country.
It feels like you let down, like, your team if you do badly. It's
Yeah.
Like, I'd feel bad for them. Yeah.
Who do you think's going to be the team carry? Who's going to get the best time out of the three of you?
Well, Dwayne.
Dwayne. Have you guys decided what order you're going to go in?
I don't know. We were switching it up yesterday. Nobody likes to go last because nobody likes having their hands down on the timer for so long.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know. I think I don't know. Dwayne and Jasper were complaining a lot more, so I might just take the last spot.
Yeah, take the L,
But
take the last spot.
But I'm not sure what they think about it. I don't
Yeah.
know if Dwayne said something earlier, but
You got any goals as a team? You going for the win or
the
just
goal? I
have
guess
some
the goal
fun?
is to make finals.
Make
you know,
finals.
if all the higher seeds win, then we'll be going up against Victoria 1.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, I think so.
You know, that's going to be the toughest battle of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks for coming and having a chat.
Thank you so much.
We'll be watching you, keeping a keen eye for your square one solves tomorrow, and I'll be cheering for New Zealand 1 back here. So yeah, all the best and good luck.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris.
No worries. I hope you enjoy those chats with Adrian and Dwayne from Team New Zealand 1. The Rubik's relay is probably going to be going on in about
hello.
About half an hour. I think we're looking at starting. Although I'm not sure if we're on schedule right now, but I think we've been doing pretty well.
I think we're more or less on schedule. What is it, 6:20 right now? And
yeah,
the last groups of Scube are meant to start at 6:20. So I think we're just about on schedule. Yeah.
Yeah.
A few minutes out maybe, but pretty much on time. Any key insights from Dwayne and Adrian there, Chris?
So it seems like they haven't really done much practice.
Sounds about right.
And they're kind of just winging it.
Sounds about right. I would have expected no less for that particular team. I think, I don't know, Jasper takes himself fairly seriously, but the other two,
yeah,
they'll be winging it.
We'll be having a chat with Jasper tomorrow. I think after he competes in Pyraminx.
Yep.
So that's going to be really interesting. He's always got lots of insight into his rounds. You can chat to him and he can like basically remember every official solve he's ever done. You'll be like, "Hey Jasper, first competition, Pyraminx round 1, solve 3. What was that? What time was that? What was it like?
What time was that and what did you think about it? Like, how was the scramble? How did it go in general? You know. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. It's just mad. He's a very analytical cuber as well.
Yeah.
Just like both in comp and just like working on his solves. You know, he's very, very methodical about things. But yeah, no, I think Dwayne and Adrian have a bit of a bit more of a loose attitude towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they'll just see how it goes on the day.
Yeah.
Really.
Adrian especially, like last year he was doing a lot of 3x3 and going for that New Zealand NR, and then he got the first sub-7.
Yeah.
But now his focus is definitely on the
So he got the first sub-7 average, and also did he get the first sub-6 single? Is that right? New Zealand
no,
Nationals
that was Ben
2020?
Kirby.
Okay.
Oh no, you are right.
Yeah,
yes,
571
in 2020.
was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
And he still holds the national record single with 519.
Yeah, I think that's right. But now he's very much all about square one.
Yeah.
So it'll be exciting to see what he does. It'll also be interesting because we have a big mix of Lynn and I guess Vandenberg, but like 3-look users here, with David, of course, probably being the favourite twin, being a 3-look Vandenberg user, but then Adrian and Benjamin Worry both being Lynn users.
Oh, really? I didn't know about Benjamin.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. So it'll be exciting to see what they do in finals. We could see some big upsets due to the different methods.
Yeah. Ooh, bit of a lock-up on that Scube Self with Jasper. Yeah, 3.1.
Just off-stream, unfortunately, we couldn't quite catch it.
Seems like there might be a scramble where it's a few moves to a U-perm or something.
Really? Wow. So how's your day gone, Chris? How's the comp been for you?
I've only had one PR today, which was
Okay.
7x7 mean, which was kind of expected.
Yep.
I think it was about 410 mean, beating my last mean by about 11 seconds.
Nice, nice. Just free improvement, really, for you right now, I think. Yeah.
4x4 was probably 4x4 and Mega are my main focuses today, and I did alright in both of them. Mega Minx
you beat me at Mega
I
Minx.
beat you because you're an old man.
That's true. I'm old and washed up. Slow.
But it definitely could have been a lot better. I made some mistakes But I still got like a 42 average, I think, which is pretty decent for me.
I saw you had, what, a couple of sub-40s?
One sub 40
One
and
sub 40.
like a low 40 as well.
Okay, yeah.
And then 4x4 was decent. I got like a 30.02 average, I think, with quite a lot of parities and also some silly mistakes in there as well.
Yeah.
But it placed me like 7th in the round or something. Like lots of people did well.
Yeah, I know Jasper got a 29.1 average.
Yes.
Which is his first sub 30, and it's a PR by over 1.5 seconds.
Yeah,
so
and he counted 2 27s.
Yeah, exactly. Just ridiculous stuff. No, I'm really happy with how Jasper's gone today overall, to be honest. Like, he got that, what was it, 10.8 OH average? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just crazy stuff. New Zealand taking up the top 2 spots in OH. Love to see it.
And also Jasper getting, I think it was, 4th place or 3rd place for 4x4?
Yeah, it was pretty high up.
Yeah, 4th place, 3rd place for Oceanic competitors, and Angela getting 3rd.
Oh, that's
overall.
awesome. So 2 Kiwis on the Oceanic podium, judging by round 1 anyway.
Yeah.
Hope we get that in finals.
New Zealand represent.
Awesome. Exactly. Zealand's going to take home as many medals as possible. So what do you have up next? Just the end of Scube?
Yes, so we've got the last 2 groups of Scube.
Nice.
And I think we'll be setting up for the Rubik's relay.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have our eye on Jay and Riley, hopefully, in this group.
Yes.
Jay, of course, famously used to be good at Scube.
Former world record holder.
Former world record holder, yep. Now very much not a Scube man. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he didn't turn up for Scube, but we'll see.
So the Dwayne Ramos is currently in the lead for Scube round 1 with a 2.89 average, where he started a bit rough.
Shaky, but pulled it together right at the end.
Yeah.
Got a couple of low 2s to clinch it out.
Yeah, but I think both Dwayne and Eli didn't do quite as well as they wanted to in the first rounds.
Yeah. I mean, Eli's been getting really fast at home, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen many of his times, but I did see he wasn't one looking.
Okay, interesting. That's a very Dwayne move, I'd say.
Yeah, on one of those solves, he took about 1 second of inspection.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Like, well, he's not that good.
Yeah, it's a rookie move, that 1 second of inspection. I reckon
much better than me, though.
Yeah, I reckon you've always got to, like, say, 12 seconds of inspection minimum. I reckon.
Yeah.
That's my take anyway. I think it's just wasted time otherwise, you know.
So on main focus for this round is station 3 and 4 with Jay and Riley. Neither of them are really that good at Scube anymore, but we'll be keeping an eye on them anyway.
I mean, Riley's pretty good at a bunch of different events. I think he's actually top of some of ranks for Australia now, so I think he's taken over from Jay. At least, so I've been informed by Michael.
Yeah.
Never trust that guy, but, you know, I reckon he may be telling the truth here.
Also on station 6, we've got Tom Noble. He's quite popular on Instagram.
Yeah.
Noble Cubes.
Yep. Designed the logo for the comp, didn't he?
Yes, that is true.
Does a lot of graphic design work, especially for Speedcubing Australia.
Yeah.
So it's very cool to see.
That was him.
Yep. And also Jody on station 2, rather. Who I don't think is much of a scuba, but he is an all-rounder.
He has a 4.2 official Scube average, so he's
so decent.
Okay.
I mean, in an event as volatile as Scube, you know, that's probably putting you in the conversation for a podium if you do well. And 331.
Ooh.
Or maybe 331. Okay. 531.
+2. A little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah. Now I've got Jay coming in for his first solve. Let's see what the former world record holder can pull off. Station 3.
Tom Noble with a 406. Solid start. Jay over 342.
Hey.
Looks like it might
not
be
too bad.
quite an easy scramble.
Yeah.
Looks like a hedge sledge last layer kind of thing.
He also looked a bit surprised by that almost.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he had some kind of skip in there. I think personally I'd favour Riley over Jay here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Although Jay has the faster official average of a 3.1, Riley's his average is probably a more recent. And
yeah, I would guess so.
Yeah. His turning definitely looks better.
But a slower time.
It looks like he did a different solution.
Yeah.
Although most of the other guys had like a 2 sledge last layer, and Riley did like a sledge or a hedge into a U-perm.
Yeah. Of course, not using the Chris Mills revolutionary U-perm to change the skew meta.
How's everybody doing in chat? You staying up late or waking up early to watch the stream?
Surely waking up early to watch the Rubik's relay.
Yeah.
I should hope.
Definitely. If you're still here and you're thinking about leaving,
don't go anywhere.
Because the Rubik's relay, that's going to be exciting. We'll have some big crowds cheering for their home states or countries. I'll definitely be cheering for Team New Zealand. And also, Michael and I are going to be munching on some guacamole made by Toby's mum.
Lovely.
So maybe we'll be supporting Queensland.
You can't have that. We're going up.
Oh, because your team, what is it?
Yeah.
New Zealand 2 against...
New Zealand 2 versus Queensland 1, and New Zealand 1 against Queensland 3, I think. Are 2 of the first matches. So, can't be ripping Queensland. No,
right.
sir.
Jay's second solve here. And a 446. Not too shoddy.
I'd say he wouldn't be happy with that, but I don't think he cares either way, really.
1:30 a.m. in central Canada. Chris, will you come to New South Wales? I am. I am coming to New South Wales. I'll be there for New Year's, actually. Very excited for that. Right, Riley on his second solve. And a 431.
Just barely beating Jay out there.
It's pretty close between the two of them so far. No, I won't be coming to any comps in New South Wales. Every other weekend in January, I'm competing somewhere else.
You're gonna have a busy January, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to run us through your itinerary for any Chris Mills fans in the chat?
So yeah, I'll have New Year's in Sydney, and then a few days after that, I head over to Hobart, staying with lovely Jody Brewster and his family, and I'm going to Tassie Summer, a one-day competition. I think it's on the Saturday or Sunday, and then I hang around in Tassie for a few days, but probably explore a bit. Then I fly over to Townsville, stay with Jayden McNeill, and then there's turning in Townsville that weekend. Pretty excited for that. I've heard Townsville weather is very nice, so being from the UK, I'm very excited for some nice weather once. Jay's doing a solve, and he's doing a lot of sledges.
That was a lot, yeah. 543.
And then I hang around in Townsville for a few days before flying back to Melbourne for Melbourne Summer, a 3-day competition, 500 competitor limit. It's like 42 rounds or something ridiculous.
Good grief.
Gonna be a busy weekend, but I'm excited.
Knowing
for
Melbourne will probably fill 500 competitors.
Probably will. I'm not sure what the registration is up to at the moment, but you should register if you're local to Melbourne. I'll be there.
See any big goals on your little cubing tour down under?
I'd like to improve my 3x3 UK on our average. 668 is a little bit slow now. Like I have like an average of 50 at home, sub that.
Well, you've also got, a number of official averages within, what, 0.1, 0.2 of that?
Yeah, that is true. And last weekend at New Zealand Nationals, I had 2 averages where the best possible average was quite a lot under that. So, yeah, I just need to calm myself down and then put myself in that position again. Hopefully get a nice scramble, and I should be able to beat it.
Just lock it down. Yeah, I think it'd be good to see you actually beat it by a decent chunk this time, rather than just chipping it down by a tiny bit every single time you beat it.
I don't know, 0.07, that's what I beat it by last time.
That's not a decent chunk. Anything less than 0.1 doesn't count, I think.
Oh, we got Oliver Hexer in the chat. He is a UK trainee delegate, recently appointed trainee delegate. And it's actually, he's a 2022 ID.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And he's the 2022 ID of the most competitions.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he's, joined and been doing big things very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Very exciting to see him become a delegate. So Jay just got a 6 there. He got a 3 on the first solve, which I thought was a good sign, but he got a 4, then a 5, and now a 6.
Oh no, and Tom Noble got a 20.
Oh no.
What happened there?
At least it's not counting as far as we've seen.
Who knows?
20 comps in 2022.
20 comps in his first year of competing.
That's
not as many
unreal.
as me this year, but
No, but you've been competing for years, and you cheated by traveling down here.
Sorry, that slurp was my peppermint tea. Had a bit of a headache, so I took a break, grabbed peppermint tea, and
nice and refreshing.
Yeah, it's very refreshing. Although when I first ordered it, it was piping hot.
Yeah. Got Riley coming in for another solve.
I think this probably is 4th.
I think so, yeah. A bit unsure of himself there.
A lot of
cube drop
sledges.
and 5.1.
Riley's another competitor like me, where he's got a decent 3x3 average, but he's definitely capable of a lot faster. He's definitely faster than me.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him warming up early on.
So
and he
many
was just
fives.
dropping fives like they were nothing.
I think he is a competitor who's definitely capable of a sub-6 average.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see that happen this weekend, live on stream.
Maybe some kind of like Jody level average.
Oh, a +2 for Jayden McNeill. I'm not sure if it touched him, but if it did, that's a +2 second penalty.
So it could be a 593 for him. I think Jay might think it was a +2.
Well, if it touched him, it's definitely a +2.
Yeah, absolutely.
But maybe he dodged it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're calling a delegate over.
So for those of you who haven't seen, we have these lovely delegate pedals here, which is incredibly useful, but Ed Hollingdale hasn't been a big fan of.
What does he not like about them?
He says it was an unnecessary cost. It is big on the finances.
I guess that makes sense. Like, what's wrong with a hand up?
Yeah, exactly. But this is just, nice touches.
Yeah. And now they'll have those for the rest of... For all other Aussie competitions, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm all about the nice touches to just make it a better experience overall.
They've had a lot of nice touches at this competition. All the staff get, well catered for lunch. So much choice. If you've got any dietary requirements, they sort you out.
And
what
sushi today?
Have today? Yeah, we had sushi. We had spring rolls, wraps.
Yeah.
Mini quiches.
Yeah, it was great.
It's delicious.
Looking forward to what we get tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I see Lennon Hughes walking around with Joey, the Wallaby, Team Wallaby mascot.
He's been very protective of.
Ever since.
Ever since you. What is it? You who took?
No, Alex Asbury, who's kind of part of Team Kookaburra. He's also part of his own team.
Yeah.
He did us a solid, and he walked over to their scramble table where Joey, the Wallaby, was just chilling.
Yep.
Picked him up, walked out, gave it to me.
Subtle as you like.
Yeah.
The mascot wars continue, eh? I've yet to get in on the mascot wars, I have to say.
The mascot wars, it's the most exciting thing that's happened today, for sure.
Yeah.
Quick catch up on what the mascot wars are. Each staff team, so this competition there's about 100 or so staff, or crew we're called, and they're all split up into teams. So there's the main 5 teams where you got the wallabies, the quokkas, the emus, the platypus, the echidna, and every team has these little mascots. So we're Team Kookaburra, which is the media stream team.
We've got 2 of these right here.
We've got 2 of these. This is Captain Cook.
This is unnamed?
No, it's got a name.
Got a name? I'm yet to hear of this.
Oh, what's his name? Michael. Oh, they're filming on my camera again.
I can't hear.
Cookie Monster. That's it.
Cookie Monster.
Yeah, he's Cookie Monster.
I love that. With the blue and everything.
So we had some staff teams stealing the mascots from the other teams.
It's just unbelievable, really.
Some being
terrible
held hostage.
Yeah.
Ed Hollingdale over on the Team Koala. They're the data entry team.
Yep.
Their koala was stolen. What was his name? No, I can't remember the name of the koala.
I don't think they're all named, are they?
No, he does have a name.
Yeah.
But it was wrongfully stolen from the from the data entry table. And he said that if the can't remember what team it was the emus or something, or the quokkas, I think.
Yeah.
If the quokkas didn't return the koala, then they wouldn't enter their scorecards.
Ooh. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to mess with the data entry people.
Yeah,
they've got
not.
the final say on what happens.
That koala was swiftly returned.
Yep.
We had I lost Captain Cook at one point. I was sitting down competing in 4x4. I was in between souls. It was Feliks and I sat next to each other, and this girl from Team Platypus came over, picked up Captain Cook, ran off.
Just swiped him.
Yeah, but
Unbelievable.
I saw her put it in her backpack, and
Yeah.
as she was wearing it, I snuck up, undid the zip, pulled out Captain Cook, and ran for my life. So we got it.
Brilliantly done.
He's safe and sound back at home.
So I'll have to be going in a sec. I believe I'll be swapping out for Michael Tripodi because I've got to prepare for the Rubik's Relay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All the best.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I'm going to be cheering for Queensland 1 because they made me guacamole.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. New Zealand all the way. All right.
Do you want the flag?
No, I'll be all good.
All right.
Give it to like Dwayne or Adrian or someone.
Okay. Hello, Michael.
Goodest of evenings,
How are we
everybody.
doing? You know what? I've got to dash off because I've got us a little treat. Or
Oh, do you really?
Toby's mum got us a little treat.
I thought that was a surprise.
Yeah. So I will go get that quickly.
All right. I think one of the parents was going to go get it.
Oh,
they spoke
okay.
to me not long ago.
Okay. Maybe I don't have to run off then.
No, you don't have to run off. It's getting it's being supplied to us.
Yeah.
At a fairly premium rate. just it's shy $0. That's a bit expensive for my taste.
Yeah, I like it when they give me food and pay me money.
Yeah,
as
they
well.
also pay me money to eat food. It's like a mukbang. You know, just like Chris Mills when he is drinking his peppermint tea. How is your peppermint tea,
My
sir?
peppermint tea is great.
That's
It
fantastic.
helped to relieve the headache I had not too long ago.
Oh,
And,
okay.
I'm feeling good. What are your thoughts on peppermint tea, Michael?
I don't really drink tea, so
Really?
yeah, no. Tea is just hot leaf water, and so I just drink the water without the hot and leaf parts.
That's I guess that's fair
I
enough.
instead opt for hot bean water.
I will be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, you're actually going? I miss Chris. What happens if I put on both headsets? I feel alive. Chris is taking my headset from me.
Oh no. So I borrowed this flag off a friend.
Yes.
It's this kiwi. It's kiwi bird, and it's
Is
got
it
a
the kiwi
laser.
that's shooting laser
It's
beams?
shooting
It
a
is.
laser
I saw
out of his
Liam on
eye.
deck with that earlier. That looks
Oh,
like
he
a
had it earlier. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good to know because I had it yesterday, and I think
Yeah.
I gave it to Liam, and I was like, I thought I had it in my bag, but I didn't. So I
Yeah,
was worried
no,
I'd lose it because it's being borrowed right now, so it'd be very very bad if I lost it. But
Yeah,
if
kind
Liam's
of
got it, that's
not
good.
great. But was that's a you thing, is it? You are the flag bearer.
Yeah, Caleb Hall from New Zealand. He wore it during 3x3 finals at New Zealand Nationals,
Yep.
and then it was lent to me to bring to this competition to show the world the amazing flag.
Yeah,
that
it
is
is
the laser kiwi.
it is a pretty amazing flag. I'm assuming it will be making an appearance. In
I
this here.
guess so. If Liam gave it to somebody,
We'll see. Is Liam not in a team?
no, he's pretty slow.
Ah, right. Well, those are your words, not mine. You're the one bagging out your friends here. All right.
Alright, this is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for this. This has definitely been something that I've been looking forward to all day. Rubik's relays. We have
So, for those who don't know, what we're doing is each state and also New Zealand, they all have a few different teams, and the teams consist of 3 people. So, for example, New Zealand have 3 teams. Their fastest team, New Zealand 1, is Adrian, Dwayne, and Jasper, and they're seeded 2nd. So what they're going to do is everybody's cubes are going to be scrambled. I think both teams are going to have the same 3 scrambles for each 3 of their members, and they're going to go one after the other. So the first persons, they're all going to expect at the same time, and then they all put their hands down on the timer.
Yep.
And the first person starts the timer, solves their cube, stops the timer. Second guy starts the timer, solves their cube, stops the timer.
Your cubing highness.
And then third person starts the cube, solves it, stops the timer, and then all of those times are added up I assume we'll have some guy quick with a calculator somewhere, and then
somewhere.
the added up time is the time, so it's just the total. We'll probably be seeing some around 20-second times. I think, if we saw a sub 20, that'd be really impressive.
I think
that's like a
sub
mid
20s,
6.
mid 6 per member. With the added, I think it would be a little bit disadvantageous to have to wait to do your solve rather than going when you're ready. So I think it's going to be quite good to see a sub 20 time.
Yeah, I think we saw we did the similar thing with the Nations Cup at World Championships here in Melbourne in 2019, and I think we saw one sub 20 then.
I think we saw. Was that Germany?
I think
Germany
in an earlier round.
In one of the earlier rounds,
Germany got a sub 20.
Okay, this would be good.
But I think anything under 25 seconds is pretty good. That's like an 8-second average. And with this kind of pressure and having to leave your hands on the timer for 15 seconds, it can kind of mess with you a little bit.
Yep. And I think we have a few teams seeded as under 25 seconds. Just a bit under half of our field. So from 7th seed up, the seed times are below 25 seconds.
Yeah.
So I think there's a decently high chance we could see some in the first rounds.
Yeah.
But we will see. Very excited. Very, very excited. I am assuming it's just a dude with a calculator.
Yeah. I remember when they first did a relay like this, it was in 2017, World Championships in Paris, and they tried to hook up this system where all of the stack mats were connected. But it really didn't work very well, and there was lots of malfunctions. So I think in 2019 they just decided keep it simple, give someone a calculator.
Yes.
It's usually they both teams start at the same time, so it's usually pretty obvious.
Pretty easy to tell when they finish. Yeah. But then there's also stoppage time in between members. So the time in between, say, the first member finishing and the second member starting, that's not included.
Yeah. But they have to start as soon as possible, as soon as the person stops. So we're keeping an eye, make sure they're not hanging around for 5 seconds, getting that extra.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a quick glimpse in the competitor waiting area, and I'm seeing a few costumes here.
So for those who don't know, we've got a bonus prize for the best dressed team. We're not the judges of that; it's actually the fish.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anyone's been keeping up to date with the Oceanics 2022 Instagram, courtesy of Charlie Venner, and the fish was a major player in the lead up to this competition, not only providing fish picks for all of our events at this competition, but he's also going to be selecting a very special prize, I guess.
Did the fish pick you predict for you to win any events?
The fish picked me for 5 blind, and it came off well.
Well,
so I think the fish knows his stuff.
He does. He does. Or he or she.
It's stuff.
It's stuff. Yes.
Yes.
I was picked to win 5x5, which.
Really?
Yeah. I feel like that is extremely unlikely.
To be fair, we don't know what the fish pick signifies at the moment.
That's true.
All we know about the fish picks at the moment is that the fish picked them.
That is very true. Maybe it's the fish pick for the person who's the most handsome.
Oh, that's why I picked you.
Yeah, that's why I picked you for 5
You're
blind.
a winner
And it just
day.
happened to be you're pretty good at 5 blind as well.
That was really cute. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, I'm a bit flustered now.
Right, looks like we're getting all of the teams arranged backstage. Oh, we're getting a bit of a spoilers of the outfits.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. However, we can't see everybody's outfits.
We can't see everybody.
We might have to. There's still some surprises left
still
in store, I think.
Surprises. And still some crazy matchups.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think the one I'm most looking forward to is Western Australia 1 versus Western
Australia 2. Yeah.
That's going to be
I've actually had a bit of a leak from Jonathan Charlesworth about the potential costume for Western Australia 1.
Oh, yeah.
I won't mention anything too... I'm not going to give anything away too much, but it involves an old friend.
An old friend?
An old friend.
Oh...
Or a new friend.
Or a new friend. Very much not giving anything away.
No. I did try my best to avoid finding out the costumes, but there's some people who didn't know that we were in the biz of commentary. So they just confided in me, like the costume.
So as you can see in the bottom right of the stream right now, we've got a different seating area for all of the staff members, since they've worked so hard so far and hopefully will continue to work hard for the rest of the weekend. We thought they would give them a nice close-up place to watch the competition from.
Absolutely.
Put all the
Shout out to the
peasant
crew.
non-staff back in the grandstands.
Yeah, the crew's been absolutely fantastic today. The first really big day of the competition, and all of the teams have just got us running so well.
We are running perfectly on schedule. I think even some points we were running ahead.
We were way ahead at some points, talking like 15, 20 minutes ahead.
Very impressive.
Very, very impressive. And definitely nothing to do with the harsh cutoffs.
I think we're definitely helping the swift running.
Oh, yeah. Look, right now, obviously.
Without us, it would be way behind on schedule.
Think about how much less viewers we'd have if we weren't here.
How many viewers do we have right now?
Well, why don't we give it a quick look, see?
Give it a quick look.
Let's see how many people have tuned in for the relay. 119. That's a solid number. And I feel like this hardy bunch of 119 is going to witness greatness in one way or another.
Maybe it will be some great failures. Maybe it will be some great outfits. Maybe it will be some great solves.
Either way, the word great will be thrown around senselessly.
So right now, we're just getting prepared for the Rubik's Relay, the three-person team event with people representing their own home countries or home states. I think we're just getting everybody arranged backstage at the moment, and then we're going to kick it off. I'm not sure which match is going to be first. I'm not quite sure on the order of things, but we have a bracket up here.
I think they might just be going, like on that, they might just be going top, left, down, and then down the right-hand side. We'll just have to keep track of who wins. I can't write it in there, unfortunately, but it should be fantastic. All right, I think I can hear Ethan doing a roll call behind the.
Making sure they got everyone.
Making sure that everybody's there.
Sure, no man left behind.
I know that there's been a lot of practice put into by these teams. Whether it's catching up at comps and doing some practice relays there. Some teams are taking this event very seriously. And I think some teams, evident by the costumes, are probably not taking it so seriously. But we will see.
We shall see. It's going to be exciting either way.
Oh, absolutely. So it's looking like on our side of things, the first match is probably New Zealand 1 versus Queensland 3. So it's the second seed versus 15th seed. And so New Zealand team, we've hyped them up all day when we've mentioned the Relay Cup. So New Zealand 1's comprised of Dwayne Ramos, who is he the new 6x6 NR holder?
The new 6x6 national record holder.
As of today, the new 6x6 NR holder.
And many other national records.
Many other national records scattered across all different events. Jasper Murray as well, Pyramix world record holder, also an aficionado at many events.
Yeah.
And then Adrian Ovre Martin, who is Squan NR holder,
and
former 3x3.
He currently has 3x3 single.
3x3 single NR holder.
And he's second in the country for average.
Are they doing a parade? Oh, no way. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think they are all dressed up as Your Cubing Highness.
Yeah, I think they are.
Edward Hollingdale.
Oh, I hear New Zealand 1 dressed up in their Hawaiian shirts and bucket hats. Looking fine.
I think that's going to be a...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Queensland 1.
Queensland, the Bogan boys. That was loud.
Ari getting a bit confused there. I'm not quite sure what Ari's wearing. It looks like he's got a dozen T-shirts on.
I don't think that there's any kind of...
That's New South Wales 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. We are the fish.
That's your old friend, the fish.
The fish, he's back. And he is 3 men. Woo! They have not put any effort into that outfit.
All of the effort goes into the solves.
So we've just got New Zealand 2 walking out. That's Richard, Alexander, and James.
I think they are also one who's put more effort into the solves.
Wow,
And
they're
it's,
all New Zealand 3.
New Zealand 3 looking very patriotic
Elias, Angela, and Jack Madigan.
Queensland 2 with
Oh,
TNL,
they're
Haldo
looking
and
fine
Paul.
in their suits.
2 of them really put in for that. Oh, yeah.
West, wow, a full delegate team for
a
Western
full delegate
Australia.
team. I like it. I like it.
Holding up their paddles.
Oh, my goodness. New South Wales 2 have
Hawaiian
really
shirts
put the all
and
into their
snorkels on.
costume.
South Australia
South
1,
Australia one
looking
looking
fine
very
with flashy
fly.
glasses. Oh,
I
this
did
is
think the
Queensland
Queenslanders
3.
might double
You've
up
got-
on the formal attire.
Yeah,
So that's
Conan
Queensland
Moe,
3 coming
Zach
out there.
Graham and Jamie Otsu looking fine.
Oh, and in South Australia too, there's
the
3
men
teams
in
in
black.
formal attire. Oh, wow.
That's
It's everything I
Alexander,
wanted and
Brian,
more.
Jonah. Wow, we've got so many suited up
Oh, yeah,
competitors.
there's,
I am so
and they
excited.
are suited for success, you know? Got to dress for success. Okay, so Alex is just explaining the rules for us quickly now, but it's teams of 3, obviously, that's just paraded out. There's up to 3 from each state in Australia and country in Oceania, so that's just New Zealand.
Yep.
We had no Papua New Guinea team, no Tekwe brothers. And then, yeah, so I believe they'll all get 15 seconds of inspection, and then first person will start, and then after the first person finishes, the second one will start. Up until the last person is finished, and then your winner will be decided by the fastest time between the 3.
And we're just
Fastest
getting
cumulative time.
our guacamole delivered right
oh,
now.
this is special.
Thank you. We'll definitely be supporting Queensland.
So here is a special made guacamole. I wonder who that could be from.
I wonder. I think it's bribery to get Queensland one's more support.
Oh, look, it
and
they're
up against New Zealand 2 in the first match. So I'm
Wow.
very much portraying my own kind here.
Yes, yes. You're giving into bribery, which is
I think it's fair enough. I'm pretty hungry.
Oh, look, it's guacamole.
I'm going to crack into these crackers.
Oh, dude.
And slurp down some guacamole.
Goodness me. I think
Food
I think
review right now.
I can hear the packaging.
Enjoy from Team
Some,
Queensland 1
guac and
relay
crackers
team.
ASMR.
Look at
Wow.
that.
It's fantastically made. I wonder if this is made in the Cheggins household.
I
feel
think
like
it was made earlier today.
earlier today.
Yeah.
Okay. The if you're unfamiliar with the guacamole, you should really follow Speedcubing on Instagram. That's Charlie Eggins, and you're missing out on some quality stuff if you're not doing that. So.
Quality solves and quality guacamole.
That's
for
really
sure.
good to know. Okay, so
This
we've
is
got our
New
first
Zealand
teams,
1.
first pair of teams coming out now. New Zealand 1 and Queensland 3.
So we've got a bit of friendly rivalry going on here. Conan Moe, good friends with New Zealand, both dressed up in their best attire. New Zealand 1 in their finest Hawaiian shirts and bucket hats. And wow, Queensland 3, lovely
Queensland
suits.
3 is really dressed for success. I wonder if they can follow through. We'll soon find out.
So these are the New Zealand 1 are the 2nd seed, and Queensland 3 are the 15th seed. So it's pretty set in stone what's going to happen here. But Dwayne uses Rue. He could finish the solve an M slice off, and that's over for them.
It's a possibility. However, I believe shouldn't entertain the thought. I reckon New Zealand one's got this. It would be a upset of tremendous proportions.
Yes. So we've got a couple of a couple of crew members here with calculators ready to calculate who wins.
Yes.
But shouldn't really be necessary in this one.
Now, am I correct in assuming that these are just their warm-up cubes? These aren't them scrambling?
Yes. Yeah. So I assume their cubes are getting scrambled backstage. I think I can see them getting sorted out right now.
Yes, I can see that actually.
Looks
so
like
it looks as though they're all being scrambled identically to the other teams, whether they are all receiving the same scramble, all 6 of them, or whether the first person is receiving the same scramble, second is receiving the second. I'm not so sure about.
I think it will be that.
The second one?
I think, the latter one. First, there'll be 3 different scrambles.
3 different scrambles for the first, second, and third, yep.
Otherwise, they could watch their teammates to the left and see what they're doing.
Not that it would help Dwayne that much anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So, who do you think's the finest looking of the bunch out of these two? Who wins the
finest looking individual or team?
Team.
I think, based on looks, look, I do, as much as I do like the suits, it just seems a little bit copycat-ish because the Queensland boys do this at a lot of competitions, so I feel like there was potential for overlap there between other teams, and it looks like that's what's happened in the parade. So, for originality, got to go with the New Zealand one.
Yeah.
However, I do appreciate a good suit up.
Yeah. And I appreciate the glasses from Conan as well. Really adding to the outfit. Right, we got the cubes delivered now from the red backs. We got Kerry and Ethan, the 2 main organisers of this competition, doing a fine job this weekend, making sure everything runs smoothly.
Really done a lot for this competition and a lot for speed cubing in Australia particularly.
For
both
sure.
of these, and just so fitting that they're the centrepiece of this relay, making sure it can all happen.
Okay.
All right. Dwayne's being funny. Funny Dwayne.
All right, here we go. The inspection
is
of the
underway.
first matchup of the Rubik's relay.
8 seconds has been called.
So Jasper Murray is up first against somebody I'm not quite sure what their name is. Jasper with a 6.8. It's a pretty good solve. And Queensland 3 still haven't finished their first solve.
Queensland 3,
getting it done now.
That is Jamie Otsu.
7.2 for Adrian.
Yeah,
on
it's,
to Dwayne.
It's looking pretty sewed up at this point. You can just safety the finish, Dwayne. Don't worry about the M slices.
And a 7.6.
It all.
Oh,
okay. Zach's doing OH. Okay, fair enough.
Woo! Conan's
he's doing a 3 blind.
Oh, no.
I just got it. Okay, yep, that's fantastic.
All right, do we reckon he's going to solve it?
Are we allowed to cheer?
Go, Conan!
I love you, Conan!
Woo! I'm going to eat some guacamole. You want some guacamole, Michael?
No, thank you. I'm all right. But I am very intrigued to see. I am also wondering, why didn't Conan trace an inspection? Why didn't he memo the cube then? Why is he doing it now? Oh, Conan's about to have 4-second exec. I'm so ready for this. It was close.
That is a DNF. I'm not quite...
Okay, so now I've got Tasmania 1, Jody Brewster, Baron Fontana, and Arasandra Singh. And that they are up against... Let's quickly check.
What are you doing?
Oh no, I've moved things around. Oh golly. Oh beans. South Australia 1. So South Australia 1 is comprised of... Are they even in the seating sheet? They should be here somewhere. Why can't I see South Australia?
Give me the mouse. Give me the mouse.
Okay.
You're obviously too old
Yeah,
for this.
no, I'm just a bit of a bozo, honestly. South Australia.
Where are they?
Where are they? Where's South Australia 1 in this?
Oh, there's... I'm not sure. Whatever. South Australia 1.
That's so odd that they're not even... Well, it's actually listed as South Australia 2 on there.
Ah.
Okay. So it's Seth Ferry up first, I believe. From what I
Ari
can
with
see.
a pretty smooth solve.
Ari's an
8.6 for Ari.
8.66. Oh no, it looks like Jayden McGinley for South Australia, but now it's Leo, and then Barron's just about to finish up just on PLL, and it's a +2. However, I don't think it puts them in any danger, as Jody Brewster should seal this for Tasmania,
Ooh.
barring disaster.
A little bit closer than expected, I reckon.
It is closer than expected, but I don't think that +2 is. Yeah, I don't think that +2 has affected anything too much. Amongst the crowd, there is a bit of a oofing and umming and ahhing.
Alright, even with that +2 for Tasmania, they're still going to be taking the win there.
Yes, we didn't think that would affect too much.
Jody and Ari very excited with that victory.
They've made it through to next round. Congratulations, boys.
Congratulations. They're one of the faster teams. They're seeded 4th.
Yes.
So maybe we'll see them in the semi-finals. Alright, this next team is New South Wales 1 with Liam Hydacek. Alright, Brian Eng and Lance
Aguilar.
And they're against...
TNL Cubing, as he's more popularly
Queensland
known.
2.
Tommas Austin-Milne, Nicholas Paul, and Hao Do.
They be looking fine.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, New South Wales.
New South Wales definitely representing some state
They've
pride
got some
there.
T-shirts made specially for this.
I'm actually surprised there are a few teams that have the specially made T-shirts. They've really put a lot of effort into this. And I must ask again, who do you think's the best dressed out of this pair?
See, as much as I like the suits, I see a crew T-shirt under the one of the Queensland members, and I'm like, they don't even have a suit, a shirt and tie on.
Oh,
That's a bit slack. And I like the matching T-shirts for New South Wales 1, and the way they spelled out New South Wales on the back.
Yeah,
so I think
they planned this. They planned this ahead of time.
Yeah, I think
I
they take the victory for me.
Yeah. I feel like it's just another case of the suit and ties maybe being a bit too common. Okay. Anticipation now. Inspection has begun.
So New South Wales are the 5th seed, and Queensland 2 are the 11th seed. So it's pretty expected for New South Wales to win this, but you never know.
Yes, you never know. Maybe there's some power hidden behind those suits.
Like a pretty good solve for Brian.
Off to a good start. And it looks like Caldo there is just lagging a bit behind. He's just on his PLL now.
12.
Okay, so Queensland are about 4 seconds down currently. Lance with an 8.4, so very consistent from this New South Wales pair so far. Can Liam Hydacek seal it? It's looking close. Okay, there's a PLL there, the lefty A-perm.
And
yeah,
9.1.
Pretty solid.
That's about a 26, maybe a high 26 for New South Wales.
Oh! Well done.
Pulling out the W.
Well, pulled out the W.
All right, that was impressive. They definitely win the outfit matchup.
No,
for that.
now I think yeah, that's definitely just sealed it for me.
That was some good planning there.
And Brian is absolutely a W. So David versus Goliath. All right.
We got the Kings.
Not just the Kings, they are all Your Cubing Highness.
Yes, Your Cubing Highness, Edward Hollinger.
Oh, and there's the Piccolo Lattes there, good to go. All right. They are all doing a fantastic job at encapsulating.
But also,
Mr. Edward Hollingdale.
Seed 16, South Australia 3. They're all got matching black suits, black ties.
Yes.
Looking like the men in black.
Not just suits, they are all matching in their suitage.
Definitely the best formally suited team.
I have just invented a word.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so David Epstein of Victoria 1 starts us off. Very slick solve. There's a sub 7, a 6.71 onto the goat. Also
Ooh.
very fluid, a 7.17. And those two have beaten Alexander Crush, the first.
And a 672 for Riley.
As Alex Asprey said while introducing this pair, it's very much a David versus Goliath situation. But regardless, I think this was expected. No offense to South Australia 3. They're all fantastic people. Give them a hand. All right. And with that now, we've finished our left-hand side of the bracket, so we're now moving on to our next matchup is going to be Queensland 1, our 3rd seed, versus the 2nd New Zealand team, seed number 9.
The providers of the guacamole.
The providers of the guacamole.
So
Again, I would highly suggest that if you don't know where the guacamole comes from, dig back into Speedcubing's Instagram reels. You're missing out on some really good stuff. And in fact, I would like to say that Queensland 1's costume is very, very well done.
This is Queensland 1 with
It's a
Jayden
classic
McNeill,
Australian bogan.
Charlie Eggins and Toby Sufert.
Legend has it that Jay didn't even need to dress up for this. This is just how he. It's just how he wakes up every morning.
Yeah, as Alex Asbury put it, 2 old men with beards and 2 children. 4 children.
Mm. They're very alike, these two. Oh. Now, Toby Seifert started his solve early and he turned the cube. So I wonder if that is a DQ.
Maybe.
We might find out, but this is going to be very interesting.
Alexander messing up his solve, getting a 12. Very disappointed with that. And a 9-second solve for Jayden McNeill. Richard
now, what's the ruling on that? I'd like to know.
But what about Toby?
Yeah, what about Toby? I feel like we should have a ruling, but the competitors are exiting.
Alright, it looks like we're letting that little mistake from Toby slide, which I'm fine with because his mum brought us this.
Oh, of course, the bribery.
So I've been softened up a little bit.
I wonder if we're not the only ones who got guacamole.
Yeah.
I think
maybe
there's
some of the organisation team have got some guacamole as well, and that's why they let it slide.
Okay. Well, it's our next seed now. This could perhaps be the most evenly matched up sides we've seen so far. So we've got Victoria 2, 7th seed, versus the 10th seed, New Zealand 3.
Oh my
goodness. I can't believe.
Oh no, what are we seeing?
Oh, they didn't. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
You'll see it in a second, guys.
They
just about to walk on.
Wow.
We've got Luigi and Mario and Princess Peach.
Wow, that's
They
fantastic.
decided to keep it quiet. They didn't want to show it off when they were walking out.
Yeah, they didn't want to show off when they were walking out.
Oh no.
But I must say, this Princess Peach is more beautiful than any Princess Peach I've ever seen. It brings tears to my eyes.
Oh my goodness! I was not expecting that.
No, I was actually bagging them out in the parade because they were dressed up.
Lennon said they had something planned.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic.
I thought maybe he was messing with me, but
they must have gotten changed behind the banner.
Yeah. but either way, this is going to be a close
This is
match.
going to be a fair matchup. These teams in seeding are about 1.5 seconds away, so I feel like it can fall either way on the day. But let's see.
Right, so first solve for New Zealand is done by Elias.
And interesting to see Victoria going the other way. So
Yeah.
Miles is starting from the right-hand side. I don't think that affects the ruling at all.
Both 10-second solves for Miles and Elias. Now this is women v women. Princess Peach versus Angela.
Oh no!
Oh, and that's a +2 for Princess Peach.
I think
It's
Miles
going down
might
to
have
the
got
last
a.
solve.
I think Mario might have got a +2 as well.
Finish the solve, Jack. Is it 2 +2s?
Oh, I think it's 2 +2s, but
Is it 2 +2?
It might still be Victoria winning.
We're just waiting for a ruling here.
Do we have a ruling on that? Okay, it looks like Victoria have won, despite the 2 +2s.
So yeah, the Victoria 2 taking that, which
Yep.
as much as I love the New Zealanders, I think they deserve it. With that outfit,
Yeah.
it was amazing.
Alex Asbury has just pointed out that this has now turned into, with the elimination of that New Zealand team, it's turned into one New Zealand team versus all of Australia.
Right, we now have Victoria 3.
This is Victoria 3 versus New South Wales 2.
Yeah.
And I will say New South Wales 2 is just impeccably dressed.
Victoria 3 didn't even try.
I think they're a chance to take it out. I think Victoria 3 has entirely surrendered from the costume competition.
Yeah.
And Victoria 3 is seated above New South Wales 2. But I think New South Wales 2 is definitely going to get brownie points for the costumes.
They have the power of the fish behind them.
They have the power of the Magikarp, in fact.
That's true.
And I think
I wonder
that's
if any of them are
power
gonna
that
put
can't
on
be
the
understated,
snorkels
really.
after they finish their solves.
Okay. So this matchup now has just begun. It's Victoria 3 versus New South Wales 2.
Could be a pretty close one.
Perry versus Zach. Zach's doing pretty well. Okay, it looks like New South Wales is just about a second behind. And Zaid looks pretty good. But
Making a lot of
Jolena as well.
mistakes.
Oh, there's going to be...
Zaid is making so...
Oh, no. Okay, well, so is New South Wales. Wow.
Oh,
How many PLLs was that?
Oh, and a 5 for Phoenix.
Oh, and a Phoenix gets a 5. Okay, yeah, that's the way to finish it. That's how it goes.
But definitely some bonus points for New South Wales too for their snorkels and Magikarps and Hawaiian shirts. Definitely looking like they're on holiday right now. All right, this is our final first round matchup. Western Australia 1 versus Western Australia 2. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, look, it's a very friendly Western Australian rivalry. It's the fast team versus the delegates team. I hope I don't get marked down for saying that, but
all right, here are the delegates.
The delegates are very impeccably
Charlie,
dressed. They didn't even
Zach
have to try.
and Tyler. And then we have the fish.
I will just say that I gave Tyler a lift home yesterday, and it added on 40 minutes to my trip last night, and so he has given me express permission to just absolutely roast his solves. So I think
I may join in on that.
If
just
it's all right with
join
you,
in on the fun.
Yeah. I think if it's all right. Oh, actually, I'm not asking them if it's all right. Why would I ask them?
Nah.
I'm just gonna roast.
So the fish. Western Australia 1 on the left, definitely the favourites in this one. But you never know, maybe the delegates have done some influencing of the scrambles behind stage.
Yes.
We never know what they're up to.
We'll never truly know. However, this matchup has just started, so let's see how it unfolds.
Either way, Western Australia are making it through to the next stage.
Yes, and the delegates are ahead. Zach requires a delegate. I wonder where he could find one of those.
Ooh. Western Australia 1 have pulled ahead.
And Tyler's kind of bagged it. I'm gonna roast it.
Oh,
Tyler's
and an
bagged
8.3.
8.3 and a.
Oh, they both got the same time on the last.
Wow. Close ruling,
Wow,
but Dallas
that was
rules that
close.
it is fine. Oh, it's DNF.
It's a DNF.
So
Wow,
Western
we can
Australia
definitely
are your
roast
winners.
him now.
Western Australia have won.
You'd think a delegate
It's good
would
that
know
Western
how to solve a
Australia
3x3.
won, but a shame for Western Australia that they couldn't make it through.
Yeah. What a shame.
And together, they are the fish.
Swimming away happily.
Yeah.
Tripping out.
Oh,
as they
that
walk
fish has
out.
just broken its spine. That's unfortunate. Right, so we're now finished our first rounds of everything. And I don't believe there are any major upsets.
I don't think there's been
from,
any upsets.
From
really.
recollection, so...
Ooh, this
Looking
is
at the New South Wales 1 versus Tasmania 1 team, this is going to be a very close matchup, I reckon. I think...
that was not right. This is New Zealand. New Zealand
sorry.
1 versus Tasmania 1. Both the only teams left from their state
I'm
or
sorry,
country.
it's just the costumes from the New South Wales second team have really just imprinted in my brain.
That's
so
understandable. So,
although
Zealand,
so New Zealand.
favourites to win this. But
Yes, they are on the seeding sheet.
Tasmanians, they're pretty good.
You never know when Jodie Brewster could pull out a 4-second solve.
Mm-hmm. The Fluke King.
Some skill.
Right, keeping the same order. Our team New Zealand. Jasper started with a 6 last time. Looking a lot more nervous this time. Very shaky. Ari looking pretty clean. Ari finishing first. Jasper
and New South
really
Wales is
lucky on
really
that
lucky
V-perm.
there. Let's see if Barron can capitalise against Adrian here. So Barron now. He's done
Adrian
his
looking
OLL. He's
clean
on to
though.
PLL now. And it's pretty even.
It's down to Jodie
It's going to be
versus
Jodie
Dwayne.
versus Dwayne. And they're both flying. Oh, it's going to be Dwayne.
Yes!
Oh, he's clinched it.
Dwayne with the 606. Jodie with the 9.
Oh my goodness. Although on the seeding sheet, that's what you expected. Still a great matchup to watch. I was close till the very last moment. Hang on a moment. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. After that terrible V-perm from Jasper, getting a 10.7. Tasmania were ahead by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And then on the second person, it was Barron versus Adrian.
Yeah,
Adrian managed to bring it
and,
back a bit, but Tasmania was still
yeah.
ahead. But then a 606 from Dwayne clinched it for them.
In the end, it came down to Jodie Brewster versus Dwayne Ramos.
Yeah.
And safe to say that Jodie came off second best there.
Okay, we now
Rue
have
is the master method.
This is a pretty exciting matchup. We've got New South Wales 1 versus Victoria 1.
Here we go, neighbouring states. This is a bit further away on the seeding sheet, but let's see.
Still, seed 1 versus seed 5.
Yes.
It's not so easy for Victoria this time.
No, not quite. Arasandra, after that loss, may be in need of some guacamole. Let's get started with the Victoria and New South Wales first teams head to head. Let's look, David. Oh, that was close. Only
Sydney ahead.
0.05 seconds
New
difference.
South Wales are ahead.
New South Wales just
0.05.
slightly ahead. Lance versus Feliks.
Feliks with a
Thank goodness me, it's
9.95.
really close.
New South Wales are ahead.
No way. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Does Riley clutch? Oh, I think Riley just clutches it.
Riley clutches.
Riley clutches. Clutch
It's
God.
good. It's good. Oh my goodness.
That was, I can definitely say that was, I think that was closer than we all expected it to be. This second round of matches is really starting to hot up.
Wow. That was much closer than expected. New South Wales are ahead until the last two competitors. Feliks with a 9.95.
The slowest of the Victorian team.
Dare I say washed up?
I didn't want to say it myself. All right.
Oh.
Queensland 1 versus
the
Mario
Bogans
brothers.
versus Mario and Luigi
Princess
and
Peach.
What a matchup.
Oh, Princess Peach, you're just as beautiful as last time I saw you. Be mine forever.
I wonder if she'll give me her number.
Maybe. Hey, yo, Peach.
You're looking fine.
Let me holler at you. Let me get your number. Okay. It's Bogan squad versus Mario
So
squad.
Queensland definitely the favourites for this one, but maybe
Yes.
the power of the Mario outfits will carry Victoria to
Now,
a
who
victory.
do you think is best dressed out of this pair? 'Cause they've both really pulled it out.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Mario.
Yeah, the surprise
But
factor
can that
from
power
Mario.
carry over to themselves?
Charlie with a 7.6.
Yeah, that Victoria's a fair
Miles
bit behind
only
here.
just finishing with an 11.
About 4
Ooh,
seconds
Toby
back.
with a
Toby with a 6.2.
6.2.
It's very close. Can Princess Peach clutch it?
Oh.
It looks like it might be just an absolute drubbing.
Oh. As long as he solves the cube, we're all good. Queensland 1 take it. The guacamole boys, as I like to call them.
Yep.
Here we go, Luigi. With a pretty clean 7.6.
The guac stock come out victors. And I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a marital dispute between Mario and Princess Peach as to who dropped the ball on that one.
Wow.
And if it all
What a
goes
great
awry,
matchup.
if this marriage all goes awry, I'd snap Princess Peach up in a heartbeat. It's the third Victorian team now. It's Victoria 3 now, facing off against Western Australia 1.
Trying to get in a photo of the Mario outfits.
Oh, yep, just little photo bomb from the stream desk.
All right. The fish, we are together. They've got their order wrong.
The
now.
fish, we are together. It does still kind of make sense, though.
Yes.
We've got nearly 130 people tuning into this Rubik's Relay. Very stoked to have you guys all on board. And you're tuned in for some really quality cubing.
So let's see, a Victoria 3 going to get further than
Yes.
Victoria 2.
It could be so. However, this is, I believe, the first seeding where a Victoria team has been below their opponent in the seeding sheet. Only 2 seeds difference. Western Australia 1 is 6th seed versus the 8th seeded Victoria 3. However, let's see if Victoria can keep their track record of straight W's in this Rubik's Relay.
Except that last matchup.
I did forget about that. I was distracted by Princess Peach.
Oh, I think that might be a +2 for the
We'll
Western
have to
Australians.
inspect closer. He's having a good look at it. But for now, Zayd just on PLL.
No,
and
a
that's
+2 for
+2.
Zayd.
Okay. Well, +2s, and can Phoenix clutch against the Jonathan Charlesworth?
So is it 2 +2s? Does it matter? I don't
think it doesn't
matters.
matter.
+4. Oh my goodness. So Victoria 3 take it.
Victoria 3 have taken.
Well, Victoria
Yeah.
3 making it
Victoria
further than
3
Victoria 2.
have surpassed Victoria 2, and you can just see the absolute joy on Zayd Chowdhury's face. What a man. What a team. What a matchup.
Team. The fish swimming away. Not so happily this time.
No, not quite. Ooh. So this is very, very interesting. We now have all first seed teams. Victoria 1, New Zealand 1, Queensland 1, and Victoria 3. Victoria 3, I definitely think we're an outside chance of making it this far. But
all right, this is the main matchup.
Stunning. This is This is a massive matchup here.
Semi-final 1. We have New Zealand 1,
Seed
the
1
second
versus Seed 2.
versus Victoria 1, the first seed. The way the bracket worked out just happened to be top 2 against right now. But
I feel like this would be more suited for the grand final. However, we're seeing it right here, right now. We are seeing the top 2 seeds face off.
Some pretty good outfits from both of them. And judging by Victoria 1's last matchup, I don't know.
It's going to be closer than we think.
For sure.
I'm definitely feeling sweaty. Nothing to do with the relay, just I feel sweaty. Yeah.
That's respectable.
Yeah.
Right, inspection now. I am fully rooting for New Zealand 1 right here. My homies.
Well, it's hard for me to root against my home side, so let's hope that these cubing highnesses can bring home the W. And it's David Epstein, a 564.
And a PLL skip for Jasper.
Right, 3
Adrian
seconds back.
versus
Oh, and Feliks is
with a
good.
7.
Feliks is good. It looks good.
A
It's going to
6
be
for
close.
Adrian.
What can Dwayne come up with?
Nah, it's not going to be good enough.
It's Victoria 1. It's Victoria 1. Top seeds
Feliks
come out on
Zemdegs
top.
getting carried to the W.
And New Zealand
New Zealand
New
1
Zealand,
knocked out.
They're out.
Oh, wow. That was a sub 20 for Victoria 1.
And again, Feliks the slowest of the team.
Dare I say it? Dare I say it?
Dare you say what?
Washed up.
You said it, not me.
All right. Well, I'm a bit disappointed there. I wanted to see New Zealand go all the way, but that was a tough matchup for them.
Absolutely, and I think it sadly was doomed from the start.
Yeah.
Just the first solve didn't come off so well. PLL skip wasn't enough to save it for New Zealand 1.
Okay,
but
now second semi-final. We've got Queensland 1, the Bogan boys, Jay and Charlie and Toby.
I can't help but feel like Charlie's not got his glasses on correctly.
I don't think any of them do. It's got a bit downhill for these boys. They're having a wild night.
I am loving this. This is fantastic from them. So, we're looking at it now. Can it be an all-Victoria final?
Queensland.
So Queensland 1, obviously the red-hot favourites, but Victoria 3, they've come this far.
I know. What an upset. It would be a massive upset if they
It would be a
this.
massive upset, has to be said.
Is Jay too old for this? Who knows?
Are the kids too young for this? Is Phoenix clutch?
A Victoria 3 not well dressed enough for this.
No. I feel like if they happen to lose this matchup, it will come down to the clothes. I think that's the sole reasoning.
9 for Charlie, but a 12
and a 12 for Zach. So it's not starting off too well. Toby Soifert, the S slice OLL, very pogo.
Oh,
and yeah, it's looking pretty lopsided.
Oh,
but even still formidable for Victoria 3 to come this far.
Oh,
Phoenix will round it out for Victoria 3, but it's long since done.
Not great souls for either team
it's
right
Queensland 1
versus
versus Victoria 1.
You looked so hot.
You're the hottest Princess Peach I've ever seen.
We just had Victoria 2 come up and say hi.
Yeah, Victoria 2's come up to say hi.
Flirting was done.
Oh, there was so much flirting done. She's mine.
I'll fight you.
Back off.
Oh, I guess we're doing a third place matchup.
There is a third place matchup. So I wasn't sure if this would happen because it's not in the bracketing.
Yeah,
but we are going to have a face-off for third. So this is who leaves with a small prize, or who leaves with nothing.
I don't know what the prizes are. Are there prizes?
I think the fish decides prizes.
Woo!
I am in love with Zaid Chowdhury. I'm very sorry.
Phoenix getting in some practice
Sorry,
solves.
a very dumb in-joke between Zayd and I that started at dinner last night. Can't be repeated on stream.
All right.
Okay, it's the third place matchup now. Victoria 3 has come so far, outdone every wild expectation. But can they match the 3 in their name with a 3 as a placing?
Ooh.
Against
Or
New
with
Zealand
a
1.
3-second
The
solve.
Titans from over east.
Is it a good
Jasper
solve for
starts
Jasper?
off. It's a good solve.
7-0.
Zach, unfortunately, it's not good. It might have just been faster to stop the timer and take the +2
Come on, the
there.
boys.
But
Come on, the boys.
It looks like New Zealand 1, barring disaster.
Yeah. Third place for New
And
Zealand
there's
1.
the third place for New Zealand
well
1.
fought. Dwayne just wandering
Dwayne
off.
is, yeah, he's not having it. Just gone.
Looking fine. Pretty good solves for the boys from New Zealand.
Yeah.
I think that was about a 20.0 like a 20.1 time, which is pretty speedy, probably the second best.
And now, the main event. It's Your Cubing Highness. 3 of them, in fact. Versus J McNeill clones. But a slight bit younger. This is the peak moment.
Who's your pick to win, guys?
This is what we've all been
Who's
waiting
winning
for.
this?
Spam in chat. Who's your pick?
136. You all want to see who your pick is to win. Is it Victoria 1 with Riley Dexter, Feliks Zemdegs, and David Epstein? Or is it Queensland 1 with Jayden McNeill, Charlie Eggins, and
Oh,
Toby
and the
Seaford?
glasses are still not put on correctly.
They've
Boys,
got
that's not
them
how you wear your
uppered.
sunglasses. Can't teach anything to these guys.
Jay is a terrible influence to these
Yeah,
kids.
Jay is a horrible influence on these poor children. Maybe not as a Cuba, but
We got some support for Vic. A little bit
got some support for Vic.
Queensland.
But we have guacamole still.
So
we
I'm
can't
supporting
remember who gave
Queensland.
that guacamole to us.
Yes.
It's tense. The air is silent. Victoria 1 versus Queensland 1. About to begin. Starts off well. David a bit slow to start. But Charlie also not the quickest it looks like. But it's good. It's a good finish.
Good PLL.
And Queensland are a second ahead almost exactly. It's Feliks versus Toby.
And
it's-
Toby with a
and it's
7.
Toby winning.
Felix is getting an 8.
Riley.
It's all down
Riley's,
to
it's down to Jay versus Riley.
Oh, Lockie
What
V-Pump.
happens?
No!
Whoa! I
Who
think
wins?
it's super close. It's so close. It's going to come down to the calculator. Victoria
Oh my
1 wins
God.
it.
The
Victoria 1 are
V-Pump
your
from
winners.
Old Man Jay
Oh,
wasn't good
goodness.
enough. He needs to update that algo, I
Oh
reckon.
my goodness. Oh, that was that last match was everything we could have possibly hoped for.
And more.
And more. Not as one-sided as the seeding sheet had it seemed.
Woo! Well done to everybody. 16 teams from all around the continent. Some
And it
great
came down-
matchups
and it
some
came
great
down to the wire
outfits.
in the end.
Woo!
All right. Fantastic Rubik's Relay. That was absolutely everything that we were hoping for and more, especially in that final matchup. Stories of loss,
That
stories of
V-perm.
hope, stories of just outdoing wildest expectations. But in the
Oh
end,
my days.
it's Victoria 1, top seeds coming out on top. All right. Well,
Wow.
I think that's about it for today. We're just
Yeah.
about to finish up. Just before we do, there's a lot of people we've got to thank today.
Yeah.
In particular, the crew that have helped out throughout all today, helped this event run super smoothly. I've already given a shout out to the stream team behind the scenes, particularly producers, Daniel and Peter, have done fantastic. And lastly, the mods in chat, they haven't gotten so much love today, but
Cheers, guys.
they've been very good in chat, and
Thank you
them
to
for
you,
all
Michael.
the work they do. And thanks to you, Chris. It's been a pleasure commentating with you. And we'll see you all tomorrow, guys. Signing off.
I'm going to go eat some guacamole.